The note had specified a bookstore for the meeting. It was a miserable evening for it, a damp, chilly night in early March, hovering just above freezing. The bookstore itself was no better. Quentin observed it from a bus shelter for a quarter of an hour, listening to the rain tap against the plastic roof and watching the wet asphalt gleam under the streetlights. This wasn't some cozy, character-filled shop with a cat napping in the window and rare volumes lining the shelves. This was a bleak franchise outlet in a strip mall, wedged between a nail salon and a party supply store, a 20-minute drive from Hackensack just off the turnpike. When he was finally satisfied, he made his way across the lot. A large, bearded cashier glanced up from his phone as the door chimed, then immediately looked back down. Inside, the sound of tires on the wet pavement was a constant tearing whisper. The only odd detail was a wire bird cage in the corner, but instead of a colorful parrot, it held a plump, dark bird with glossy feathers. That summed the place up perfectly. So devoid of charm, it kept a common crow captive. Quentin didn't mind. A bookstore was a bookstore, and he hadn't felt the comfort of one in a long time. He intended to savor it. He moved past racks of greeting cards and novelty calendars back to where the real books were kept, his glasses fogging and his wet coat leaving dark spots on the thin carpet. It didn't matter how plain the room was, fill it with books and you were already partly home. The store should have been deserted so late on a rainy Thursday, but it wasn't. People moved through the aisles in a quiet, solitary drift like dreamers. A sharp-featured girl with short hair was intently studying an Italian edition of Dante. A tall, wide-eyed boy who looked no older than 16 was lost in a play by Tom Stoppard. A middle-aged man with high cheekbones and thick, shimmering glasses stood motionless before the biography section. A casual observer might think they were all just browsing, but Quentin knew the truth. He wondered if it would be immediately apparent, if he would recognize them at once, or if there would be some tests, some puzzle he'd have to solve. He was no spring chicken, he'd turned 30 this year, but this was a new kind of game for him. At least it was warm inside. He removed his glasses and cleaned them carefully with a soft cloth. They were still a new addition to his life, purchased just a few months prior, the inevitable cost of decades spent squinting at tiny text. They felt like a barrier on his face, an awkward pane of glass that constantly slid down the bridge of his nose, smudging every time he adjusted them. Once they were back in place, his gaze landed on a young woman with sharp, intelligent features. She had the kind of pretty, approachable look you might associate with the girl next door, assuming your neighbor was a doctoral candidate in astrophysics. She stood in a quiet corner, slowly turning the pages of a large, lavish book filled with architectural illustrations. They were Piranesi etchings, immense, gloomy vaults and subterranean prisons, populated by looming wooden machinery. Quentin recognized her. Her name was Plum. Sensing his attention, she glanced up, her eyebrows lifting in a faint, wry surprise that seemed to say, "Really? You're part of this as well?" He gave a single, almost imperceptible shake of his head and deliberately looked away, keeping his expression neutral. It wasn't a denial of involvement. It was a silent suggestion. Let's act like strangers. Since he apparently had time to spare, he drifted over to the shelves, letting his eyes roam across the titles. The fillery novels were there, naturally repositioned in the young adult section with glossy new covers that made them look like paranormal love stories. Quentin couldn't bring himself to touch them now, not tonight, not in this place. Instead, he pulled down a copy of The Spy Who Came In From the Cold and lost himself for a good 10 minutes at a bleak checkpoint in 1950s Berlin. "Attention book bumblers customers," the cashier announced over the intercom. Though the store was so small, Quentin could hear his unamplified voice just fine. "We will be closing in 5 minutes. Please make your final purchases." Quentin slid the novel back onto its shelf. An elderly woman wearing a beret that appeared hand-knitted purchased a copy of The Prime of Miss Jean Brodie and stepped out into the darkness. So not her. A lanky teenager who had been camped on the floor in the graphic novel section, reading the books nearly to pieces, left empty-handed. Not him either. A tall, rugged-looking man with coarse, thick hair and a face like weathered stone, who had been agonizing over the greeting cards, finally selected one. But he didn't leave. At precisely 9 o'clock, the burly cashier shut the front door and turned the lock with a decisive jingle. Quentin's nerves suddenly tightened. It felt like being on a carnival ride just as the safety bar clamps into place, too late to back out now. He took a slow breath and scowled at his own anxiety, but it didn't help. In its cage, a bird shifted its feet among the scattered seeds and droppings and let out a solitary, mournful squawk. It was the kind of lonely sound you might hear if you were stranded alone on a desolate, rainy moor as night fell. The cashier moved toward the rear of the store, edging past the man with the pronounced cheekbones, and opened a dull gray metal door marked staff only. Through here, he said, sounding utterly bored, as if he did this ritual every single night, which for all Quentin knew he did. Now that he was standing, Quentin could see the man was genuinely huge, 6'4" or 5", with a broad chest and shoulders. He wasn't muscular in a gym rat way, but he carried the solid, inevitable presence of a naturally large man. His face was oddly lopsided, bulging on one side as if he'd been slightly overinflated, giving him the look of a misshapen gourd. Quentin slipped into the back of the line. He counted 8 others, everyone glancing around warily and taking exaggerated care not to bump into each other as though they might detonate on contact. Out of habit, Quentin formed a subtle revelation charm, making an OK sign with his thumb and forefinger and holding it up to one eye like a monocle to check the door for any enchantments. "No magic," the cashier snapped, clicking his fingers in Quentin's direction. "Hey, I said no spells." "No magic," Quentin said firmly, turning heads in the small room. "Excuse me?" someone asked, but he played ignorant. Though nobody called him Your Majesty these days, he wasn't about to answer to just some guy. He finished examining the door. It was utterly ordinary. "Knock it off. There's no enchantment here." Feeling bold, Quentin studied the clerk through his lens. A small, gleaming talisman, likely for virility, glowed in the man's pocket. Stranger still, his entire form shimmered faintly, like he was dusted with bioluminescent plankton. "Fine," Quentin conceded, letting the lens dissolve from his hands, no issue. A sharp rap came from the window. A blurred face peered through the rain-streaked glass. The cashier shook his head, but the knocking persisted, more insistent. He sighed in exasperation. What in the world? Unlocking the door, he admitted a drenched man in his 20s, flushed and handsome in a thin windbreaker wholly unsuited to the downpour. Quentin noted the odd sunburn on his cheeks. Where do you get one in March? They all moved into the back room, which was more spacious and dimly lit than Quentin had anticipated. Real estate must be cheap out here by the turnpike. Steel shelves groaned under books tagged with neon stickers. In one corner stood cluttered desks, walls papered with shift schedules and clipped cartoons. Elsewhere lay cardboard boxes, a sagging couch, a broken armchair, and a mini-fridge. Clearly, this doubled as a break area. Much of the room was just empty, wasted space. A steel shutter on the back wall led to a loading dock. Others trickled in through a door on the left, looking just as cautious. Beyond them, Quentin glimpsed a far nicer bookstore with antique lamps and Persian rugs, probably complete with a snoozing ginger cat. He didn't need magic to recognize the portal. A hair-thin seam of emerald light betrayed it. In reality, only a party supply store lay behind that wall. Who were these people? He'd heard whispers of these gray market gatherings, these shady hiring calls, but he'd never witnessed one himself. He never imagined he'd stoop to this, not in a million years. He never thought it would come to this. This was for those on the ragged edges of the magical community, those desperately clawing to get in, or who had lost their grip and tumbled from the vibrant, warm center all the way out to the cold, hard fringe of the mundane world, all the way out to a rainy strip mall in Hackensack. This wasn't for people like him, except now it was. It had come to that. He was one of them. These were his people. Half a year ago, he'd been a king in an enchanted realm, another world entirely, but that was over. Exiled from Fillory, knocked about ever since. He was now just another struggler trying to claw his way back up the slippery slope toward the light and warmth. Plum and the man with the shimmering glasses took the couch. The sunburned man settled into the broken armchair, the woman with the pixie cut, and the teenage boy reading Stoppard perched on boxes. The rest remained standing, about 14 in total. The cashier closed the gray door, sealing off the outside world's noise, and the portal's glow winked out. He had brought the birdcage. Now he set it on a box and opened it. The crow emerged, shifting its weight from one foot to the other in that distinctive avian way. "Thank you all for coming," it declared. "I'll be brief. That was a surprise." A ripple of shock passed through the room. He wasn't alone. Talking birds were rare on Earth. That was more a Philorian specialty. "I seek an object," the bird stated, its glossy feathers absorbing the dull light. "I will require assistance in retrieving it from its current holders." The crow's voice carried through the mostly empty stockroom. It was a surprisingly gentle, almost polite sound, lacking the harsh rasp you'd associate with a bird. The words felt unnervingly human, as if they were being formed by something other than its actual throat. "But that was magic for you. So, we're stealing." A man with an Indian accent clarified. He didn't seem upset, just seeking confirmation. He was older than Quentin, maybe in his 40s, balding, and wearing a spectacularly ugly, multicolored wool sweater. "Theft," the bird confirmed. "Yes, are we stealing it back or just stealing? What's the difference?" "I'd like to know if we're the villains or the heroes here. Who rightfully owns this thing?" The bird tilted its head, considering. "Neither party has a perfect claim," it replied, "but if it matters, our claim is stronger than theirs." That appeared to satisfy the Indian man, though Quentin suspected he wouldn't have objected either way. "Who are you?" someone else shouted. The bird ignored the question. "What is this object?" Plum asked. "You'll be told after you agree to the job." "Where is it?" Quentin pressed. The crow shifted its weight from one foot to the other. "It is located in the northeastern United States." It gave a slight wing-shrugging motion. "So you don't actually know where," Quentin concluded. "So finding it is step one." The bird didn't argue. The woman with the pixie cut leaned forward, a tricky maneuver on the sagging couch, especially in such a short skirt. Her black hair had purple streaks, and Quentin spotted a couple of blue star tattoos peeking from her sleeves, the kind you got in a safe house. He found himself wondering how many more were hidden and what series of poor choices had led her to this dusty room. "So we're locating, stealing, and I'm assuming fighting somewhere in the mix," she said. "What level of resistance are we talking about? Could you be more precise? Security details, numbers, who they are, threat level, is that precise enough for you?" "Yes, we anticipate two. Two magicians along with some non-magical support staff. Nothing extraordinary as far as I am aware. As far as you know?" The red-faced man burst into loud, derisive laughter. On closer inspection he seemed genuinely unhinged. "I do know they have placed an incorporate bond on the object," the bird continued, unruffled, "or were its feathers just a tiny bit puffed? The bond will, of course, need to be broken." A heavy, stunned silence filled the room, followed by a loud, exasperated sigh. The tall man who'd been browsing greeting cards earlier snorted in disbelief. "Those are supposed to be unbreakable," Plum stated flatly. "You're wasting our time," snapped the man with the iridescent glasses. "An incorporate bond has never been broken," the bird said calmly. "But we believe it is theoretically possible with the correct skills and resources. The necessary skills are all present in this room. What about the resources?" Pixie Cut asked. "The resources can be acquired." "So that's another part of the job," Quentin said, counting off on his fingers. "Acquire the resources, find the object, break the bond, take the object, handle the current owners, right?" "Correct. Payment is $2 million per person, cash or gold. 100,000 tonight, the remainder upon delivery. Decide now. Please understand that if you decline, you will find yourself physically unable to discuss this meeting with anyone." Having presented its case, the bird fluttered up to perch on its cage. The offer was more than Quentin had anticipated. There were undoubtedly safer, easier ways for a magician to make $2 million, but few were this fast or this immediately available. Even magicians needed money, and for Quentin that time was now. He needed to dive back into the current, to have a purpose again. "If you're not interested, please leave now," the cashier said, revealing himself as the bird's second in command. He couldn't have been more than 25. His dark beard was a tangle across his jaw and throat. The Cro-Magnon man rose to his feet. "Viel Glück," he said, his voice carrying a heavy German accent. "You're going to need this, yes?" He flicked a greeting card into the center of the room before turning to leave. It settled face up on the floor. "Get well soon!" No one moved to retrieve it. Roughly a third of the people in the room trailed out after him, presumably off to find other opportunities. Perhaps this wasn't the only event happening in the city that night, but it was the only one Quentin knew of, and he stayed put. His eyes met Plum's, and she held his gaze. She wasn't leaving either. They were in the same predicament. She must be hustling for a break, too. The man with the flushed complexion leaned by the doorframe. "Take care now." He chirped to each departing figure. So long. Once the exodus was complete, the cashier shut the door once more. 8 people remained. Quentin, Plum, the woman called Pixie, Redface, the man with the iridescent glasses, a teenage boy, an Indian gentleman, and a solemn woman in a draped dress with a stark white streak in her hair. The last 2 had entered through the opposite door. The room grew still, feeling oddly hollow. "Are you from Fillory?" Quentin asked the bird. This drew a few chuckles from the others, though he wasn't trying to be funny, and the bird itself remained silent. It didn't answer him either. Like all birds, its face was unreadable, fixed in a single inscrutable expression. "Before we proceed, each of you must pass a basic assessment of magical aptitude," the bird stated. "Lionel here," it indicated the cashier, "is a specialist in probability magic. You will each play a single hand of cards against him, defeat him, and you pass." A murmur of discontent rippled through the group at this new condition, followed by another round of wary sidelong glances. From their reaction, Quentin guessed this wasn't part of the usual routine. "What game are we playing?" Plum inquired. "The game is push. You cannot be serious," the man with the iridescent glasses said, his tone dripping with disdain. "You truly have no idea what you're doing, do you?" Lionel had already produced a deck and was shuffling it with fluid, absent-minded expertise, his expression vacant. "I know precisely what I require," the bird replied tersely, "and I know I'm offering a considerable sum to obtain it." "Well, I didn't come here to play childish games." The man stood up. "Then why the hell did you come?" Pixie asked, her voice unnervingly cheerful. "You are free to depart at any time," the bird said. "Perhaps I will." He strode to the door, hesitating with his hand on the knob as if expecting someone to call him back. No one did. The door clicked shut behind him. Quentin watched Lionel shuffle. The man clearly knew his way around a deck. The cards danced obediently in his large hands with a professional's neat, economical motion. Quentin's mind drifted back to the Breakbills entrance exam he'd taken. Was it really 13 years ago now? He hadn't been too proud to take a test then. He certainly wasn't now. And once upon a time, he'd been something of a pro at this himself. Cards were the foundation of close-up magic, his original starting point. "All right," Quentin said, rising to his feet and stretching his fingers. "Let's get to it." He scraped a desk chair across the floor and sat down opposite Lionel. As a courtesy, Lionel offered him the deck. Quentin accepted it. He kept his shuffle basic, resisting the urge to show off. The cards were firm but broken in, bearing the standard anti-tampering enchantments, nothing he hadn't encountered before. It felt strangely comforting to have them in his hands again, like returning to familiar territory. Without being obvious, he managed a glimpse of a few key cards and positioned them advantageously. It had been years, a long time indeed, but this was a game he understood back in his physical kid's days. Push had been a favorite diversion. The rules were deceptively simple, essentially a high card wins game like war, with absurd tiebreakers like tossing cards into a hat. But the rules were never the point. The real point of push was to cheat without getting caught. A deck of cards held a peculiar kind of magic all its own. It wasn't a static object, but a swirling nebula of potential where nothing was truly decided until a card was laid upon the table. Think of it as a box containing an entire litter of Schrodinger's cats. With some magical skill, you could influence the order of your draw. With a bit more, you might sense your opponent's next move before they made it. And with greater power still, you could summon cards that by every law of chance should be in your rival's hand, in the discard, or even in another game across town. Quentin returned the deck, and the match commenced. They began cautiously, exchanging low-value cards in simple, probing tricks, each holding their ground. Quentin kept a mental tally out of habit, though its usefulness was limited. When magicians dueled, cards had a habit of switching loyalties, and those presumed dead and buried often crawled back into the fray. He had wondered about the skill level involved in such clandestine circles and was now hastily upgrading his assessment. Overpowering Lionel through sheer force was clearly not an option. Quentin pondered where his opponent had trained. Break bills, most likely, just as he had, there was a meticulous academic precision to Lionel's craft that differed from the rougher magic of the safe houses. Yet there was another layer to it, a chilly, acrid, almost foreign aftertaste that Quentin could sense on the air. It made him question if Lionel was entirely human. Push consisted of 26 tricks per hand, and by the midway point neither had gained the upper hand, but on the 14th trick Quentin overextended. He expended a burst of energy to force a king to the top of his deck, only to have it squandered against a mere deuce from Lionel. The misstep left him reeling, and he promptly lost the next 3 tricks in succession. He managed to scavenge 2 back by pilfering from the discard pile, but the pleasantries were over. From here it was pure, unvarnished combat. The world shrank to the dimensions of the table. It had been ages since Quentin had felt this competitive fire, but it was now awake, stretching after a long hibernation. Losing was not an acceptable outcome. That simply wasn't going to happen. He focused intensely. He could feel Lionel's will like a subtle pressure attempting to maneuver cards within the untouched deck, and Quentin pushed back with equal force. They spent all 4 aces in 4 consecutive tricks, a furious, all-out exchange. Almost as an afterthought, Quentin split his focus to use a simple charm, twitching a small carved intimacy amulet from Lionel's pocket to clatter on the floor. If it bothered Lionel, he gave no sign. The very fabric of probability began to warp and shudder around them. While invisible, its effects manifested in a cascade of bizarre minutiae. Their hair and clothing stirred as if touched by ghostly drafts. A card tossed aside might land perfectly on its edge or pirouette on a single corner. A faint mist coalesced above the felt, and from it a solitary, perfect snowflake drifted down. The spectators took an involuntary step back. Quentin took a trick with a king over a jack of hearts, then lost the next with the roles cruelly reversed. He played a deuce, and Lionel cursed softly upon realizing he was now inexplicably holding the extra rules card from the poker deck. Reality itself was becoming pliable, softening under the intense heat of their contest. Light.
Like. Look.
Even Lionel's composure cracked with a flicker of surprise. Something else was warping the game. It felt as though an invisible, capricious third player had joined the table, amusing itself by toying with them both. Lionel's final card revealed he'd lost all command of the game. He flipped over a queen unlike any other, a queen of glass. Her features were etched in translucent, sapphire blue cellophane. It was Alice, captured perfectly. "What the hell?" Lionel muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Quentin felt his stomach tighten into a cold knot at the sight, but the shock also hardened his determination. It was a stark reminder of why he was here. Panic wasn't an option. In fact, he could use this somehow. Alice would help him. Close-up magic relies on misdirection, and with Lionel distracted, Quentin's numb fingers found the king of clubs tucked in his boot. He slapped it onto the table, deliberately ignoring the king's gray suit and the strange branch beginning to sprout across its face. It was over match point. Quentin leaned back, drawing a shaky breath. "Good," the bird stated flatly. Next, Lionel didn't look pleased, but he stayed silent, simply crouching to retrieve his amulet from beneath the table. Quentin stood on unsteady legs and joined the others against the wall, his heart hammering wildly. Relieved to have won, but he hadn't expected his long-lost ex-girlfriend to materialize on a playing card. What just happened? Someone here clearly knew things about him. Maybe they were trying to rattle him, but who would bother? These days nobody cared whether Quentin won or lost. As far as he could tell, he was the only one invested. Could it be his own subconscious twisting his magic from below, or was it Alice herself, wherever she was, watching and having a bit of cruel fun? Fine, 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 fine. Let her. Let her. Fine, let her. His focus was on the present. The past held no power here, not even her. The red-faced man won his round without any bizarre interruptions. So did the Indian man. The woman with the striking white hair was eliminated early, biting her lip as she laid down an impossible run of 5 deuces, followed by a joker, and then a go directly to jail card from Monopoly. The kid got a free pass for some reason. The bird didn't make him play at all. Plum also received a bye. Pixie finished faster than anyone, either due to her own skill or because Lionel was wearing down. When the round concluded, Lionel handed a brick of $100 bills to the woman who had lost. He gave another to the red-faced man. "Thank you for your time," the bird said. "Me?" The man stared at the money. "But I passed." "Yes," Lionel replied, "but you arrived late, and you seem like kind of an asshole." The man's face flushed an even deeper crimson. "Go ahead," Lionel said, spreading his arms. "Make a move." The man's jaw twitched, but he wasn't foolish enough to misread the situation. "Screw you," he spat. That was his move. He stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Quentin sank into the armchair the man had just left, even though the fabric was damp from a wet windbreaker. He felt utterly drained. He hoped the testing was finished. He didn't trust himself to perform any magic right now. Counting himself, only 5 remained: Quentin, Plum, Pixie, the Indian man, and the kid. Everything felt terrifyingly more real than it had 30 minutes ago. It wasn't too late to leave. He hadn't encountered any outright deal-breakers yet, but he hadn't seen much to build confidence either. This could be his way back into the life he wanted, or it could lead someplace even darker. He'd already wasted too much time on paths that went nowhere. He could still walk out into the rainy night, back to the cold and the damp, but he didn't. It was time for a change. He would make this work. It wasn't as if he had a lineup of better options. Quentin looked at the bird. "You honestly believe 5 people is going to cut it?" 6, counting Lionel. "And yes, I'd say it's the perfect number." "Then stop stalling," Pixie cut in. "What are we after?" The bird obliged. "A suitcase brown leather, standard dimensions, made in 1937. It bears the monogram RCJ. It's a Louis Vuitton piece." The creature managed a surprisingly authentic French pronunciation. "Classy," Pixie remarked. "What's inside? That information is not available to me." "You don't know?" The teenage boy finally spoke up, his voice edged with disbelief. "Then why are we even after it? To discover the contents." The kid frowned. "What's the RCJ for?" "Rupert John Chatwin," the bird stated precisely. The boy's confusion was palpable. His lips silently worked through the letters. "That doesn't make sense," he muttered. "Shouldn't the C be at the end?" "It's a monogram, genius," Pixie said with a roll of her eyes. "The surname sits in the middle." The man from India rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Chatwin." He was searching his memory. "Chatwin, but isn't that it absolutely is?" Quentin thought, his body going perfectly still. A cold dread sharper than the night chill or the relentless rain seeped into him. That name, Chatwin. He was supposed to be done with it forever. Their accounts were settled, their ties severed. He'd said his goodbyes, held his private funeral for the Chatwins, for Fillory, for Plover and Whitespire. He'd grieved, yet here it was, a ghost tugging on some invisible, unbroken thread. The old wound was closed, but the scar tissue throbbed with a familiar, dangerous ache. Like catching the distant, tantalizing scent of a long-forgotten addiction, a pure old vice. He felt the old pull, a dizzying cocktail of dread and a dark, eager hunger. That name was a beacon, a flare shot through time and space, and the pouring rain, meant for him and him alone, calling from the heart of a world he thought he'd lost. Chapter 2. It wasn't how he'd planned things. Quentin had intended to walk the straight and narrow. His attempt began in the Netherlands, that silent in-between city of ornate fountains and sealed libraries. The fountains were portals, and he was leaning against the one that led to Fillory, from which he had just been unceremoniously booted. He lingered, his palms pressed against the cool, gritty stone of the rim, his last tangible link to a life where he'd been a king in a realm of wonders. Letting go meant it was truly over. He could pretend for just a moment longer that it wasn't. But the pretense was hollow. He gave the fountain a final, resigned pat and turned his back on it, wandering into the vacant, dreamlike city. He felt untethered, a hollow shell. The old Quentin was gone, but the new one hadn't arrived yet. His mind replayed the end of the world on a loop. The dying sun, the vast, slender arc of beach, those two lonely chairs, the crescent moon chiming in the sky, the fizzling trails of comets. He saw Julia again, diving from Fillory's edge, plummeting toward the far side of the world and into her own future. A fresh start for her, a brick wall for him. Fillory was closed. Even in his numb state, he couldn't ignore how the Netherlands had transformed. It was never supposed to be like this. It used to exist in a hushed, perpetual twilight, preserved under a dome of perfect stillness, but the return of the gods to mend the universe's magical flaw had shattered that dome. Time and weather had crashed in. Now the air carried the damp scent of mist. Tattered clouds raced overhead, and glimpses of blue sky reflected in trembling puddles of melted snow. The constant, gentle music of trickling water filled the silence. The Netherlands was enduring its reluctant, resentful first spring, a season of wreckage and ruin. All around Quentin, roofless structures lay open to the sky. Their collapsed bookshelves arranged like dominoes inside, exposed like the ribs of decaying animals. Torn pages from the libraries of that place tumbled and drifted high in the turbulent air above. Crossing a bridge over a canal, he noted the water was nearly level with the banks. He idly wondered what would happen if it overflowed. Probably nothing. He'd probably just get wet. The fountain that served as a portal to Earth had changed as well. Its central sculpture was a great brass lotus, but during the struggle over magic, a swarm of dragons had forced their way through it to enter the Netherlands, ripping the metallic flower open at the seams. Quentin had half expected someone to have repaired it by now, but instead the fountain was healing itself. The old damaged blossom had withered and slumped to one side, while a new brass bud was slowly unfurling to take its place. He studied this budding portal, skeptically gauging whether even his narrow frame could fit through it, when something brushed his shoulder by reflex. He snatched it from the air, a page torn from a book, dense with handwritten script and intricate diagrams on both sides. He almost let it go to surrender it back to the wind, but then he hesitated. Instead, he folded it neatly into quarters and tucked it into his back pocket. Then he stepped through and fell toward Earth. It was raining on Earth, a hard, freezing downpour, a proper November deluge in New England. For its own inscrutable reasons, the magic had deposited him in Chesterton, Massachusetts, the lush suburb where his parents lived, right on the wide, flat lawn before their overly large house. Rain hammered the roof, streamed down the windows, and gushed from a drain pipe in a frantic arc. It soaked through his clothes almost instantly. In the Netherlands, he could still faintly smell the sea salt of Fillory on them, but now the rain dissolved that last trace and washed it away for good. In its place were the smells of an autumn rain in the suburbs: rotting mulch, swelling wooden decks, wet dogs, and the deep, damp breath of hedges. He pulled the silver watch from his pocket, the one Elliot had given him before his exile from Fillory. He'd barely looked at it then, too stunned and furious when they told him he had to leave. Now he saw its face was adorned with a glorious profusion of detail. 2 subsidiary dials, a tiny moving star chart, the phases of the moon. It was a beautiful piece of work. He thought of Elliot harvesting it himself from a clock sapling in the Queenswood, then safeguarding it through all those long months at sea. It was a truly meaningful gift, he wished, with a sharp pang of regret, that he'd appreciated it more when it was given, though he noticed it had stopped ticking. Being on Earth clearly didn't agree with it. Perhaps it was the weather. Quentin stared at his parents' darkened house for a long time, waiting for some pull, some urge to go inside, but it never came. The house, for all its dark mass, exerted no gravitational force on him anymore. Thinking of his parents was almost like thinking of old lovers, people so distant he could barely recall why the connection had ever felt so vital and urgent. They'd performed the neat trick of raising a child with whom they shared absolutely nothing in common, or if there was common ground. None of them had ever bothered to find it. Now they drifted so far apart that the silver thread between them had simply snapped. If he had a home anywhere, it certainly wasn't here. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes, chanted 4 long, low syllables under his breath, and made a wide circle with his left hand. The rain hammered down, but a sudden invisible shield seemed to form above him, turning the torrent into a cascading curtain. He wasn't dry, not by a long shot, but it felt like the first crucial step on a miserably long road back to something resembling dryness. He walked on, the wide, rain-slicked suburban sidewalk stretching before him. Fillory was gone, the crown was gone. It was time, finally, and without any more magical excuses, to start living his own damn life like an ordinary person. Better late than never, even if it felt decades too late. The journey was a familiar, grinding routine. A half-hour walk to Chesterton Center, a bus to Aleut Wife, the subway rattle to South Station, and finally the Greyhound's worn seat for the trip to Newburgh, New York. It was the closest public transit ever got to that other world. This return felt different, easier. The last time with Julia had been pure panic and desperation. Now there was no hurry, just a bone-deep need for a place that was safe, familiar, and understood the peculiar shape of his existence, a place where people knew magic and, more importantly, knew him. What he needed, he realized with stark clarity, was a job. He checked into the same forgettable motel, took a taxi to the same nondescript bend in the road, and began the wet trek through the woods. It had rained here, too, and every brush against a branch or fern showered him with a fresh, cold soak. He didn't bother with the intricate visualization spells this time. He was done with performances. They would see him, and they would know exactly what he was. He was right. Through the dripping trees, a long way off, he saw it, a lone, brilliant patch of sunlight on an otherwise uniformly gray day. As he neared, it resolved into a shimmering oval of lighter, brighter air suspended among the wet branches. Framed within it was a woman's head and shoulders, like a portrait in a floating locket. She was perhaps in her 40s, with sharp, almond-shaped eyes. He didn't recognize her, but she carried the unmistakable, watchful energy of a practitioner. "Hi," Quentin said, when he was close enough to speak normally. "I'm Quentin." "I know," she replied, her voice calm. "You coming in?" "Thanks." She made a small, unseen gesture, and the portrait expanded to full length. She was standing in an archway that seemed carved from a perfect summer day, all golden light and green grass, a stark contrast to the gloomy autumn forest. She stepped aside to let him pass. "Thanks," he muttered again. When the wave of warm, dry summer air hit him, a sudden, sharp prickle of relief stung the corners of his eyes. He blinked, turning his head, but the woman had seen it. "It never gets old, does it?" she asked, not unkindly. "No," he said, his voice thick. "It really doesn't." Quentin took the long way around, giving the maze a wide berth. It would have been reconfigured a dozen times since his day, and approached the house. The halls were hushed, it was August here, and the student body was absent. If they hadn't finalized the incoming class, there might still be the odd entrance exam happening somewhere. The common rube, the common car and clock click Fogg exclaimed, still impeccably groomed, his goatee precise. He made a show of pleasant surprise. "Come in. I must admit, I didn't anticipate seeing you again quite so soon." He smiled, though he didn't rise from his chair. Quentin sat down cautiously. "I didn't anticipate it either," he admitted, "but it's good to be here." "That's always pleasant to hear," Fogg said, his tone carefully neutral. "The last time we spoke, if I recall, you were accompanied by a rather determined hedge witch. Tell me, did she ultimately reach her intended destination?" She had, though the path had been twisted and long, and Quentin had zero desire to relive those details. Instead, he asked with a forced casualness that felt absurd, even to him, about the fortunes of the Brakebills Welters team. Fogg, seizing the diversion with apparent relief, launched into an exhaustive and unnecessarily detailed recap, providing all the information Quentin could have wanted, and a great deal more he decidedly did not. Quentin inquired about the small mechanical bird that had once perched in his old office, and Dean Fogg revealed that a doctoral candidate had taken it upon themselves to restore the creature to living, breathing form. Fogg produced a cigar, offering one to Quentin, who took it. They smoked together. The meeting was progressing far more amicably than Quentin had anticipated. He had long held an image of Fogg as a vindictive, small-minded authority figure, but now he questioned whether the dean had mellowed or if his own perception had been flawed from the start. Perhaps Fogg wasn't the villain he'd constructed in his mind. Perhaps Quentin himself had always been overly prickly and guarded in his presence. And when Fogg asked how he could be of assistance, Quentin explained his situation. And just like that, Fogg provided a solution. By sheer coincidence, a position had opened at the most entry-level tier of the faculty. A newly hired adjunct professor had been let go the previous week after it was discovered. He'd lifted the bulk of his master's thesis from the works of Sir Francis Bacon. Quentin could take over his teaching duties if he wished. Honestly, Fogg insisted, he'd be doing the school a favor if there was any secret satisfaction in seeing the formerly brilliant, adventure-seeking prodigal son return in a humbled state, asking for a crumb. Fogg concealed it masterfully. "No need to look so shocked, Quentin," Fogg exclaimed. "You were always among the sharpest minds here. Everyone recognized it except you. If you hadn't spent so much energy convincing yourself you were an outsider, you would have seen it as well." Once again, Brakebills welcomed him in, folding him back into the hidden fabric of its secluded world. Fogg handed him a set of keys from a pegboard, granting him access to a room so vertically narrow it felt like residing at the base of a ventilation shaft. It contained a desk, a window, a bathroom, and a solitary twin bed that seemed to have forgotten its other half. The linens carried the distinct, crisp scent of Brakebills laundry, a smell that instantly plunged Quentin into a deep well of memory, back to nights spent wrapped securely in those same sheets, dreaming of a future utterly unlike his present reality. It wasn't nostalgia, precisely. He didn't long for the past, but he ached for Fillory. Only when he was finally alone in his new quarters, not a royal chamber, but a junior instructor's modest room with the door firmly closed, that Quentin permitted himself to feel the full, desperate yearning. Lay on the firm mattress, gazing up at the distant ceiling, and pictured all that was transpiring in that other world without him, the epic voyages, the hidden feasts, the countless magical marvels unfolding across Fillory's vast landscapes, from its whispering forests to its sun-drenched meadows. The desire to be there was so potent it felt as though it should have the physical force to wrench him from his bed, from this entire world, and deposit him where he truly belonged. But it didn't. The force of wishing changed nothing. The administration provided him with a class schedule, a designated seat in the dining hall, and the power to reprimand students. They also bestowed upon him something he should have received long before, something he'd nearly forgotten he lacked: a magical discipline. Every practitioner possessed a natural affinity for a specific branch of magic, a unique sorceress signature as personal as a fingerprint, yet Quentin's had always eluded detection. As part of his faculty orientation, he was required to declare his discipline, and it struck him then that he still had no idea what it was. Just as they had over a decade prior, they directed him to Professor Sunderland, the very woman he had been consumed by a tumultuous volcanic infatuation for during his undergraduate years, a fact that now struck him with a wave of ironic amusement at his younger self's dramatic passions. She found him waiting in the same sun-drenched laboratory where she had once worked, a space that felt both familiar and strangely distant. It was a peculiar thought that she had remained here steady and constant, while he had been flung chaotically across realities, and now they stood as colleagues. In many ways, she was more striking now than in her mid-20s. Her features had softened into a deeper, more settled beauty. Yet, what he had once interpreted as a serene, almost ethereal calm, now struck him as a kind of detachment, a subtle emotional distance he hadn't perceived before. Back then, he had felt so utterly beneath her notice he doubted she'd recall him at all. But she did. "Of course I remember," she said, a faint smile touching her lips. "You weren't nearly as invisible as you believed." Had he really thought that? Almost certainly. Does that mean my hopeless crush wasn't as well hidden as I'd hoped? She offered a smile that wasn't unkind. "Subtlety in matters of the heart was never your strong suit," she observed. "Now roll your sleeves up past your elbows. Let me see the backs of your hands." He complied, holding them out. She dusted them with a fine powder, and a scatter of tiny, cold sparks flickered to life on his skin, resembling a sparse constellation viewed from a great height. A web of icy pinpricks seemed to follow, though that might have been his mind playing tricks. "Interesting," she murmured. She studied him, chewing her lip thoughtfully, then tapped his hands once, twice, a playful, almost childlike gesture, and the sparks vanished. There was nothing there to capture Professor Sunderland's attention, or Pearl's, he corrected himself. As peers, he should use her first name. She clipped a lock of his hair and held it over a small brazier. The acrid scent of burning hair filled the air as she watched the tendrils of smoke. "No," she concluded simply. With the formalities concluded, her demeanor shifted entirely to brisk efficiency. He might as well have been a complex puzzle she was determined to solve. She examined him through a sequence of tinted lenses while he shuffled backward across the room. "Why is this so difficult to pinpoint?" Quentin asked, trying to navigate without tripping. "My discipline, I mean. Any theories?" "It could be several things," she replied, tucking a strand of pale hair behind her ear and swapping lenses. He was... From her tone, however, Quentin sensed she could list several practical reasons why not. Remember that time I made those sparks appear? I do, actually. Wait, I can't believe I didn't consider this sooner. Stand perfectly still. He froze. Pearl rummaged in a drawer and produced a heavy ruler with a brass edge, marked in unfamiliar, uneven increments. Close your eyes. The moment he did, a searing line of pain lashed across his right hand. He gripped it between his knees, sucking in a breath. It took a full 10 seconds before he could even gasp. When he dared to look, he half expected to see his fingers severed. They were intact, but blooming an angry red. She had struck him with the ruler's sharp edge. "Apologies," she said, not sounding particularly sorry. "The pain response can be very illuminating. You know, if that didn't work, I think I'm perfectly content to remain a mystery. No, that did it." "You're quite sensitive, I must say." Quentin didn't think objecting to a ruler attack qualified as oversensitivity, but he held his tongue. Pearl was already flipping through a massive ancient tome set in ornate, glittering type. A sudden irrational impulse gripped him, a desire to stop her. He had lived with this unknown for so long it had become part of his identity. He was the one without a discipline, and in a strange way he had grown accustomed to the mystery. The question lingered in his mind, was he truly prepared to let it all go? If she had told him he would become just like everyone else? Yet he didn't interrupt her. "I had a little theory about you," Pearl said, tracing a line down the page with her finger. "I couldn't pinpoint your discipline before because you hadn't really grown into it yet. You always seemed a bit younger than your years. Personality plays a role, emotional maturity, you know. You were technically old enough, but you hadn't quite crystallized." Quentin felt a flush of embarrassment. Much like his old crush, this was probably something others had noticed long before he did. "I suppose I'm a late bloomer," he admitted. "There you are," she said, tapping the entry. "Repair of small objects, that's yours. Repair of small objects," he repeated. "Exactly." He couldn't pretend it was what he'd dreamed of. "Small as in a chair?" "Think smaller," Pearl suggested, shaping her hands around an imaginary mug, like a coffee cup. "Have you ever had a knack for that sort of thing? Simple bindings, putting things back together?" Maybe, I'm not sure. Honestly, he'd never paid much attention. The revelation felt underwhelming. It wasn't exactly glamorous. No one would write legends about mending broken trinkets. He wouldn't be traversing worlds or summoning storms or conjuring spirit guardians. Life, it seemed, was briskly peeling away his remaining illusions one after another, like stripping off soaked layers in the cold until he stood exposed and shivering. But it wouldn't destroy him. It wasn't flashy, but it was real, and maybe that was what counted now. No more fantasies. This was life after Fillory. Perhaps when you let go of grand dreams, you discover there's more to living than just dreaming. Resolved to exist in the tangible world from here on out, to appreciate its plain, sturdy solidity. Lately, he'd been learning a great deal about himself. He expected it to hurt, and it did, but there was relief in it, too. These were truths he'd spent a lifetime avoiding, and now, facing them directly, they weren't quite as terrifying as he'd imagined. Or maybe he was just stronger than he gave himself credit for. At least he wouldn't have to be retroactively kicked out of the physical kids. Repair of small objects would have made the cut. "Off you go," Pearl said. "Fogg will probably have you take over the first-year class on minor mendings?" "I expect he will," Quentin replied, and he did. Chapter 3. Quentin assumed teaching might bring some satisfaction, but he never expected to actually enjoy it. That seemed like asking too much, yet to his surprise he did. 5 mornings a week at 9 a.m. He stood before the minor mendings class, chalk in hand. His scribbled notes spread out, and gazed at the students. His students now, as they gazed back, most faces were blank, blank with terror, blank with utter confusion, blank with boredom, but blank all the same. It occurred to him then that this must have been how he looked to his own professors. When you're just one in the crowd, you forget the instructor can see you. His first lecture was far from a triumph. He stammered, repeated himself, lost his train of thought and froze, leaving dead air while he scrambled to remember where he was going. He'd prepared 10 key points, but so fearful of running out of material, he stretched the first one for half an hour and then raced through the remaining 9 in a frantic rush. It turned out teaching was a skill like anything else that required practice. But slowly it dawned on him he actually knew what he was talking about. Quentin's personal history was far from perfect, but he carried a wealth of practical knowledge about managing supernatural forces. Teaching became the process of transferring that knowledge from his mind into the eager, capable minds of his students in structured lessons. It was a far cry from ruling a hidden magical realm, yet Fillory had never truly depended on him, had it? That place operated on its own. These students, however, adrift in the cold, turbulent seas of beginner-level magic, would have been completely lost without his guidance. They needed him, and that need felt surprisingly good. Having a clear sense of his own magical identity helped as well. He'd always thought himself reasonably skilled, but he'd never fully grasped his specific role as a practitioner. Now he understood he was a fixer. In his hands, a broken thing would stir as if waking from a bad dream, and recall its original intact state. A shattered mug, utterly powerless and defeated, would rouse itself and reclaim a spark of its former purpose. It hadn't always been this broken once. It had a sturdy handle. Once it possessed the ability to hold a hot drink instead of letting it pour through its fractured body onto the table. With a bit of focused will from Quentin, it could do so again. He had almost forgotten the profound satisfaction of magic. Even these small acts, performing magic was like finally discovering the exact words you'd been fumbling for your entire life. You always knew what you wanted to express. It was right there, just out of reach, and then, suddenly, it wasn't. Casting the spell was that moment of clarity there. That's precisely what I meant all along. His job was to convey this feeling to his class. His duties included independent research, but until a worthy project presented itself, teaching was his focus. He lectured 5 days a week with a morning theory class and an afternoon practical session. Settling back into the rhythm of Breakbill's life felt familiar. Even from the professor's side, nights once spent on homework were now devoted to lecture prep, which suited him fine as he had little other social life to speak of. He maintained a professional distance from the students, and the rest of the faculty, for better or worse, left the newcomer to find his own way. The campus had its quirks. Whispers circulated that Breakbills had finally gained a ghost, a point of immense pride for Dean Fogg, who hadn't seen it himself, but loved the prestige it implied among older European institutions. The library continued to be a source of minor chaos. A legacy from an old experiment with flying texts, a few volumes in the deeper stacks had retained a stubborn independence and had recently begun to reproduce. Startled students had reportedly discovered books in the act. The results, however, were often disappointingly unoriginal in fiction or drearily mundane in nonfiction. The cross-genre hybrids showed the most promise. The librarian, convinced the issue was poor matchmaking, advocated for a controlled breeding program. This sparked a famously secret and heated committee debate on the ethics of literary eugenics that ultimately went nowhere. Quentin felt himself sinking back into the dense, sweet, comforting atmosphere of the school, like a bee trapped in amber. He even caught himself idly wondering what a permanent life there might be like, and he might have drifted along that path indefinitely if not for a sudden, jarring interruption, the death of his father. It was a blow he never saw coming. The distance between Quentin and his father had grown so vast over the years that he rarely gave the man a passing thought, his mother occupying a similarly peripheral space in his mind. The notion of his father's mortality had simply never registered. Quentin's dad lived a quiet, unassuming life, and he departed it at 67 with characteristic understatement, felled by a stroke in his sleep. He even managed to spare Quentin's mother the grim discovery. She was away at an artist's residency in Provincetown. Instead, it was their stoic, devoutly Catholic housekeeper from Ukraine who found him, a woman whose faith arguably made her more equipped for the moment than Quentin's mom would have been. The call came to Breakbills in mid-October, about 6 weeks into Quentin's return. Dean Fogg delivered the news, having taken it on the school's single, antiquated rotary phone. Upon understanding, a profound chill settled over Quentin, locking him in place. It felt absurd, nonsensical, as plausible as his father suddenly deciding to become a mariachi drummer and leading a parade. His father couldn't be dead. It simply wasn't in his character. Fogg observed his frozen reaction with a hint of bemusement, as if expecting a more theatrical display. Quentin would have gladly provided the drama if he could summon it, but the performance wouldn't come. There were no sobs, no tearing of hair, no railing against fate. He felt nothing, as if the shipment of appropriate emotions had been lost in transit from wherever such things originate. It was only after Fogg had offered, and then quietly rescinded a week of compassionate leave, that the ice within Quentin began to crack, and what seeped out wasn't sorrow, but a hot, directionless anger. This was even more confusing. Who was he angry with? His father for dying, Fogg for being the messenger, himself for his own emotional failure reflecting on it. Quentin struggled to recall a time of genuine closeness with his father even in childhood. There were photos, of course, evidence of a smiling boy in scenes of domestic contentment that could easily paint the Coldwater household as warm and loving for any outside observer. But the child in those snapshots was a stranger to him, a changeling occupying his past. He accepted the week's leave, less for his own needs and more from a sense of duty toward his mother. Packing for the trip back to Chesterton, he clenched his jaw against a rising tide of panic. Terrified he would fail to conjure the expected feelings, he vowed a private oath, no matter what, he would not fake a single emotion he did not genuinely feel, that he thought would be his anchor. Seeing his mother, he was immediately reminded that while they weren't intimately close, they coexisted easily. He found her in the kitchen, one hand resting on the granite island next to a ballpoint pen, her gaze distant, as if she'd been compiling a list and forgotten the next item. She'd been crying, but her eyes were dry now. They embraced, and he noted she'd gained weight, feeling more substantial in his arms. He had the distinct impression she hadn't spoken to many people since it happened. As he sat on a stool beside her, she said, "The tennis girls will be here soon." Her tone was flat. Then she added, almost as an afterthought, "That's good. It'll be good to see them." The tennis girls, Kitsy, Molly, Roslyn, were his mother's inner circle. The name was a relic. It had been years, if ever, since any of them actually wielded a racket. But Quentin knew without a doubt that his mother could rely on them completely. She sighed, staring at the unfinished bathroom wall. "I wasn't finished with the treatment in there." A massive icicle, shaped like a giant fang, clung to the eave outside the kitchen window, a stark reminder it was January. "I knew he'd hate it. Sometimes I think if the heart attack hadn't taken him, this wall would have—" "Mom, a wall couldn't kill anyone. I was painting miniature palm trees. I hid the whole mess behind that old Japanese screen so he wouldn't see it until it was too late to stop me." She removed her large glasses, pressing her palms into her eyes as if surfacing from deep water. "And now everything is too late. I don't know any of his computer passwords. Can you imagine? I can't even find his keys to get into the basement." Quietly, he decided he would find those keys later using a minor spell. The passwords might be more challenging, but not impossible. A core part of the distance between Quentin and his parents, he understood, stemmed from their complete ignorance of his true life, a fact that was his own fault, as he had chosen never to tell them. His mother believed her son was a moderately successful investment banker who specialized in commercial real estate. The reality of magic was a secret he had kept. His father had died without knowing, too. Quentin could have told them the magical community had strict protocols, but exemptions were sometimes granted for immediate family. He had never applied for one. The idea of those two worlds colliding, his parents' quiet, predictable domestic life, and the chaotic, wondrous, often dangerous reality of magic, seemed unthinkable. He had always pictured it ending in a catastrophic reaction, like mixing volatile chemicals. But now, sitting in the cold kitchen, he wondered if that very secrecy was the true wall between them. Had he underestimated them all along? His week of leave was spent with his mother, the two of them moving like lonely marbles through the vast echoing spaces of the Chesterton house, a home far too large for a moderately successful painter and a textbook editor, purchased with the timely profits from a Brooklyn brownstone. Death was a profound, unsettling tear in the fabric of existence, but it came with a surprising bureaucracy. An entire industry existed to manage its aftermath, demanding endless hours and staggering sums of money. Quentin spent one full day with his mother's credit cards spread on the granite counter, making calls. She watched him, a mix of confusion and dawning recognition on her face. They had been strangers for so long that in her mind he was still the quiet, introverted boy who had left for break bills. She seemed perplexed by this composed, adult version of her son, who efficiently presented her with options for urns, canapé menus for the memorial, and schedules for car services. Evenings were for takeout, Scrabble, and old movies on the couch, accompanied by glasses of the oaky California Chardonnay she bought in bulk. In the quiet moments, memories of his father played on a loop in Quentin's mind, learning to sail on a murky New Hampshire lake, being picked up from school after a humiliating gym class incident, he recalled. With sudden clarity, a massive argument when he was 12. His father had stubbornly refused to sign the permission slip for a chess tournament in Tarrytown, Quentin's first qualification for the under-15 division. The refusal had been baffling. His father had never seemed to support his academic ambitions, a fact that now felt strangely significant. That first night after his mother retired, Quentin wandered into his father's study. The room was a plain, boxy space that still carried the faint, clean scent of new drywall and sawdust. The floorboards in the study gleamed, almost untouched, save for a single dull patch where the casters of his father's desk chair had slowly ground away the polish. A half-empty glass of Chardonnay sat nearby, leaving Quentin in a hazy wine-softened state. He wasn't just searching the room, he was searching for a place to finally set down the heavy, constant anger he carried. Sinking into the worn leather of his father's chair, he spun in a slow, deliberate circle, his gaze sweeping the familiar landscape, shelves of books, stacks of files, the dark window, the blank computer monitor, books, files, window screen. A faint, dusty orange glow from the street lamps outside coated every surface. It was in that quiet, spinning moment that a wild new thought struck him. What if the man he knew wasn't his real father at all? What if, beneath that ordinary exterior, his father had been living a secret life? What if, against all odds, his father had been a magician? The following day, after his mother departed for a lengthy grocery run, Quentin returned to the study and reclaimed his seat in the old chair. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. Wasn't he a bit old to be untangling these kinds of paternal mysteries? Most people, he figured, had this sorted out by their teenage years. But then he'd always been more adept at solving magical equations than emotional ones. Perhaps that focus had been a miscalculation. A father was meant to love you, to bequeath his strength, to model manhood. His own father hadn't done that. He'd been decent, sure, but his primary lessons were on how to navigate life causing minimal ripples, and how to curate what was arguably the world's most exhaustive collection of Jeff Goldblum films on Blu-ray, second only, one assumed, to Jeff Goldblum himself. Quentin's track record with mentors was bleak. Not Dean Fogg, not the volatile Mayakovsky, not even Ember the Ram God. Over the years, they'd been notably stingy with any fatherly advice. Their power and knowledge were theirs alone, never offered freely. Maybe they never wanted the role, or maybe, Quentin thought with a bitter twist, he just hadn't been a very compelling candidate for a son. He tried to conjure the father he wished he'd had, a man of brilliance and wit intense, and maybe a little unorthodox eccentric even, yet unshakable when it mattered. A man of raw energy who confronted the world and shaped it to his will. A magician's father. A man who would look at Quentin now and feel pride, but the man he remembered seemed to possess no power whatsoever. His actual father had one wife, one son, no real pastimes, and likely a quiet, persistent sadness he treated with overtime. Not everyone leads a double life, but Quentin's father had struggled to fully inhabit even one. The contradiction gnawed at him. How could someone so seemingly intent on powerlessness have raised a magician? Unless, of course, the powerlessness was an act. Unless it was all a perfectly crafted cover, exactly the sort a practicing magician would maintain. With renewed purpose, Quentin began a systematic search for proof that his father was more than he seemed, that he'd left behind some hidden legacy for his son, a secret he couldn't share in life. He combed through the filing cabinets, employing subtle charms to scan the paper documents for keywords, the magical equivalent of a digital search. He looked for ciphers or concealed messages. The results were disappointingly mundane. He hadn't truly expected otherwise. This was just the necessary groundwork. Now the real hunt commenced. He inspected every light fixture. He kneaded the couch cushions and lifted the corners of the rugs. He cast a revealing spell to see into the walls and beneath the floorboards. He took down picture frames to examine the backs. He scoured the room down to its bones for any whisper of concealed magic. All he discovered was a long overdue library book, sporting a feeble anti-theft charm placed by some anonymous librarian, a charm that had clearly failed in its duty. The only minor victory was finding a set of lost house keys buried deep in the sofa. He even checked the furniture legs for hidden compartments. Finding nothing but solid wood and dust, Quentin combed through every volume on the shelves, searching for any hidden marks or compartments. Occasionally a flicker of a pattern or a possible code would tease his mind, only to vanish like a mirage, leaving behind meaningless chaos. What forbidden arts could his father have been involved with that required such meticulous concealment? Why would he have warned his son so urgently to stay unnoticed? What grim destiny had Quentin narrowly escaped back in Tarrytown, and what was the story with that unstrung banjo propped in the corner or that peculiar fixation on Jeff Goldblum? The more fruitless his search became, the more palpable his father's phantom presence grew, the real man, the true father, as if he were standing right there in the room. Quentin fired up the computer, and after 30 minutes of nervous guesswork and a bit of magical intuition, he guessed the password Thelos World, featuring Jeff Goldblum, of course, and began scouring the directories. They were unsettlingly ordinary. No secret journals, no romantic liaisons, no financial schemes, nothing out of place. Hardly any questionable content either. Quentin wasn't a tech expert. His years at Breakbills had left him behind on modern computing, but he knew a few tricks of electromagnetic magic. He opened the tower and went straight for the silicon, probing with arcane senses for any anomalies, any sealed-off clusters of data humming with hidden purpose. All he could think was, "This can't be all there is. He must have left something for me. Help me out here, Dad." It was a word he hadn't uttered or even allowed himself to consider for 2 decades. He paused, hands shaking in the hollow quiet of the suburban winter house. "Where is it? It has to be here. I can't be left with nothing. You had to have left a clue." This was how the story was supposed to go. The aloof, secretive father was always protecting a dreadful truth, shielding his son until his death allowed the passing of a powerful legacy. And then he found it, tucked at the very back of a closet, behind a box of outdated gadgets and important-looking cables too valuable to discard, was a scuffed red plastic box filled with penciled index cards. He placed it on the desk and leafed through them. Unfamiliar names, columns of numbers, plus and minus signs. It was extensive. A code like this could hold immense power if only he could decipher it, and he would. It was meant for him. He stared at the cards for what felt like an eternity before the meaning clicked into place all at once. It wasn't a cipher. These were the scoring records from his father's old fantasy golf league. Quentin shoved the box away in a sudden jerky motion, scattering cards across the carpet. He left them there. There was no grand mystery to unravel. What had stood between him and his father wasn't magic. The awful reality about Quentin's father was that he was precisely who he appeared to be, not a magician, not even a decent man, but an utterly ordinary person who hadn't managed to love his own son. The brutal fact was that Quentin never truly had a father. Now he never would. He dropped his head onto the old desk and hammered his fist down, making the cheap plastic keyboard rattle. "Dad," he cried out in a choked, unfamiliar sob. "Dad, please." Quentin returned to Breakbills the day after they buried his father. He hated leaving his mother, but she was more at ease with her circle of friends than with him, and it was their turn to support her. He had fulfilled his duty. She drove him to the airport. He waited until her car was out of view before turning away from the terminals and heading toward a half-finished parking structure. He took the elevator up to the deserted top level, the wind whipping across the raw concrete. At exactly midday, beneath a pale, featureless sky, a gateway appeared for him, a circle of shimmering white points linked by glowing lines that crackled and hissed in the crisp, dry air. He stepped through it and found himself once more on the grounds of Breakbill's home. As he climbed the stairs to his room, an odd sensation settled over him, as if he'd endured a long, searing fever that had finally broken, leaving him hollow, chilled, and unsteady, yet somehow purified, as though every poison had been burned away. His father's passing had altered him in a way that was permanent. Dad was gone. He wasn't ever coming back. It was time to go forward, entering his room. Quentin cast a simple fire charm to light a candle, a spell he'd performed countless times, but this time the sudden burst of flame made him jump. Brighter, hotter than he recalled. He extinguished it and lit it again. There was no doubt his magic felt different. The energy shimmering around his hands as he worked was more vivid than it had been just a week before. In the dimness, the hues leaned slightly toward a fierce violet edge of the spectrum. The power flowed more readily now, humming with a deeper, louder vibration in his fingers. He examined his hands. Something inside him had come unmoored. Completely on his own in the world now. No one was going to rescue him. He would have to rescue himself. Some buried part of him had been waiting, withholding a final reserve of strength, but not any more. Deep in the night, a sound pulled Quentin from a heavy, dreamless sleep, a dry, skittering noise, like a small animal caught in his room. He lit a lamp. The sound came from his desk. It wasn't an animal. It was a sheet of paper. He had nearly forgotten about it. The page he'd grabbed from the air as he fled the Netherlands, crumpled into his pocket, and later shoved to the back of a drawer. Something had stirred it awake, and it was now smoothing out its own creases. When he opened the drawer, it made a desperate leap for freedom. The page had folded itself into thirds like a formal letter, and now sprang open all at once, launching a couple of feet into the air. Having managed that, it hastily refolded itself lengthwise and began flapping in frantic circles in the low light, whirling around and around his head like a moth trapped by a lamp. Or like the memory of another life, another world, refusing to stay forgotten. Quentin didn't examine the page from the Netherlands that night. Instead, he placed a paperweight on it, locked the desk drawer, and wedged a chair against it for good measure. He had to teach in the morning. He returned to bed and pulled a pillow over his head. It wasn't until late the following afternoon, after his practical application session, that he removed the chair, unlocked the drawer, and slowly eased it open. The page had gone quiet, but it seemed to have been gathering its courage, because the moment he lifted the paperweight, it took off again. Quentin watched it flail through the air, feeling a pang of sympathy. He wondered where it was trying to go. Probably back to the Netherlands. Back to its home, he gently plucked it from the air and carried it to the window seat to examine in the daylight. Pressing it flat with his palm, he anchored each corner with a candlestick, an alarm clock, an empty wine glass, and a fossilized ammonite he kept on his desk. The page, recognizing defeat, went still. Now he could see what he was dealing with. The text was handwritten on both sides in tight, meticulous black ink, with the occasional crucial word highlighted in red. A serious, dense page packed with information. The paper itself was ancient, not modern, acid-ridden paper that slowly consumes itself, but durable rag paper made from cotton scraps, built to last nearly forever. One edge was torn where it had been ripped roughly from its original book. Only a handful of letters had been lost in the transfer, a minor casualty. The sharp, forward-leaning black script gave each word a driven appearance, as if they were fuses burning toward some hidden detonation. The author had clearly been a person with something vital to communicate. Sections of dense text were interrupted by illustrations. A numerical table filled with precise decimals. A meticulous botanical drawing of a leafless plant, featuring orderly stems and an empty seed casing. An intricate diagram of interlocking circles and ovals that could just as well depict an atom as a distant galaxy. The entry started mid-thought and concluded the same way. Looking more intently, Quentin noticed the plant's stems quivering faintly, as if in a breeze, while the celestial bodies or perhaps subatomic particles in the illustration crept along their orbits, each path elegantly precessing around the others. The numbers in the table shifted in time with this motion. At first he feared the script was entirely illegible, and he actually sighed with relief when familiar words began to emerge. A degraded, late form of Old High German, rendered in a peculiar black-letter style. He could grasp the general melody even if a few lyrics escaped him. That, unfortunately, was the only easy part. The material itself was intensely theoretical, rarefied concepts from altitudes where the intellectual air grows dangerously thin. It dealt extensively with magic and matter and their profound interactions under extreme quantum-level conditions. Often it was difficult to discern what was meant literally and what was metaphorical. References to a rooster left him wondering, was this an alchemical symbol or an actual barnyard bird? Context was scarce, and that peculiar plant, he would definitely need to consult Professor Bax over at the greenhouse, known to every student, predictably as Botany Bay. After 3 hours of intense study, having not even turned the page, Quentin leaned back and pressed his palms against his weary eyes. He'd missed the dining hall service, but he could still grab a late meal with the kitchen crew. One thing was certain. This was a shard from the vast, esoteric knowledge bank of the Netherlands adepts, Penny's mysterious order. It was like a hyperdense meteorite from an alien intellectual dimension, now crashed to Earth, its contents unknown and potentially extraordinary. At least he'd found a subject for his independent study. Dean Fogg could finally stop pestering him about it. In a quiet, scholarly way, he'd stumbled upon a new kind of quest. It was a far cry from the grand adventures of Fillory. This was a small, decidedly nerdy expedition, but an adventure nonetheless. "Thank you," he whispered to the parchment. "Thank you for being here. Whatever secrets you hold, I'll treat them with respect, I promise." Was it just his mind playing tricks? Did the corner of the page lift slightly, as if preening under the attention? He carefully lifted the heavy candlestick from one corner. Next, he moved the wine glass and the small clock. The instant he shifted the fossil, the page tried to dart sideways toward the gap beneath the window sill. Not so fast. He slapped his hand down to pin it and replaced the candlestick with a solid clunk. "I'm sorry, truly, but you're not going anywhere yet." One part of Quentin's experience at Brakebills remained stubbornly unsatisfactory: his complete lack of a social circle. He had none. Despite being nearly 30, he was significantly younger than most faculty members, and bridging that gap proved difficult. Perhaps it was the age difference, or the fact he hadn't yet earned his stripes, which was true. Maybe they assumed he was just passing through, a temporary fixture not worth the effort to know. The isolation sometimes weighed on him, leading to long, quiet walks around the campus lake where he'd watch the enchanted mist curl over the water, wondering if he'd ever find his place among them. Navigating the intricate power dynamics of the senior faculty felt like trying to decipher an ancient, shifting maze. As the newest and lowest-ranking member, Quentin was largely irrelevant to their subtle struggles and alliances. It was equally plausible they simply didn't care for him. Such things happened. The result was a steady stream of solitary, dreary assignments, officiating muddy, rain-soaked rugby matches, and maintaining the temperamental, sprawling network of spells designed to catch students out after hours. Up close, the system was laughably fragile, throwing off so many false alarms that the staff had learned to tune it out entirely. It made him wonder why they'd ever been so anxious about getting caught. The day after practical applications, Quentin made his way to the Botany Bay greenhouse. He held no great hopes for the meeting. He'd never actually spoken to the department head, Hamish Bax, and the man was an enigma. Positively, he was relatively young for Brakebills, perhaps in his mid-30s. Negatively, his affectations were staggering. A black man from Cleveland who dressed in full Scottish tweeds, complete with +4s, a first for Quentin in real life, and perpetually clenched a fat, carved pipe between his teeth. The whole performance was deliberately opaque. At least the visit provided an excuse to enter the greenhouse itself, a stunning Victorian confection of iron and glass that seemed too fragile for the harsh upstate New York winters. Inside was a warm, humid oasis, the air thick with the scent of soil and greenery, every available surface crowded with potted plants of bizarre and wonderful shapes. The cement floor was perpetually damp. Professor Bax, a solidly built man, greeted him with the same vague disinterest Quentin had come to expect from the faculty. He didn't seem thrilled to be pulled away from his work, his arms buried to the elbows in a massive ceramic pot of dark soil. But his demeanor shifted instantly when Quentin unzipped a velvet portfolio. The page inside shuddered and slipped free, flashing like a minnow escaping a net. "Now that's a lively specimen," Bax remarked, the pipe stem clenched in his teeth. He wiped his hands on a rag and with a swift, incomprehensible spell pinned the page flat in the air as if between two sheets of glass. It was a deft, technical bit of magic unexpected from a botanist. "You're a long way from home," he murmured, to the page before turning to Quentin. "Where did you find this?" "I could tell you, but you'd think I was lying. Do you recognize the plant?" "I don't. Do you think it's real? Drawn from life?" "I have absolutely no idea," Quentin admitted. "Do you?" For 5 minutes, Professor Bax studied the captive page. He leaned in until his nose nearly brushed the surface, then stepped back a yard, and finally, after shoving a table of seedlings in egg cartons aside, viewed it from across the room. He removed his pipe. "I'm going to use a term you won't know." "All right. Phyllotaxis. Never heard it." "It's the pattern of leaf arrangement around a stem," Bax explained. "It looks random, but it's not. It follows a strict mathematical sequence, usually Fibonacci, sometimes Lucas. But the leaves on this thing don't conform to either. That suggests an origin of exceptional exoticism. Or it's just an artist's invention. Correct, and Occam's razor says it probably is, and yet Hamish frowned, his earlier sarcasm giving way to genuine, focused curiosity. It has a certain integrity. Plants possess an authenticity that's difficult to counterfeit. You're certain you can't reveal its provenance. "I really shouldn't." "Then don't," he gestured at the strange script. "Can you read that gibberish?" "I'm trying." Professor Bax released the spell, snatching the page from the air before it could flutter away. It lay docile in his hands, far more compliant for him than it had ever been for Quentin. "Splendid," he declared, his tone shifting abruptly to one of brisk hospitality. "Drink." There was only one answer. Bax produced a fifth of rye whiskey from behind a cluster of flower pots, where he'd evidently stashed it just before Quentin's arrival. Quentin found the invisible wall between him and the rest of the faculty had cracked, or at least one part of it, by that afternoon. It was clear Hamish wasn't any more popular with the other professors than Quentin was. Whatever vague offense Quentin was guilty of, Hamish had mirrored it. They were the same brand of outcast. Quentin began stopping by the greenhouse regularly after his practical applications class, sharing a few whiskeys with Hamish before dinner. In those quiet hours, Hamish unveiled some of Breakbill's hidden truths. What stunned Quentin was how much of the undergraduate gossip turned out to be real. That oddly blank section of wall where a room should have been with plaster just a shade lighter, that wasn't an air shaft. Back in the 50s, a group of students, possibly trying to chill beer, had set up a cubic thermal field in their dorm. Already tipsy, they flipped a couple of glyphs and accidentally plunged the interior temperature nearly to absolute zero. The field proved so stubbornly stable that no one could undo it. It was harmless unless you stepped inside, which would kill you before you even felt it. Legend said one of the casters lost a hand that way. Eventually, the faculty just shrugged and sealed it off. Rumor had it the frozen hand was still in there. Likewise, the clock really was driven by a gear forged from metal, salvaged from the silver golem of Bialystok. And yes, there was a juvenile anagram for breakbills, biker balls, and the chalkboards would shriek if you tried to write it. That bare patch behind the kitchens where ivy refused to grow? One of the stones had been violently cursed after a grim episode involving a student who'd slipped past the admissions screening for sociopaths and others unfit to wield magic. On muggy days, it oozed acid. There was also a secret seventh fountain hidden underground and reached through a door in the floor of a dusty gardening shed. It stayed roped off because the water swarmed with ravenous, sharp-toothed fish. Quentin had never understood how the maze was redesigned each summer, but apparently every June the groundskeeper provoked the topiary animals into such a feeding frenzy that they slowly turned on and devoured each other. A gruesome vegetarian slow-motion carnage. The maze was then rebuilt from cuttings of the survivors. Only the toughest made it through. They must have been among the most highly evolved topiary creatures anywhere. This was Quentin's world now, and it amazed him how swiftly he not only accepted it but leaned into it. He'd gone from king to instructor, ripped from the vast magical cosmos of Fillory and replanted in this backwater. He thought he'd left behind forever, and yet here he was, adapting. It turns out you can go home again, if there's no other choice. His future was here. The years he'd spent in Fillory now felt like a dream only he remembered. He grieved them privately, the sole person on earth who knew he once wore a crown and sat on a throne. But you couldn't mourn forever, or you could, but honestly, there were better ways to spend your time walking the aisles of a hushed classroom during fall exams. Watching rows of students bent over their papers, he realized he'd lost that old double vision, the constant search for something more, somewhere else, the world behind the world. It had been his oldest companion, and he'd let it fade without even noticing it was gone. He was turning into someone else, someone new. It was a strange thought that his old friends were still carrying on their lives across the void, leading hunts, holding court in their grand receiving rooms, gathering each afternoon in the highest tower of Castle Whitespire, and Julia was somewhere on the far side of the world doing heaven only knew what, but that was no longer his concern. In the end, that grand adventure had never truly been his story. It had been a temporary detour, a beautiful mistake that had finally righted itself. Still, he sometimes caught himself glancing up at the night sky, half expecting to see the sharp, perfect silver crescent of Fillory's moon. Earth's own moon, by contrast, looked tired and faded, like a worn-out coin. They were barely 100 miles north of Manhattan. Yet winter at Brakebills possessed a different character entirely. Thicker, more substantial, and utterly unyielding. It was as if, arriving fashionably late, Brakebills' winter was hell-bent on making a lasting impression. Outside the grounds it was February, and the natural world was tentatively stirring with hope. Inside, however, the campus was buried under 1.5 feet of pristine, silent snow that felt perpetually stuck in late November. Now, as a professor, Quentin understood why the faculty never bothered magically adjusting the weather. The relentless cold was a remarkably effective focus tool. You'd watch undergraduates attempt to jog, kicking up little clouds of powder, only to surrender and trudge miserably back indoors. You could practically see their resolve to carpe diem evaporate into the frigid air, replaced by a grim acceptance of solitary, silent study. There was even a long-standing, never-quite-approved proposal to maintain winter conditions on campus year-round. Quentin found himself studying more than ever, too. He had transcribed the entire mysterious page, all 402 words arranged in 20 sentences, plus 2 partial ones, and papered the walls of his room with it. Every single word occupied its own sheet, which he then covered in dense annotations, connecting related concepts with long, looping chalk lines. He was quite literally living inside the page. He maintained his teaching duties, but beyond that, deciphering the text was his sole occupation. The deeper he went, the more complex mathematics he encountered requiring old-fashioned pencil and paper work. Computers were useless for magical equations, typically spitting out nonsense before crashing entirely. This kind of math demanded a human mind, but the page was finally beginning to yield its secrets. Like tightly closed flower buds, the words started to bloom, revealing the intricate ideas locked within. Concepts unfolded, displaying hidden layers and interacting in surprising, dynamic ways. As they took shape, they also hinted at the vast, shadowy hole from which this page was torn, the book it came from. It seemed to be a dissertation on the relationship between magic and physical matter. On Earth, magic and matter were separate realms. You could enchant an object, but the spell and the object remained distinct, like magnetizing a piece of metal. But in Fillory, Quentin strongly suspected magic and substance were somehow fused. Magic existed on Earth, yes, but Fillory was magic. That was the core difference. All this was highly theoretical, and Quentin had never been much for pure theory. At heart, he was still a physical kid, drawn to hands-on practice. A tantalizing, almost forbidden question took hold. Under the right conditions, with enough power, could you fuse magic and matter on Earth? Could you blend them until the seam vanished as they seemed to be in Fillory? It felt like crossing a line, but the idea was too compelling to ignore. He secured an empty basement laboratory for experiments. Yet even with his enhanced abilities, he found it frustratingly difficult to translate the page's delicate abstractions into the stubborn, crude reality of the physical world. He either ended up with nothing to show for his efforts, or one of the spells would unleash a massive surge of energy that flooded the room with a cold blue glow and nearly shattered the protective wards he'd carefully placed to avoid being obliterated. To stay safe, he performed the enchantments inside progressively larger, denser spheres of force, like bubbles made from some thick, sticky, translucent liquid, which made it tricky to see exactly what was happening inside. And even if he succeeded, what then? What use was a piece of magic without a purpose? This was a powerful working, but it felt empty, like a solution waiting for a problem. He was no longer young, and lately he'd been thinking it was time to create something, to build something that would endure. But what? None of this seemed to be leading him any closer to an answer. One night, alone in the senior common room with his first glass of wine, mentally tracing spell diagrams, he reached into his jacket pocket for his Felorian watch, still broken but a comfort to carry, and found an envelope tucked beside it. Inside was a letter, typed on a manual typewriter, politely and formally inviting him to appear at a certain bookstore on a certain night in March if he was interested in employment. The signature was an illegible scrawl, little more than chicken scratch. It was curious, and Quentin felt a faint, familiar stir of restlessness. Here was another mystery, a classic ticket to adventure, just like the old stories. But that was just it. They were old stories. This was his life now. He was settled. And if not exactly joyful, then certainly more at peace than he'd ever imagined he could be again. He had real work to do. With a decisive motion, he crumpled the letter and tossed it into the fireplace. It caught flame, and a heavy log settled, sending a shower of sparks upward. The past was done. His home was here. Anything else was just a fantasy. Chapter 5. Eliot frowned. The champion from Lorien was a squat, powerfully built man, nearly as wide as he was tall, and clearly of a different ethnic background than most of his countrymen. The Loriens were essentially Vikings, tall, blond, broad-chested, with strong jaws and full beards. This fellow, however, stood about 5'6", with a shaved head, a round, serene face like a steamed bun, and features that hinted at some distant Asiatic ancestry. Though the temperature hovered around 40 degrees, he was stripped to the waist, his latte-colored skin gleaming with oil or perhaps just a heavy sweat. A substantial belly hung over his belt, but he was nonetheless an intimidating sight. A massive shelf of muscles spanned his upper back, and his biceps were as thick as most men's thighs, bulky. Even if they carried a layer of softness, his weapon was unusual. A polearm topped with a large curved cross of sharpened metal that promised uniquely nasty possibilities. When he stepped forward, the Lorien army erupted. They hammered swords against shields, exchanging looks that seemed to say, he might look unusual, but our guy is absolutely going to murder their guy, so let's hear it for him. By Crom or whatever god we're praising today, it was almost endearing in a bloodthirsty way. The Loriens were more culturally diverse than one might have assumed. Of course, there was no actual chance their champion would kill the Felorian champion, because Fillory's champion was Eliot himself. There had been considerable discussion when the idea was first proposed about the wisdom of sending the High King into single combat against the Lorien's chosen warrior. But it quickly became clear Eliot was determined to do it, his reasons as personal as they were strategic. His tenure as High King had begun in a rather decadent fashion, some might even say louche. As his time on the throne stretched on, Eliot had settled into the mantle of kingship, his initial ambivalence hardening into a sober commitment. It was time for a demonstration, a proof of his dedication not just to his subjects, but to himself. Being king was no longer a part he played. It was his fundamental identity. To make that utterly clear, he decided to make a very public, very physical commitment. He strode forward from the front line of his assembled forces, and the army, as he'd hoped and expected, erupted into a deafening uproar. A genuine, lopsided smile spread across his face, the asymmetry of his jaw doing nothing to diminish the pure, heartfelt joy of the moment. The roar of the Felorian Royal Regiment was a symphony of chaos unique in all creation. Beyond the shouts of soldiers and the clatter of steel, a wild orchestra of otherworldly voices joined in. At the highest registers, fairies trilled at piercing frequencies. They found the whole martial display absurd, but participated anyway for the sheer chaotic fun of it. The cacophony descended through bats and birds, through the roars of bears and howls of wolves, down to the whinnies of pegasi, unicorns, and sentient horses. Griffins added a baritone squawk, a uniquely awful sound, while minotaurs bellowed and creatures with human heads shouted. Those latter ones still gave Eliot a chill. Satyrs and dryads were fine, but the manticores and sphinxes possessed an uncanny valley quality he couldn't shake. The foundation of the noise came from the giants, grunting and stomping their massive feet in a rhythmic thunder. The whole spectacle was in a way ridiculous. He could have simply chosen a giant as his champion and ended the coming conflict in seconds. But that would have missed the point entirely. The message he needed to send was about personal investment, not overwhelming force. When word of the Lorien invasion first reached him, it carried a grim, almost thrilling weight. Ancient protocols were activated. Storerooms yielded serious, non-ceremonial armor and weapons, all polished to a sharp, oily gleam. With them came clouds of dust and a scent that thrilled Eliot, the smell of legend and epic deeds. He breathed it in deeply. The attack wasn't a total shock. The Loriens were perennial troublemakers in the old tales, notorious for kidnapping royalty, enslaving talking beasts, and pushing their odd pseudo-Norse pantheon. Yet it had been ages since they'd marshaled a force large enough to breach the border. Usually their own internal squabbles kept them disorganized. More importantly, the enchanted peaks of the northern barrier range were supposed to prevent this very thing. Clearly those spells had failed, a mystery Eliot mentally noted to solve once the current crisis was past. His response was swift, though tempered by a deep-seated reluctance to be the direct cause of death. This wasn't some fantasy novel where you could mow down faceless evil without a second thought. The Loriens weren't orcs or trolls. They were people likely with families and their own stories. Killing them would be murder, plain and simple, and that was a line he refused to cross. He'd even noted in a detached sort of way that some of their scouts were rather attractive, and those famous old books were just fiction. As High King, Eliot was now in the messy, inconvenient business of writing facts, where easy virtue was the most tedious thing imaginable. Fortunately, the Felorians held every conceivable advantage, outmatching the invaders in every category. The Loriens, when it came down to it, were essentially just a bunch of guys with swords. The Felorians were a living bestiary, a collection of creatures that could have been lifted straight from the pages of a fantasy tome, all governed by a council of sorcerous monarchs. Eliot felt a pang of regret, but it was the kind you might offer to someone who had, after all, chosen to start this fight. The invaders should have known what they were walking into, yet their numbers were formidable, and causing destruction was their primary expertise. In the late Even Janet was taken aback by the intensity of Elliot's fury. She was perpetually enraged herself. That was just Janet. Poppy and Josh wore stern, grim expressions, their version of anger. But Elliot's rage was something else entirely, wild and disproportionate. They burned his trees, they killed a hermit. He repeated the thought, incredulous. When it came to Fillory and its people, Elliot's usual irony had completely evaporated. His heart ached for that strange, lonely man in his crude hut, a person Elliot had never met, and with whom he'd likely have shared an awkward silence. But anyone who chose such profound solitude, who so clearly wanted nothing to do with humanity, earned Elliot's instant respect. And now he was dead. A cold, focused resolve settled over Elliot. He would break the Lorians. He would obliterate their advance. The thought of letting the great northern marshes' submerged terrors handle them was briefly appealing, but he refused to grant them another day's progress across his meadows. There were other farms in their path, too, so he allowed them to march until midday, letting the heat and dust wear them down, letting them grow confident, perhaps even boastful among themselves about how easily they would seize Fillory. He let them cross the Great Salt River. On the opposite bank, Elliot waited alone, disguised in simple peasant garb, a motionless figure in the center of the road. He let the awareness of him spread through the Lorian ranks, slowly, a ripple of confusion halting the entire column. The commander at the front stepped forward, issuing a crude demand for the fool to move or be disemboweled. Elliot offered a humble shuffle, then drove his fist into the man's face. "Get the hell out of my country," he stated, cleanly and without magic, just the product of some recent, surprisingly therapeutic boxing lessons. The Lorian, caught utterly off guard by what seemed like a peasant's suicidal charge, staggered back. Knowing he wouldn't get a second physical blow, Elliot raised his left hand and unleashed a wave of force that hurled the commander backward, toppling the first several rows of soldiers like dominoes. The surge of power was exhilarating. He felt a fierce paternal protectiveness. This must be what it was like to defend your own. For a fleeting second, he wished Quentin could have witnessed it. Dropping the cloak, Elliot drew himself up to his full height, his royal garments unmistakable. A few arrows, launched hastily from the rear, streaked toward him. He incinerated them mid-air with casual flicks of his will, puff, puff, puff. Effortless when fueled by this much righteous anger, and by the formidable skill he now commanded, he was furious, and he was exceptionally good. He tapped the base of his staff once against the earth. The ground shuddered violently, and all 1,000 Lorians tumbled to the ground in a perfectly synchronized, humiliating heap. Elliot hadn't simply snapped his fingers to make that happen. He'd spent the entire previous night meticulously preparing the enchantments, but the payoff was spectacular, particularly because the Lorians had no clue about the effort involved. He let the moment hang in the air, allowing the sheer scale of the illusion to settle over the enemy ranks. Then, with a subtle gesture, he released another spell, rendering the army massed behind him visible, or at least the bulk of it. Get a good look, gentlemen. The ones with the equine hindquarters are hippogriffs. The griffins sport the leonine frames. It's an easy mistake to make. Next, and here he permitted himself a touch of theatrical flair, he revealed the giants. Fairy tales utterly failed to convey the bone-deep, primal terror a giant inspires. These were 7-story titans who did not engage in trivialities. In reality, humans did not slay giants. It was a physical impossibility. It would be akin to trying to dismantle a skyscraper with your bare hands. They were even more formidable than their appearance suggested. They had to be, to defy the square-cube law that made terrestrial life forms of that size a fantasy in any ordinary world. Their skin was like layered armor, half a foot thick. Only a couple dozen giants existed in all of Fillory, as even its magically abundant ecosystems couldn't sustain more. 6 had answered the call for this battle. Profound stillness fell over the field. Then it was the Great Salt River that moved. Having just crossed it, the Lorian army now found it rising from its banks at the command of the water nymphs, transforming into a directed tsunami that crashed into their ranks. A great many soldiers were swept away. Elliot had extracted a promise from the nymphs to drown as few as possible, though they were welcome to humiliate them by other means. Some of those who remained standing, soaked and sputtering, still wanted to fight, their courage apparently undimmed. Elliot mused. They must have had profoundly rough upbringings. Welcome to the club, he thought dryly. Membership isn't all that exclusive. He and his allies proceeded to ensure their adulthood wasn't any easier. It required 4 long days of relentless pressure to drive the Lorians back to Grudge Gap. You can only hustle a defeated army along at a certain pace. This was where Elliot finally called a halt and issued his challenge for a champion. Now, at dawn, the pass provided a perfectly bleak stage with sheer, dizzying mountain walls climbing on either side, scarred by trails of scree and glistening meltwater channels. Above them, ice-capped peaks, untouched by any climber as far as Elliot knew, save for the rosy dawn light now brushing their summits, towered against the brightening sky. The terms were simple: single combat, leader against champion. If Elliot prevailed, the Lorians would retreat and never return. That was the deal. If the Lorian champion who went by the inexplicable name Vile Father won, well, it hardly mattered. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. The two lines faced each other across 50 yards of eerily quiet ground. The pass seemed engineered for this moment, its walls forming a natural amphitheater. The floor was a level expanse of firm, coarse, gray sand, meticulously cleared of any stone larger than a pebble overnight. Elliot scuffed his boot in it like a hitter digging in at the plate. Vile Father didn't look like a man steeling himself for the most significant duel of his life. He looked like someone bored at a bus stop. He hadn't assumed a fighting posture. He merely stood there, soft-shouldered and paunchy, which was just strange. His hands were massive, like twin king crabs. Though Elliot conceded he probably didn't look much less peculiar himself, clad not in armor but in a billowy white silk shirt and leather trousers. His weapons were a long knife in his right hand and a short metal baton in his left. It was likely painfully obvious he had no formal training with either beyond the basics of pointy-end forward. He gave a curt nod to Vile Father. There was no reaction. Seconds ticked by. The social awkwardness of the standoff became palpable. A chill, soft wind whispered through the gap. Vile Father's brown nipples, perched on sagging pectorals, resembled dried figs. His skin was smooth and utterly unmarked by scars, a detail Elliot found somehow more disquieting than a map of old wounds. Then Vile Father simply wasn't there anymore. It wasn't magic. It was some insane, fluid method of movement, like speed skating across solid ground. In a heartbeat, he had closed half the gap between them, driving the point of his weapon, whatever it was, directly toward Elliot's throat at full speed. Elliot barely managed to dodge, a move he shouldn't have been capable of making, like a fool. He'd assumed VF would swing the blade like a sword on the end of that long pole, giving him plenty of warning. That would have been idiotic, but fine lesson learned. It was a thrusting weapon. By all rights, it should already be protruding from the back of Elliot's neck, gleaming with spinal fluid, yet it wasn't because Elliot was wrapped in layers of invisible magical shielding from Fergus's spectral armory, protection that would have saved him even if the blade had struck true. On top of that, he was bolstered by Fergus's a whole lot of other really useful combat spells, which had multiplied his strength several times over and most crucially sharpened his reflexes by a factor of 10 while slowing his perception of time by the same measure. Wait, what? Look, Vile Father dedicated his entire life to mastering the art of killing with a knife on a stick. Was that unfair? Well, while VF was doing squats and drills, Elliot had spent his life studying magic. When he and Janet completed the casting a couple of hours earlier in the cold pre-dawn, he'd been so layered in enchantments he glowed like a life-size neon version of himself. They'd managed to suppress most of that radiance, leaving the armor only occasionally visible, a fleeting, translucent mother-of-pearl flash every minute or so. The trigger for the time and reflex enchantment was a simple twitch of Elliot's nose. He did it now, and the world abruptly decelerated. Leaning back from the slowly, gracefully advancing blade, he lost his balance, caught himself with a hand on the sand, rolled clear, and regained his footing before VF had even finished the thrust. But you don't get to be as large and formidable as Vile Father without learning a trick or two. He didn't look surprised or impressed, just converted his momentum into a spinning maneuver aimed at striking Iliot's stomach with the pole's butt. I suppose gawking in awe doesn't get you far on the battlefield. Iliot, however, was impressed. Watching it all in slow motion, you had to admire the man's athletic grace. It was practically ballet. Iliot observed the wooden staff drifting toward his midsection, steadied himself, and with all the time in the world smashed down on it as hard as he could with his metal baton. The wood snapped cleanly about 3 feet from the end. Fergus, wherever you are, I heart you, VF. Adjusted instantly, reaching out with a free hand to catch the spinning broken piece midair. Iliot batted it away before fingers could close around it, watching it drift out of reach at a serene lunar pace. Then, since he had a little time to spare, he dropped the baton and slapped Vile Father across the face with his open hand. Personal violence didn't come naturally to Iliot. In truth, he found it repugnant. What can he say? A sensitive soul, blessed and cursed with a tender heart. Plus, VF's cheek was unpleasantly slick with sweat and oil. He wished he'd worn gloves or even gauntlets. He thought of the dead hermit and the scorched trees, but even so he held back. With his strength and speed amplified like this, he had no idea how to measure the force of the blow. For all he knew, he might rip the man's face clean off. He didn't, thank goodness, but Vile Father certainly felt it. In slow motion, you could see his jowls ripple halfway around his head. That was going to leave a bruise emboldened. Iliot let the knife fall from his hand and close the distance, landing 2 sharp, practiced hooks to Vile Father's ribs, his signature punch, just as his instructor had always said. Vile Father took the hits, then retreated a few paces, gasping for air and perhaps reconsidering his entire existence. Iliot pressed forward, jabbing and slapping with a fluid left-right rhythm. My sister, my daughter, the words pulsed in time with his heartbeat. His blood was singing now. This fight belonged to him completely. He hadn't asked for it, but he was damn sure going to end it. There was a strange, almost meditative calm in moving this fast. It carved out space to reflect, to weigh the choices that had brought him here. On the whole, Iliot was content with his exactly where he was meant to be, living a life so full and true that he wondered how many across the multiverse could claim the same. Each morning he rose with purpose, pursued it through the day, and rested each night with pride. He believed he was a good high king, and the evidence supported him. The people were happy. Fillory, when not actively being sabotaged, wasn't just good, it was glorious. It took a spectacular degree of malicious mismanagement to ruin it, and Iliot was determined never to let that happen again, especially not by the likes of the Lorians. If he had one lingering regret, it centered on Quentin. A full year had passed since Quentin's dethronement and exile, and Julia's departure for the far side, a shock that had rattled everyone, Iliot most of all, or a very close second. The ensuing year had been peaceful, prosperous, and in some ways lighter with Josh and Poppy's more easygoing reign, replacing the intense brooding of Quentin and Julia. Yet Iliot missed Quentin fiercely. For all his flaws, Quentin had been his closest friend here, and he'd finally been hitting his stride. That last wild adventure had sanded away his lingering adolescent awkwardness, revealing his better qualities. His sharp curiosity, his keen intelligence, his fierce loyalty, his tender, bruised heart. Fillory felt dimmer without him. Nobody loved this world as Quentin did, not even its high king. Nobody grasped its mysteries or reveled in its wonders quite like him, and nobody was better at patching things up when they fell apart, and Quentin was missing so much. The crisis following Martin Chatwin's passing had given way to a radiant new golden age, a time of legend, noble quests, and marvels unfolding in an endless summer. Just this season, Iliot and the others had driven a great barbed dragon from a box canyon in the Cock's Teeth and reclaimed 2 named blades from its treasure. They'd tracked a pair of 50-headed trolls through the darkling woods, pinned them in a clearing, and listened to the sputtering crackle like ice melting in a stiff drink as they turned to stone at dawn. Iliot had even adopted a bristling, spitting troll cat as a pet. Quentin would have adored that creature. Honestly, Iliot worried, Quentin could handle himself capably, except for those moments when he couldn't. Steady on an even keel, But the last time Elliot saw him, that keel looked decidedly unsteady. Since the day of the banishment, Elliot had been quietly plotting a way to bring him back, though progress was slow. It lingered in the back of his mind that if he could defeat Vile Father and save the realm, perhaps Ember might grant a boon. He would ask for Quentin's pardon. In truth, that hope was half the reason he'd arranged this duel. Speaking of which, Vile Father was shuffling forward again, his stolid, hog-like face still devoid of expression. Elliot thought he should be striking more fear into his opponent, but it was what it was. He briefly let time resume its normal flow, taking a quick gasp of air. Vile Father was spinning his shortened weapon in a complex, looping motion, a maneuver that proved utterly useless. Slowing time once more, Elliot ducked beneath the swing, maneuvering around it to hammer the man's torso like a punching bag, aiming to steal his breath. He should have been more cautious. Elliot had misjudged Vile Father's endurance, or perhaps overestimated the damage he was inflicting. He had certainly misjudged how swiftly VF could move even within Elliot's warped time, and how thoroughly VF had read his arrogant, green opponent. Even while absorbing a storm of blows, Vile Father bulled forward, locking his arms around Elliot in a crushing embrace. No matter, Elliot would just slip free, except he couldn't. It was far more difficult than anticipated. A single moment of doubt had sealed his fate. Now Vile Father's unnervingly smooth face, yellowed teeth, and hot, meaty breath were right against him, those powerful arms beginning their terrible squeezing pressure. VF had clearly reasoned that speed meant nothing if your foe couldn't budge, so he'd absorbed the punishment to secure this clinch. He had succeeded, and now with a slow, grinding inevitability, he was trying to squeeze the life from Elliot while attempting to sink his teeth into Elliot's ear. Enough. This man was strong and had all the advantage, but he wasn't beyond human limits. Elliot felt utterly engulfed, and he hadn't drawn a full breath in half a minute. He began forcing his way out. It remained agonizingly difficult. He had no angle, no purchase, and Vile Father was living up to his name with vile determination. But through a desperate, writhing effort, Elliot tore himself from the man's grasp and stumbled back several paces. He was still finding his footing when a searing, pinpoint pain erupted behind his shoulder. He arched away from the fiery sensation with a sharp cry. Nothing from Lorien should penetrate spectral armor. He spun clear, still faster than Vile Father, but not by the margin he expected. In real time, their exchange must have been a frenetic blur. This guy had enchanted gear. Elliot should have inspected that blade more closely. It had to be Philorian metal, magical alloy. He probably stole it from that hermit. Elliot fumed. I bet it's forged from a Philorian plowshare. That was the final straw. Something in Elliot shattered. Regaining his stance, he pivoted around the weapon, seized the remaining haft, and ripped it from Vile Father's grip. Taking some skin along with it, he noted with satisfaction. He hurled it with every ounce of strength he possessed, with all the force Fergus could muster. It was still climbing as it vanished into the shroud of clouds clinging to a distant peak. Elliot settled into his stance, just as his boxing coach had drilled into him, and advanced with a shuffling step. The boxing lessons were mostly for cardio, and a welcome excuse to admire the instructor's spectacular physique, a sight compelling enough to make Elliot forget about online distractions. But they had their practical uses, too. Jab, jab, cross, hook, hook. His punches were now sharp, authoritative, and unrestrained. He was driving Vile Father backward, off balance. Elliot found himself snarling, spitting words with each impact. "You killed a hermit, you disgusting, sweaty freak. Don't you dare, I'm not finished with you." They were nearly pressed against the Loria front line when Elliot drove his foot into the Vile Father's groin. Acting on a long-held private impulse, he hooked the man's leg and sent him spinning in a deliberate clockwise arc, dropping him with a heavy, resonant thud onto the compacted sand. Even as the figure stirred, Elliot delivered a sharp kick to his face. He was done with these people. This was his realm, his nation. He released the magic all at once, the enhanced strength, the swiftness, the protective armor, letting it all fall away. Go! Well, Almost all of it, his voice, still magically amplified, rolled through the stone pass like a peal of thunder. He snatched up the splintered haft of the vile father's weapon and hurled it into the ground. It struck the sand and stood upright, a fortunate bit of drama for his purposes. Go, let this broken spear stand as the boundary between our lands. If any person crosses it, man or woman, I cannot promise their safety. Philary's mercy is vast, but her memory is longer and her retribution is fearsome. Not exactly poetic genius. You challenge the ram, he added. You face the horns, best to stop there. Eliot fixed the Lorien forces with a fierce, kingly glare, then turned and strode away, murmuring a quiet enchantment. Behind him, he heard the gentle rustle and groan of the wooden shaft, taking root and swelling into a full ash tree. A little predictable, perhaps, but some tropes endure for a reason. Eliot continued walking, his breath gradually steadying. He had done it. He had shown everyone that when pressed, the High King would risk everything. The pass stretched north to south, and now the sun was just breaking over the eastern ridge, having already brightened the rest of Fillory for an hour. The ranks of his own soldiers opened to let him pass. God, it felt good to be king sometimes. Few things in life match the satisfaction of having your own troops part before you, especially right after you'd handed a well-deserved, very public defeat to an adversary. He avoided meeting the eyes of the common soldiers, though he did raise 2 fingers toward the eldest of the giants in a gesture of acknowledgment, a personal debt for showing up when it counted. I owe you one. The giant dipped its massive head solemnly in return. Their kind always played a long game. Returning to normal time after half an hour of perceiving the world in slow motion felt strange and jarring. Everything now seemed frenetically fast, plants swaying, clouds scudding, people speaking rapidly. It was a crisp, clear morning, and the cold air washed over his overheated mind like a soothing balm. He decided he would walk the entire mile back to the Philorian camp alone. Why not? Several people tried to fuss over the wound in his shoulder, which was probably still seeping blood, and now began to throb with a sharp, insistent pain as the adrenaline faded. But he didn't want their attention, not just yet, all in due time. The war with Loria was finished. Life was good. Curious how, just when you believed you knew yourself completely, you could stumble upon a new kind of fortitude, an untapped reservoir of power within, and suddenly find yourself shining a little brighter, burning a little fiercer than ever before. Eliot felt that Quentin would have grasped that feeling. "Honey, I'm home!" He pushed the tent flap aside. "Keep saying that," Janet replied, not looking up from the large trestle table. "Maybe one day it'll actually become funny." Leaning over vast maps of Philorian terrain, scattered with the miniature figurines they'd used to track their short but triumphant campaign against Loria. Eliot had commissioned the tiny pieces specifically to represent both sides, not strictly necessary. Given there were only 2 armies and a single front, this was no complex war game, but they'd enjoyed moving them around the maps with long wooden paddles. The tent glowed with a soft pink light, filtered through its crimson silk walls. Eliot sank into an armchair. Despite the altitude, the air inside was thick and warm. Fillory's seasons were capricious, and they'd been stuck in an endless stretch of summer for what felt like ages. It had been glorious at first, but now the heat was becoming oppressive. "Did you handle our paternal problem?" "I did," Eliot replied. "My hero," Janet said, coming around the table to kiss his cheek. "Did you finish him off?" "I didn't kill him, just knocked him senseless. I would have ended him." "Next time, you're up." "Gladly, but there won't be a next time. What a pity." Janet settled into the other chair. "Since I assumed you'd win, I called a pair of Pegasi to fly us back to Whitespire. They'll be here shortly." "Care to see my battle scar? Let's have a look." Eliot twisted in his seat, just enough to reveal the gash vile father had torn in his shoulder. Whether it was the deltoid or trapezius, he couldn't recall. "Lovely," Janet remarked. "You're staining the upholstery, that's all?" "You're staining the upholstery. I'd offer you a medal, but we both know you'd just demand one anyway. And I shall have one." Eliot shut his eyes, a sudden weariness washing over him even though it was barely past 9 in the morning. The adrenaline had faded, leaving a faint tremor in his hands. He kept seeing vile father's face inches from his own, that crushing weight on his chest. "I'll design it myself. Maybe I'll found an order, the Order of the Shattered Lance. It'll honor those who show exceptional bravery. People like me. How inspiring. Are you fit to fly?" "Yes, I'm fit to fly." This was how he and Janet always spoke. The Felorians never quite understood. They assumed High King Eliot and Queen Janet despised each other, but in truth, with Quentin gone, Janet had become his closest ally. Eliot figured it was partly because neither of them found lasting romance particularly appealing or easy to sustain, so they often ended up without serious partners, leaning on each other for witty company. He used to fret that his avoidance of a long-term relationship signaled some deep flaw, emotional immaturity perhaps, or a fear of commitment. But lately those worries had faded. He didn't feel stunted or afraid. He simply preferred being on his own. Not like Josh and Poppy, within weeks of claiming their thrones they were a pair, and engaged within months. No one predicted it. Yet now it was hard to imagine them apart. Eliot sometimes wondered if the crowns themselves held an old enchantment, one that pushed unmarried royals together to secure the lineage. After failing to pair him with Janet, maybe the magic had turned to Josh and Poppy with better success. It could be true, but they genuinely seemed in love. Eliot admired Poppy for seeing what made Josh special, a quality not everyone noticed. Josh wasn't conventionally handsome, and while he was just as sharp as the rest of them, he didn't flaunt it. No, Josh's gift was his enormous, generous heart. It had taken Eliot years to recognize that Poppy had figured it out far faster. Now the two were deeply settled, and just last week they'd confided that Poppy was expecting. The news wasn't public yet, but she was beginning to show. The kingdom would rejoice. There hadn't been a royal birth in centuries. It left Eliot with a faint, hollow feeling, a quiet loneliness, but only a whisper of one. Life was long. There would be time for all that if he ever decided he wanted it. He was the High King in a legendary era. His task now was to accumulate tales of greatness. Outside he heard the thud of hooves on grass, and the stiff tip of a wing brushed against the silk wall near his head. The Pegasi had arrived. Eliot forced his eyes open and pushed himself upright. The bleeding seemed to have stopped, though his shirt clung stiffly to the wound. He remembered Quentin taking an arrow in that same spot once. They'd patched him up at Whitespire, and Quentin had insisted they leave a decent scar, not bothering to wait for Janet. Eliot composed his kingly expression and stepped out of the tent. The Pegasi were pacing restless circles on the frost-touched grass, their vast eagle-like wings still partly unfurled. They detested standing still, marvelous creatures, pure white and seemingly weightless, yet they possessed the solid, muscular build of any warhorse, with twisting blue veins visible beneath their skin like cables under a carpet. Their hooves, platinum or something just as bright, caught the morning light. They halted and fixed him with an expectant gaze. They could speak, but rarely bothered, not even for the High King. "Janet," he shouted, "on my way. Just leave everything. The attendants will handle it, right?" She emerged a moment later, hands free, now dressed in riding jodhpurs. "You know, it occurred to me," she said, with the army already mobilized, "why not use the momentum? Push forward and take Loria." "Take Loria," exactly. "Then we march the whole force to the Netherlands, go through the fountain, and take Earth." "How simple would that be, sometimes," Eliot replied. "I genuinely cannot tell when you're joking. I have the same issue." The Pegasi appeared even more impatient than usual to leave the ground. They barely held still long enough for Eliot and Janet to climb on. Since Pegasi refused saddles, you simply grabbed mane, neck, or feathers, whatever you could reach. Eliot felt powerful muscles shifting beneath the creature's skin as it thrust upward into the sky. They spiraled higher, his ears popping, the camp dwindling below. He could make out the pass where he'd faced the vile father, the Felorian ranks still drawn in orderly lines, the Lorian forces straggling homeward. At about 1,000 feet, the Pegasi leveled off and turned southeast toward Whitespire. Eliot always loved Fillory, but never more than from the air, when the land unfolded beneath him like a map from some cherished childhood book, one he'd stared at for hours, wishing he could tumble right into it, almost believing he could, and Eliot had tumbled. From this height he traced the ancient, mysterious stone walls that quilted the green landscape, their origins and purpose long forgotten. In places they lay broken, scattered by weather or creatures or people who'd needed the stones for more urgent uses. Dark hedges bordered the main roads for miles, appearing from above as tidy parallel lines, though up close they grew as dense and imposing as Norman hedgerows. He noted mentally where the greenery was getting unruly. He'd have to speak to the master of hedge. Then they plunged into a bank of white cloud, and Fillory disappeared. Here, clouds weren't the damp, disappointing blankets of the real world. They brushed past, warm and soft and cottony, just substantial enough to be comforting. Forget marriage, forget children, forget passion itself. This was his romance. This fantasy realm he guided onward into the future, world without end, until the day he died and they erected tastefully idealized statues in his honor. It was all he needed. It would always be enough. When they broke through the clouds, the great northern marsh sprawled below. Nasty things down there, he knew. And there the water churned over a wide stretch as the mottled back of some enormous living thing slipped beneath the surface, vanishing into the black bog. Maybe one day, if he ever grew truly bored, he'd lead an expedition in to see what lurked down there. Or maybe, he thought with a dry smile, he'd just leave well enough alone. Eliot gazed into the swamp below, his mind adrift in the stillness. When he finally lifted his eyes, he realized their formation had shifted. They were no longer two, but three. Ember had appeared, gliding silently between him and Janet. It had been a while since Eliot last stood in the presence of the god. High King, the ram's voice rumbled, a resonant bass that cut cleanly through the rushing wind. We must speak. Ember moved without wings, without even the pretense of galloping. Only the occasional stir of air through his dense, woolly curls hinted at his motion. He flew as if resting on some unseen platform, his stiff legs folded neatly beneath him. "Hey there, Eliot," called back, forcing a cheerful tone. "I'm all ears. You have secured a mighty triumph for Fillory this day." "I'm aware, thank you. Maybe now was the moment to mention Quentin." But Ember continued, his tone grave. "This was but a single battle. A war is awakening, Eliot. A war we are destined to lose. The final war." "Hold on, I don't follow. What are you saying?" This wasn't the speech Eliot had imagined. He'd expected lavish praise, paternal pride, perhaps even a reward. "What war are you seeing?" Janet shouted over the wind. "We demolished them. Eliot finished it. It's done. Have you paused to consider how the Lorians breached the northern barrier into our lands?" "Well, sure," Eliot conceded. The thought crossed my mind. The ancient enchantments are failing. This incursion was only a sign foretold in older days. The war we are losing is against time itself. "Right," Eliot said flatly. "Okay, was it, though? A war with time." He had a faint memory of something like this from the Fillory books, but it had been years since he'd read them, and even then he'd never been one for close study. Not for the first time he felt Quentin's absence like a physical ache. "The end is nearly upon us, Eliot," Ember intoned. "The end of what? Of all things," Ember replied. "Of this realm, this world. Fillory is perishing." "What? Oh, come on. That was absurd. A low blow, really? Fillory wasn't dying. Fillory was thriving, victorious. This was the age of legends, a world without end. What are you talking about?" Ember offered no answer. Instead, the Pegasus spoke for the first time. Eliot had never heard one utter a word. "Oh, not this," it said, releasing a weary equine sigh. "Not again." Chapter 6. They departed the bookstore in two separate vehicles. A sleek black Lexus SUV arrived at the loading dock, where Lionel carefully secured the bird cage in the back seat, fastening its seat belt before sliding in beside it. After they pulled away, a long white limousine glided to the curb. Rain continued to patter down. "If I'd known it was prom night," Pixie remarked, "I would have worn a gown." They crowded inside. The setup felt awkwardly close, as if they were strangers accidentally sharing a lengthy cab ride from the airport. But they weren't strangers anymore. They were allies now, comrades in a strange campaign. Quentin found himself wondering if their personal histories were as tangled as his own. He was especially curious about Plum from what little he knew of her story. This wasn't where it was meant to lead. The limo's ceiling was mirrored, the interior upholstered in black velvet accented with strips of cool LED lighting. A moonroof offered the option to stick one's head out into the weather. It wasn't exactly refined, but it was spacious, and the five of them scattered along the padded seats, putting as much distance between each other as possible. No one spoke as the limousine eased into the New Jersey darkness, leaving the parking lot for the turnpike, passing an endless industrial plant glowing with a grid of faint orange lights. For a moment, Quentin was transported back to nights aboard the Muntjac, sailing across the inky black of Fillory's eastern ocean, island to island, with the sound of seawater against wood and a creamy wake trailing behind. Once again, he was moving into the unknown. Then the LEDs flickered to life. The kid had located the controls. He'd selected a swirling disco rainbow pattern. "Can't help it," he said with a grin. "I love the nightlife. So," Plum said, addressing the group, "I'm Plum." "Betsy," said the pixie. Quentin, the older Indian man, inclined his head. "My name is Pushkar." The man with the salt and pepper goatee looked far too calm and ordinary for this kind of affair. All eyes shifted to the teenager. Quentin guessed he was about 15. "You've got to be kidding me," the boy said, his voice cracking slightly. "You're all seriously using your real names?" "No, we're not kidding," Quentin replied. "And yes, we are." "Well, I'm not. You can call me the Artful Dodger Betsy, the one they called the Pixie," let out a sharp laugh. "Not a chance." "What's wrong with the Artful Dodger? It's from Oliver Twist." "I know what it's from. I'm still not calling you that." "Fine. I'm not going to be Fagin either." "Maybe we should call you Stoppard," Quentin suggested. The boy looked utterly lost. "I don't get it. Is that from Oliver?" "That," Pushkar interjected smoothly, "is the name of the man who wrote the book you were reading earlier at the bookstore. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead? Geez, I thought that stuff was Shakespeare." "Well," Pushkar said with a pleasant smile, "you were mistaken. Fine, whatever. I'm Stoppard. Happy?" "Stoppard, please set the lighting system to a neutral white." Stoppard let out an exaggerated sigh, but complied. Under the stark white light, Quentin got a clearer look at his unlikely companions. They resembled anything but a crew of elite thieves. The whole scene felt more like he'd enlisted in a magical version of the French Foreign Legion, a collection of misfits and cast-offs, united only because no one else would have them. Leaning back, he caught a stale odor of spilled beer and old cigarette smoke, the lingering ghosts of forgotten celebrations. "Does anybody actually know where we're headed?" Betsy asked, studying her reflection in the tinted ceiling. "If I had to guess," Plum offered, "I'd say Newark." "You don't have to guess," Stoppard announced smugly. "We're going to the Newark Liberty International Airport Marriott." "How could you possibly know that?" "I saw the driver type it into the GPS." "Now, that is some master-level reconnaissance," Betsy said, shaking her head. "Damn, I was hoping for at least a DoubleTree. They have those warm cookies of the whole group. She was the only one who seemed to fit the part, brash, aggressive, with a sharp edge to her humor." But beneath the banter, Quentin sensed a resilience, a hardness earned from past struggles. "So, have any of you actually done something like this before?" Plum pressed, determined to keep the conversation alive. Like what? What? Stoppard shot back. "Like stealing something." "Exactly. Like stealing something." "Downloading pirated movies doesn't count," Betsy clarified. "I have," Quentin said. "Really." Betsy arched one of her dramatic eyebrows, her expression deeply skeptical. "Do tell. What have you stolen?" "A crown. Some keys." Betsy didn't look impressed, not even reluctantly. "Anyone else? I've stolen things," Stoppard declared. "Like what?" "Like I'm going to tell you." He yanked open the minibar, found it empty, and slammed it shut in disgust. "Cheap crowd, like you're such a connoisseur. How old are you, 12? "It's not a crow, it's a blackbird," Plum corrected almost absently. "Crows have black beaks. This one's was brown." The atmosphere in the limousine was absurdly light-hearted, as if they were just tourists sharing a gondola ride, passing around a flask before inevitably parting ways at the mountaintop. The irony was they wouldn't be parting ways. The strange, sobering thought settled over Quentin. He might have to trust these people with his life. "Tell me," Pushkar said, breaking the momentary silence, "who here attended break bills?" "What's break bills?" Stoppard asked, genuinely curious. "Oh, for God's sake," Betsy muttered, looking like she was considering leaping into oncoming traffic. "It's like a rolling, dysfunctional breakfast club in here. Clock. Plum retorted, a defensive edge creeping into her voice. I'm probably here because they need someone who works with illusions, Quentin offered. Pushkar answered briskly, My focus is transportation, with a touch of foresight, stoppered. Gadgets and devices, he said with clear pride. Quentin quietly marked him as a prodigy, or at least remarkably advanced for his age, that would account for his youth and the bird's particular attention. All right then, Betsy cut in. I suppose I handle offense, breaching defenses, causing damage. What about you, Quentin? She said it, like she wasn't entirely sure that was his real name. Not a lot, he admitted. My specialty is repair, mending things. Mending? Stoppard snorted. What the hell do we need someone who fixes stuff for? Your guess is as good as mine. You'd have to ask the bird. Quentin was increasingly certain that wasn't the reason he'd been brought along. Thankfully, the ride was brief. The limousine pulled up beneath the lit awning of the airport Marriott. Bellhops in tacky uniforms swarmed the car, likely hoping for drunk free-spending newlyweds. They were in for a letdown. I cannot wait to get out of this vehicle, Betsy announced. Speak for yourself, Plum replied. I never got to go to prom. Lionel and the bird had booked 3 suites. The 5 of them were gathered on an oversized beige sectional sofa in one of the living rooms, awaiting instructions. Betsy flipped through a room service menu. The bird pecked at nuts from the minibar. A cluster of Heinekens sat on the coffee table, though only Stoppard was drinking, and from his expression, this might well have been his first beer. All right, Lionel began, sounding like a bored tech support agent explaining the painfully obvious. He stood by the flat-screen TV, which he'd unplugged. He touched the screen and an image materialized. Apparently he could project visuals straight from his mind, a trick Quentin hadn't encountered before. This is the case, not the actual one, but the same make and model. It was a good-looking yet understated leather suitcase, a pale tan color, pleasingly worn, very British in style, with an array of neat straps and clasps. It looked perfectly suited for a weekend in the countryside. So we're hunting for Bertie Wooster, Quentin quipped. No one laughed. We're fairly confident it's somewhere on the East Coast, Lionel continued. A map flashed onto the blank TV, displaying the eastern states with several possible locations marked and labeled. We also believe the people currently in possession of it don't understand what they have. As far as we know, they haven't managed to open it. Why not just buy it from them, Plum asked, if they're clueless. You clearly have the funds. We tried, Lionel said. They don't know what it is, but they're convinced it's significant, and they refuse to part with it until they've cracked the mystery. They obtained it as part of a collection of artifacts from a dealer who we believe they murdered. Sadly, our efforts to purchase it have only made them more certain of its worth.
Hold on,
Stoppard interrupted, his eyes wide. He seemed more thrilled than horrified and took another quick gulp of beer. They killed the dealer, her, and yes, one thing you don't need to worry about with these people is your conscience, Lionel stated flatly. They're top-tier ashholes. They go by the couple. 2 photographs appeared side by side on the screen. A man and a woman, both attractive and in their early 30s, clearly taken from a distance with a long lens. They're manipulators. They operate behind the scenes, meddling with ordinary people. They get a kick out of it. The whole world is just a game to them. Quentin frowned. He'd heard of magicians like that, competing to sway the stock market, rig elections, ignite conflicts, even influence papal selections. The mundane world was their personal chessboard. Rumor had it the whole electoral mess of 2000 was mostly a shoving match between 2 magicians settling a private wager. How are we supposed to find them? He asked. Don't worry about that part. I still don't get why you want this thing so badly, Plum said, her voice tinged with a new, sharper skepticism. It wasn't just curiosity anymore, it was doubt, as if she'd just noticed a hidden crack in the plan. You don't have to, the bird replied. We aren't paying you to understand. Well, no, I suppose not. It just feels a bit questionable. Betsy let out a sharp laugh. Questionable. I love that you're having a conversation with a bird in an airport Marriott. Betsy wasn't wrong. Quentin desperately wanted to pull Plum aside and ask her why she was involved, what she really knew. And if she was okay, he was concerned for her. And frankly, he needed someone on his side. She was the obvious choice. Betsy picked up the phone and started murmuring confidentially to room service. "You're absolutely certain we don't need more people," he pressed. "What about a psychic or a healer? I am certain. When do you anticipate this occurring?" Pushkar asked. How soon of the entire group he looked the least like a seasoned thief. He didn't even look much like a magician. Perhaps it was a disguise. He certainly appeared the most at ease with the bizarre situation. "We don't know," Lionel stated. "Yes, but are we talking weeks, months? I must inform my family." He was also the only one wearing a wedding ring. "I am not residing in the Newark Airport Marriott for months," Betsy interrupted her phone call. "For your information, or weeks? Or even one single week. The only natural fibers in my room are the hairs in the bathtub. We'll inform you as soon as we know." "So, to summarize," Quentin said, a hint of sarcasm creeping into his tone, "two dangerous individuals, known killers who are, with all due respect, significantly more intimidating than we are, have a suitcase somewhere along the East Coast, exact location unknown, contents unknown, secured under an unbreakable incorporate bond, and we are going to steal it from them. We have the advantage of numbers," the bird stated, "and the element of surprise. If this succeeds, I, for one, will be utterly astonished," Pushkar said brightly. "Is there something you're withholding from us?" "What about that incorporate bond?" Plum interjected. "How are we supposed to break it, considering that's supposed to be impossible?" "We will have to accomplish the impossible," the bird said, "which is precisely why I hired magicians and not accountants. I mentioned resources earlier. We will address each of your individual requirements." The meeting slowly fell apart. Quentin stood up. They could discuss his so-called needs later. Right now, he needed fresh air, some food, and perhaps a drink to mark the start of his new criminal career. Something soft brushed his ear and tickled his shoulder, and he fought the instinct to swat at it. It was the bird. "Good grief," he exclaimed. "Don't do that. Maybe you could get used to it." Julia had. Do you know why I invited you here?" it whispered, its beak nearly touching his ear. "I could venture a fairly accurate guess. It is not for your skill at mending." That wasn't going to be my guess. The bird flew off again, returning to Lionel's shoulder, which Quentin now noticed was frayed and discolored from frequent use. Plum agreed to meet him in the hotel bar. The lighting was harsh and there were too many televisions, but it was a bar, and like bookstores, bars were a place where Quentin felt comfortable. Drinks were rather similar to books. When you thought about it, no matter where you were, a vodka tonic was essentially the same, and you could rely on it to transport you somewhere better, or at least make your current circumstances feel more tolerable. The other customers seemed to be business travelers and tourists stranded by flight cancellations. Glancing around, Quentin was fairly certain not a single person in the bar was there by genuine choice. This was no moment for hesitation. He took a seat beside Plum and ordered a dry gin martini with a twist. "I thought you were more of a wine person," Plum said. She had ordered mineral water. "Lately I've had to increase my dosage." "I thought you were a wine person too." "Right now I think I'd better try to keep my wits about me." They watched the TV for a minute, a soccer match. The vibrant green field looked refreshing and appealing. It was almost a pity it was covered with players. She didn't seem eager to speak first, so he did. "So how did they recruit you?" "A letter," she said. "That night when I returned to my room, the package was already lying on my bed. I'm still puzzling over how they managed that. Honestly, it's the most remarkable thing I've seen in this entire strange arrangement so far." "Are you absolutely certain this is where you want to be?" "Of course I'm not certain," Plum shot back, her voice tight. "I want to be back in my dorm, finishing my senior year like any normal student. But that ship has sailed, so here I am. I'm only thinking about the danger involved. Join the club, but my options aren't exactly plentiful at the moment. Don't lose sleep over it. You're not my keeper anymore, I'm aware. And that isn't an invitation for you to flirt with me." "For God's sake," he sighed, "cut me a little slack." He sensed her anger wasn't truly directed at him. He wanted to help. His own shift from the structured world of break bills to the messy reality outside hadn't been smooth either. Upon graduation, he'd imagined life unfolding like some grand epic, with himself as the protagonist on a heroic quest. expecting the world to serve up a neat sequence of villains to conquer and profound lessons to learn. It took him years to understand that wasn't the script life followed. His martini arrived, a twist of lemon peel rested at the bottom of the glass, its oils creating a faint, shimmering film on the surface. He took a swift drink before the chill could fade. "Listen, I'm sorry," Plum said, her tone softening. "I didn't mean to bite your head off. This mess is certainly not your doing. It's just, I'm struggling." She gave a small, helpless shake of her head. "I feel completely lost. I haven't even told my parents what happened. I don't know how to start. Break bills meant everything to them. They're overly invested, I guess. I'm their only child. Would you like me to speak with them?" She considered him for a moment. "No, I don't think that would improve the situation. I was an only child, too, though my parents could be described as profoundly underinvested." "Exactly, but for my folks, this is going to shatter their world." "But it's a good thing they care so much," Quentin offered. "I don't want to sound naively optimistic, but if they truly love you, that won't change because of this." "Oh, they'll still love me," Plum said, her voice climbing again with a bitter edge. "They'll love me just fine. They'll just spend the next 30 years looking at me like I'm some wounded sparrow with a permanent limp." She took an aggressive sip of her sparkling water through the straw, the ice clinking after a pause. She continued, "I don't know. This opportunity appeared, and I'm utterly clueless, so I figured I'd check it out. And now I'm checking. At least it's something new. What's your story?" "Roughly the same," Quentin said. A letter arrived. "I intended to toss it, but then I found myself unexpectedly unemployed. My curiosity got the better of me. And now we're sharing a drink." "Don't misunderstand," she said. "I do feel somewhat responsible for that. Let it go. I just think, honestly, forget it. I made my own decisions." He said it calmly. It was simply the truth. "So, do you think we can actually pull this off?" "I haven't the faintest idea," Quentin admitted. "Our benefactor is investing a small fortune. They must have a reasonable degree of confidence, or a reasonable degree of desperation." Quentin could feel the martini beginning its work, a cool numbing spread through his thoughts, glazing his mind like a first frost. He'd skipped dinner, and the alcohol was taking effect quickly. He considered ordering a second. "Do you miss break bills?" She kept her eyes averted. On the TV above the bar, a soccer ball ricocheted off the goal post with a sharp thwack. "Constantly?" he said. "But I'm adjusting. It's not the most terrible sensation in the world. There's a whole life beyond school. I'm attempting to embrace that." "Now you really do sound like a Pollyanna." Quentin allowed himself a grin. It was becoming clear that Plum would navigate this. She was young and inexperienced, but she was also remarkably resilient and sharp. Perhaps they could be of use to each other. He caught the bartender's attention and pointed to his empty glass. "Here's what I've been turning over in my mind," he said, lowering his voice. "I'm wondering how we're supposed to get that suitcase open, if the couple themselves can't manage it." "I've been developing a theory about that. I doubt you'll enjoy it, honestly." "Why wouldn't I?" "Because I don't," Plum replied. "There's something about me you should know. Hey, you two." A hand clapped them both on the shoulder simultaneously. It was Stoppard, grinning broadly. "What are we having?" He radiated the kind of joy only someone experiencing their first real buzz could muster. It was a wonder the bar was still serving him, given he was both underage and visibly over his limit. He squinted at them, his expression turning suspicious. "Hold on," he slurred. "Do you two already know each other or something? You could say that," Quentin offered. "It's not what it looks like," Plum added quickly. "Sure, sure," Stoppard winked with exaggerated understanding. "I bet." "It really isn't," Quentin insisted. "I basically ruined his life," Plum stated flatly. "And mine, along with it. You know what? I think I will take that drink now." Chapter 7. Calling it an innocent prank would be stretching the truth. Plum herself had to concede it wasn't exactly pure of heart. Maybe, on some level, that was part of the appeal. As the unelected yet unquestioned president and founder of the League, Plum had sold the idea to the others as a revival of a grand old break bills tradition. It wasn't, of course. She'd actually gotten the inspiration from a P.G. Wodehouse story, but with the school being over 4 centuries old, she felt confident some similar group must have existed once. You couldn't prove it hadn't. The core issue was Wharton. Acting like a jerk, and in the League's collective judgment, he needed to be taken down a peg. Maybe then he'd knock it off, or at least dial back the obnoxiousness. If nothing else, the League would get the satisfaction of seeing him pay a little for his crimes. Not innocent, perhaps, but perfectly understandable. And really, was there even such a thing as a truly innocent prank Plum adored Brakebills? It was November of her senior year, and not a shred of fatigue had set in. She loved its dense tapestry of rituals, traditions, and campus lore with a sincere, unapologetic passion. If anything, she thought there should be more of them, a primary reason she'd founded the League in the first place. They gathered after hours in a peculiar trapezoidal study nook near the West Tower, a spot Plum was convinced had slipped through the cracks of the faculty's security wards, making it a safe haven for curfew breaking. She lay flat on her back on the floor, her preferred posture for conducting League affairs. The other girls were draped over couches and chairs around the room, looking spent and loose-limbed like the leftover confetti after a party that was fun, but everyone was secretly glad was over. With a subtle flick of her will, Plum cast a small spell that swallowed all sound within a 10-yard radius. When Plum worked magic, people paid attention. "Let's put it to a vote," she announced, her tone solemn. "All in favor of pranking Wharton, say aye." The chorus of ayes came back in a mix of righteous fervor, board agreement, and theatrical solemnity. From her vantage point on the floor, eyes closed, her long brown hair fanned out on the carpet. Once plush, but now worn to a hard, shiny gray, it sounded unanimous. She didn't bother calling for nays. It was decided. Wharton's offense wasn't a capital crime, but a line had been crossed. The League would see to it that he faced consequences. On the couch, Darcy slouched low, gazing at her reflection in a long mirror with a chipped gilt frame. Her hair was a magnificent 1970s-style afro, complete with a pick tucked into the curls. With both of her elegant brown hands, she idly worked a minor enchantment on her reflection, making it stretch and compress in a slow, rhythmic pulse, stretch, squish, stretch, squish. Plum watched as Darcy's head swelled to the size of a beach ball, elongating like a novelty balloon. The mechanics of the mirror magic were lost on Plum. That was Darcy's specialty. It felt a bit like showing off, but then again, Darcy rarely got a chance to flex this particular skill. The situation with Wharton was straightforward. At Brakebills, the first-year students typically handled dinner service, eating their own meals later. However, a single fourth-year student was traditionally selected each year to act as the wine steward, overseeing pairings and pours and entrusted with the key to the wine cellar. Wharton had earned this privilege, and not without cause. He possessed an impressive knowledge of wine, or at least he could recite the names of countless regions and appellations from memory. Yet, according to the League, Wharton had betrayed the honor of his position by consistently underpouring the wine, particularly for the fifth-year students known as the Finns, who were entitled to 2 full glasses with dinner. These were seriously short pours, more like 2/3 of a glass. Everyone had noticed Plum herself wasn't much of a drinker, but the League viewed any tampering with their wine supply as a grave offense. For such a transgression there could be no pardon. "What do you think he does with it all?" Emma wondered aloud. "Does with what?" "All that extra wine. He has to be skimming it. I bet he walks away with an extra bottle every night, completely off the books." The League consisted of 8 girls, 6 of whom were present. Emma was the only second year among them. "I don't know," Plum mused. "I suppose he drinks it." "He couldn't possibly finish a whole bottle by himself every night," Darcy countered. "Him and his boyfriend, then." What's his name? It's Greek. Epifanio," Darcy and Chelsea said in unison. Chelsea was lounging on the opposite end of the couch, knees tucked up, idly attempting to disrupt Darcy's mirror illusions. It was always simpler to ruin someone else's spell than to cast your own, just one of magic's many petty injustices. Darcy scowled, focusing more intently to resist the interference. A faint buzzing sound filled the air, and under the pressure Darcy's reflection began to warp and spiral inward. "Stop it," Darcy insisted. "You're going to shatter the whole thing. Maybe he's got some permanent enchantment running that consumes it," Emma suggested. "Something he has to feed wine to daily, like a virility charm. "Hold on," Plum interjected. "Are you seriously proposing that Wharton has a wine-fueled spell operating non-stop on his anatomy?" Well, Emma's cheeks flushed a deep mauve. She had overreached in front of her senior peers. "You know, he's so muscular." While everyone was momentarily sidetracked by the debate over Wharton's virility, Chelsea managed to make Darcy's reflection crumple inward, eerily, as if being swallowed by a miniature black hole before it disappeared entirely. The mirror now showed an empty space, save for a slight indentation on the couch cushion. "Ha!" Chelsea snorted. "Being buff doesn't automatically mean you're virile." That comment came from Lucy, a pale and deeply philosophical Finn. Her tone carried a hint of what might have been the sting of personal experience. "Anyway, I bet he gives the wine to the ghost." "There is no ghost," Darcy stated flatly. Someone was always claiming Brakebills was haunted. It had become a trend this year, practically a cult. Emma swore she'd seen it once, staring at her through a window. Wharton said he had too. Plum secretly longed for her own ghostly encounter, but you could never find it when you were actively searching. She wasn't entirely convinced it existed. It was like the old stories of a previous league, impossible to prove one way or the other. Speaking of which, Chelsea said, "What does viral actually mean? It means he's got spirit in his equipment." Darcy quipped. "Girls, please," Plum exclaimed. "The state of Wharton's spirit or his equipment is not the point. The question is what we do about the missing wine. Does anyone have a plan?" "You have a plan," Darcy and Chelsea echoed simultaneously once more. The two of them were like a perfectly synchronized act. Plum's mind was a factory of schemes, churning them out with such relentless energy that she felt compelled to broadcast every one. There was a frenetic, almost compulsive quality to her planning. Her latest target was Wharton's peculiar weakness, his pencils. He scorned the standard-issue Brakebills models, which Plum found perfectly adequate, sturdy, deep blue wands stamped with the school's name in gold. Wharton complained they were clumsy, the lead too soft, the feel all wrong, so he imported his own, a collection of absurdly pricey instruments. They were truly distinctive, slender olive-green shafts carved from some dense, fragrant wood that smelled of faraway jungles, capped with brushed steel ferrules that housed not pink erasers, but ones of a deep, light-absorbing black. He carried them in a sleek silver case, which also held a tiny, sharp blade for maintaining their needle-like points. Wharton had clearly been some kind of academic competitor in a past life, because he was forever performing nervous, showy pencil tricks, the sort meant to unnerve opponents in a quiz bowl. The constant, unconscious twirling was insufferable. Plum's scheme was simple. The league would snatch the pencils and ransom them back for answers, specifically a full confession about what he was doing with all that wine and a promise to cease immediately. By 11:30 that night, the league was bleary-eyed. Darcy and Chelsea had finally stabilized Darcy's reflection, only to plunge back into an argument over its control. Yet the mission parameters were set. The plan had been detailed, debated, endorsed, refined, and then, as was tradition, overcomplicated. It had been adorned with petty, spiteful flourishes, and every member had a part to play. It was vigilante justice, but somebody had to maintain order at Brakebills. If the faculty wouldn't act, the league's hands were tied, or rather untied, and ready to act. The administration could look away if it wished, but the league's collective gaze was piercing and unwavering. In the corner, Darcy's captured image flickered and distorted, caught in a magical tug-of-war. "Enough," Darcy snapped, her patience gone. "I said to," she had said, and now it happened. The mirror emitted a sharp metallic tick, like a clock gear snapping forward. A starburst of cracks, white as bone, bloomed in the lower corner, sending a spiderweb of fractures radiating outward. For a heartbeat, Plum felt a surge of irrational dread, as if their small room were a diving bell at the ocean's abyssal plain. The walls buckling and a vast, cold, thoughtless pressure was about to burst through. "Oh, crap," Chelsea gasped, covering her mouth. "Please tell me that wasn't like a priceless antique." Plum woke at 8 the next morning, which was sleeping in for her, but the extra rest left her mind foggy and dull, not refreshed. It was as if all her crisp, planned thoughts had been smudged across the inside of her head. The depressive undercurrent that shadowed her manic energy began to stir. What was the point of all this, it whispered? A colossal waste of time, of energy, even of pencils. She needed to get up, but the significance of everyday objects kept detaching like faded decals peeling off a surface. As a senior who had completed her core requirements, Plum's schedule that term was all specialized seminars. Her first class was a colloquium on 15th century continental magic, a world of elemental forces, bizarre auguries, and the enigmatic works of Johannes Hartlieb. Holly, a fellow member of the League with a round, pleasant face marred only by a port wine stain covering one ear, sat across the table. Plum's mind was so foggy that Holly had to tap her own pointed nose twice with meaning before Plum recalled the signal. Stages 1 and 2 were complete. Stage 1, dubbed crude but effective, had unfolded hours earlier. Chelsea's boyfriend had sneaked her into the boys' tower before dawn under the guise of a romantic rendezvous. After that, Chelsea made her way to Wharton's door with a practiced, unconscious gesture, fingers to temples, eyes rolling back. She slipped into a wispy, silvery astral form. Astral projection was Chelsea's specialty, and watching her was still one of the most stunning displays of magic Plum had ever witnessed. Inside, Chelsea searched until she found the pencil case, lifting it with both barely there hands toward the window. It didn't matter if Wharton saw, in fact. Maybe it was better if he did. From an empty lecture hall across the way, earnest Lucy had a clear line of sight. With a focused effort, she teleported the case 3 feet through the air, just far enough to clear the room, sending it tumbling 40 feet down toward the chilly November ground. There, Emma waited in the bushes, shivering, but ready to catch it with a blanket. No spell required. Effective? Absolutely? Overly complicated? Probably. But that was the League's style. They never took the simple route when an elaborate scheme would do. Then came stage 2. Breakfast of champions. Wharton, frantic from searching his room, would come down late. In his distracted state, he wouldn't pay much attention as Holly, disguised as a first year, served him his morning oatmeal. The first spoonful would give him pause. Instead of brown sugar, the oatmeal would be lightly dusted with fragrant olive green pencil shavings. A little greeting from the League. As the day progressed, Plum found herself getting into the prank spirit. She'd expected to. Mornings were usually the hardest part. It took considerable effort just to be Plum each day, and sometimes she needed those first few hours to hit her stride. Her schedule marched on, accelerated advanced kinetics, quantum grammariae, joined hands, tandem magics, and manipulation of ligneous plants. For most, this course load would overwhelm even a doctoral student, but Plum had arrived at Brakebills already packed with more magical theory and practice than many graduates ever mastered. She wasn't one of those wide-eyed newcomers who spent their first year in a daze, hands aching and heads spinning from the sheer newness of it all. Plum was sharp, and she had come prepared. As the sole accredited college for magic in North America, Brakebills drew from an enormous pool of applicants, consuming the very best of them. Truthfully, nobody applied in the conventional sense. Dean Fogg simply selected the cream of the crop from high school seniors, the outliers, the prodigies, the statistical anomalies with both the brilliant minds and the high pain tolerance that magic demanded. Fogg pulled them aside and presented an offer that was practically impossible to decline, or if they somehow managed to refuse, they likely wouldn't recall doing so. Privately, Plum felt the selection process could afford to weigh emotional intelligence a bit more heavily alongside raw magical aptitude. The student population at Brakebills was something of a psychological zoo. Carrying that much cognitive horsepower had a tendency to warp a person's character, and to genuinely desire working at intensely, you probably had to be a little broken to begin with. Plum's specialty was camouflage magic, the art of concealment which classified her as an illusionist, a title she was perfectly content with. Let's be honest, being an illusionist at Brakebills was a pretty sweet gig. She got to spend her time in a nearly invisible folly castle perched at the forest's edge, a place notoriously hard to locate unless your discipline leaned toward illusions. The structure was delicate, almost gossamer, with a distinctly Neuschwanstein vibe, which was a polite way of saying, though Plum never voiced it aloud, that it was kind of Disney-esque. To reach one of the towers, you climbed an internal ladder that felt like navigating a Jefferies tube, leading to a snug, circular room at the top, just large enough for a small chair and a desk. She tried not to play favorites, but it absolutely beat the cramped little cottage the physical kids were stuck with. During parties, the entire castle could be enchanted to shimmer and levitate slightly above the ground, connected only by a precarious railing-free staircase. Drunk revelers frequently tumbled off it, landing harmlessly on the soft grass below. The whole scene reminded her of the floating castle from the Phantom toll booth. Okay, fine. It was totally Disney. Disney for the win every so often. Someone would ask Plum what on earth her teenage years were like that she arrived at Breakbills so primed and ready for action. She'd tell them the truth. She grew up on an island near Seattle in comfortable circumstances, the product of a mixed marriage, one magician parent, one non-magician. An only child, she faced high expectations, especially from her father, the magician of the pair. As their soul-woven basket, she had to hold all their eggs, so they homeschooled her. Once her magical talent surfaced, they ensured she cultivated it relentlessly. Her father would sit with her, drilling languages and exercises until she excelled. Sure, she never attended a prom or played a team sport that required standing up and making noise. But you can't make a magical omelet without cracking a few magical eggs. That was the honest story. And if she really liked and trusted the person asking, she might add that yes, it was a lot to handle. Her outward demeanor was bright and capable, no illusion there, but equally real was the vast, weary chasm inside her. Sometimes she just felt profoundly tired, and because of all her family asked, she felt ashamed of that fatigue. She refused to let the chasm consume her, no matter how tempting it sometimes seemed. She could have mentioned more, that magic was something of a family tradition, but she never did. People got a bit odd about that topic, and truthfully Plum felt a little strange about it herself, so she kept it quiet. It wasn't difficult. Having lived most of her life in America, she had no trace of an English accent, and since it came from her mother's side, Chatwin wasn't even her last name. Still, her mother was the daughter of Rupert Chatwin's only son, making Plum, as far as she knew, the last direct living descendant of the legendary Chatwins from the Fillory novels. In her generation, Plum Polson Purchase stood as the sole heir to the Chatwin legacy, a fact she was quick to clarify by pointing out her surname was Purchase, not Chatwin. There had been a trust, royalties from the Fillory books that Christopher Plover had established for the children who built his second fortune. Her great-uncle Rupert used his portion to purchase a sprawling Georgian estate outside Penzance, a place people called a pile, a cold, echoing pile whose name she could never recall. Her mother described a childhood of drafty halls, of winter afternoons spent huddled by a massive heating duct on the staircase, its opening sealed by an ornate iron grate, feeling only a whisper of warm air. It was not a home for a child. It was a museum of melancholy, determined to leave that haunted heritage behind. Plum's mother sold everything and moved to America, building a new life as a publicist in Seattle. She met Plum's father at a fundraising gala and only later discovered his secret life as a magician. After the initial shock, they married, formed a happy, magical family, and decided to shield Plum from the weight of the past at Breakbills. Fillory was a universal touchstone. Everyone had grown up dreaming of its green fields and talking animals, pretending to be Martin Chatwin in their backyards or basements. Plum understood that cherished fantasy. She would never diminish its innocent truth for them. Yet while her classmates were steeped in those stories, Plum, whose veins carried the actual Chatwin blood, had never been allowed the books. She read the first volume, The World in the Walls, in secret at a public library. Her parents didn't just avoid vices, they banned Plover's works entirely. Fillory had bestowed fame upon the Chatwins, but it had also broken them. Most fans preferred to forget the darker details. Martin, the heroic High King, vanished at 13, never to be found. His sister Jane disappeared at the same age. The others survived, but they were all scarred. Helen changed her name and spent her final years in a devout community in Texas, a world away from fantasy. The legacy was not one of wonder, but of loss, and Plum had learned that some family heirlooms are better left in the attic. Fiona Chatwin navigated adulthood by never speaking of Fillory. If someone brought it up, she would feign a polite, distant confusion, insisting she had no memory of such a place. Her brother Rupert, Plum's great-grandfather, lived out his days as a shattered recluse, his quiet torment only ending with the arrival of Field Marshal Erwin Rommel. Something had broken that family. A shadow hung over them, and its source was Fillory. Plum's own mother sometimes spoke of it with a unsettling, wistful conviction. Perhaps it was the books, or the author Plover, or the scars of war, but whenever Fillory brushed against the real world, the Chatwins were caught in the middle. They were the epicenter, utterly obliterated, leaving nothing behind but faint echoes. Plum doubted any of them had ever found peace or purpose. Her mother And if Fillory was real, which it almost certainly wasn't, then the force that had ravaged her family like a storm through a quiet meadow was also real, and it might still be waiting. Plum embraced magic with fervor, but a quiet fear lingered. What if she ventured too far and unearthed something better left alone? That fear felt strongest when the gray, numb melancholy washed through her, because in those moments a part of her wanted to find it. She wanted to stare it down. She could sense a call, not from Fillory perhaps, but from somewhere impossibly beautiful and far away, a siren song for a home she'd never known. She knew exactly where her depressive tendencies originated. That was her Chatwin birthright, so she guarded that part of herself closely. She didn't want anyone poking or prodding, afraid the fragile seams might come apart entirely. Sometimes she fantasized about using her magical discipline to conceal not just objects, but memories and feelings, to hide them so completely even she would forget. She wanted to escape herself, but that was impossible, and it was foolish. You couldn't run from who you were, you moved forward. You didn't wallow, her therapist called it ruminative thinking. You took action. You started a secret league. You played elaborate, merciless pranks on someone like Wharton. Plum's day turned out rather well. It was certainly better than Wharton's during his first class. He discovered a fine layer of pencil shavings coating his seat. On his way to lunch, he found his pockets crammed with dark eraser rubbings. It was unnerving. His cherished pencils were being slowly, meticulously destroyed somewhere, and he was helpless to stop it. He would regret his petty cheating. He definitely would. Crossing paths with him later in a sunlit courtyard, Plum let her gaze drift past his, allowing a slow, faint smile that only twinged with a little guilt. Was it her imagination, or did he look genuinely unsettled? Perhaps Brakebills did have a ghost. Perhaps it was her, the final touch, which Plum considered her most elegant, came in his fourth period practicum on energy diagrams. Wharton's Brakebills pencil, already awkward in his hand, simply refused to draw the correct forms. Its magic stubbornly misaligned with his intent. No matter what magical formula he attempted to map out, no matter the lines, angles, and directional forces he sketched, they always resolved into a sequence of letters. The message was clear: compliments of the leagued. Dinner at Brakebills was an exercise in elegant tradition. Alumni who clung to their college years like a security blanket would inevitably wax poetic about those nights in the grand dining hall. The space was a long, shadowy corridor of dark wood paneling, hung with somber portraits of former deans in outdated fashions. Light came from mismatched silver candelabras spaced along the immense table, their candle flames perpetually flaring, dying, or shifting color under the influence of stray enchantments. Everyone wore the standard school uniform. Each student's place was marked by their name etched into the tabletop, reassigned each evening by what seemed like the table's own mysterious whims. That evening, Plum worked through her first course, 2 decidedly mediocre crab cakes, and passed on the wine as usual. She excused herself to visit the restroom. As she moved past, Darcy subtly extended a silver pencil case behind her back. Plum took it without breaking stride. Her destination wasn't really the restroom, though she did make a brief stop. She wasn't planning on returning to the hall. She moved quickly through the quiet house to the senior common room. The faculty rarely bothered to lock it. So certain were they that no student would dare enter uninvited. Plum, of course, dared. The room was a vast, silent, L-shaped space filled with bookcases and furnished with deep crimson leather couches and armchairs. It was nearly empty. The sole occupant was Professor Coldwater, and his presence didn't concern her. She'd half expected to find him there. While most faculty were at dinner, the schedule had him dining later with the first years. Professor Coldwater was an oddity. He was young for a professor, kept to himself, and was rarely seen outside of class. Campus opinion was split. Was he a genius, slightly unhinged, or both? He'd developed a cult following. Rumors said his lectures were spectacular displays of obscure magic and theatrical flair. Plum wouldn't know. She was long past taking his introductory courses. The other professors didn't seem particularly fond of him. He was always stuck with the undesirable duties nobody else wanted, like shepherding the first years through a meal. He either didn't mind or simply didn't notice. Plum had a sense he was operating on a different wavelength, his mind occupied by concerns far beyond the timeless insular bubble of break bills. You'd often see him rushing to the library, arms laden with heavy books, muttering to himself as if working through complex equations. This, in fact, was why she wasn't overly worried about him catching her. Even if he did notice, he'd probably just tell her to leave rather than report her, a risk worth taking. At the moment he was at the room's far end, his back to her, he stood unnervingly straight, his distinctive white hair catching the firelight, a wine-glass held forgotten in his hand as he stared into the flames. Plum sent a silent thank you to the patron saint of distracted academics. She slipped swiftly around the corner of the L into the shorter section where he couldn't see her. It was time for the main event. Later, when Wharton was preparing to serve the dessert wines, he would retreat to the wine closet, which was less a closet and more the size of a small apartment. To his surprise, Plum would discover he already had the item, having slipped in through a hidden back passage from the senior common room. Done deal. She'd lay out the league's terms, and he'd fold, agreeing to every last one. This was the riskiest part of her scheme, since the passage's existence was mostly rumor, but no matter if it failed, she'd just find a more ordinary, less theatrical way to pin him down. She glanced back, still no sign of Coldwater, presumably occupied elsewhere than crouched by the wooden paneling. Taking a steadying breath, she focused on the third panel from the left. Wait, the one on the end was only a half panel. Should she count it? She'd try both possibilities. With her finger, she traced an old English word spelled out in Elder Futhark runes, clearing her mind until all she could think of was the rich taste of an oaky Chardonnay paired with perfectly buttered toast. Easy as pie. She felt the locking charm disengage before the panel even swung open on hinges that had been invisible moments before. Annoyingly, the passage was sealed shut. Just 10 feet in, it ended at a brick wall arranged in a pattern, Plum instantly recognized as a brutally powerful hardening charm, far beyond undergraduate work. Some professor had clearly taken considerable time to place this here. Plum pressed her lips together and let out a frustrated huff through her nose. Ducking low, she stepped inside and pulled the small door closed behind her. With a snap of her fingers, she conjured a gentle light spell, a soft, floating wisp to illuminate the cramped space. For 5 full minutes she stood in the dim passage, staring at the wall, falling into a deep analytical trance. In her mind, the brick pattern lifted free, hanging before her as a pure, abstract, glowing shape. Mentally, she stepped inside the design, inhabiting it, probing from within with cognitive fingers, searching for any weak point or subtle flaw. There had to be something. Come on, Plum. Breaking magic is always easier than making it, you know that. The person who crafted this seal was clever, but were they cleverer than her? Something about the angles felt off. The true power of a glyph like this lay not in the angles but in the underlying topology. You could distort it quite a bit without losing potency as long as the essential geometric properties held. The join angles were, to a point, arbitrary. Yet these particular angles were anything but arbitrary. They were oddly precise, sharper than necessary. A pattern within the pattern emerged. 17 degrees, 3 degrees, 17 and 3, 2 of each, the only angles that repeated. When she spotted it, she snorted again. It was a code, a laughably simple alphabetical cipher. 17 and 3, Q and C, Quentin Coldwater, a signature, a watermark, a cold watermark. Professor Coldwater had set this seal, and seeing that explained everything. He'd built in a weakness, a back door in case he needed to dismantle it later. His vain little signature was the flaw in the armor. She retrieved the small knife from Wharton's pencil case and worked it into the crumbly mortar around one specific brick. She scored around the entire edge, then tapped the brick with her knuckles in a quick rhythm, shave and a haircut. Loose and free, it pushed out cleanly with a solid clunk. Without that key brick, and thus the integrity of its pattern, the rest of the wall simply surrendered, crumbling apart. Why would he have sealed it? And why him of all people? Everyone knew Coldwater was a wine enthusiast. She could always ask him. He was only about 20 yards away, or she could just get on with her actual mission. The passage was noticeably chilly. far colder than the cozy senior common room she'd just left, sending a slight shiver down her spine as she moved forward. The walls were rough, unfinished planks covering ancient stone. By her best guess, it was roughly 100 yards from the senior common room to the back of the wine closet, but she'd only made it halfway before finding a door, thankfully unlocked. Another passage, then another door. It felt like passing through a series of airlocks, which was strange. Even after 4.5 years here, this place could still surprise you. The fifth door opened to the outside, which was downright bizarre. She stepped into a small square courtyard she'd never seen. Maybe 20 yards across, it was mostly grass, with a single pear tree trained flat against a high stone wall. She'd always found espaliered trees unsettling, as if someone had crucified the poor plant, and she was almost certain there wasn't supposed to be a moon tonight. Completely nuts, Plum murmured, frowning up at it. The moon stared back, blank and indifferent. She hurried across the courtyard to the next door. This one opened directly onto an upper floor of the library, which absolutely shouldn't have been possible. She was clearly moving through magically disconnected spaces. The Brakebills library was arranged inside a tower that narrowed toward the top, and this had to be one of those minuscule highest levels she'd only ever seen from below. Honestly, she'd always assumed they were decorative, never imagining actual books were kept up there. Now she realized these upper floors were built with forced perspective to make the tower seem taller, because this space was tiny, barely a balcony, like one of those absurd little houses mad kings built for their court dwarves. She had to crawl on her hands and knees, feeling like Alice in Wonderland after she'd grown too large. The books, however, looked real enough, their brown leather spines flaking like old pastry titles, stamped in faded gold. Some endless multi-volume reference on ghosts. The other odd thing was they weren't entirely still. They nudged themselves out from the shelves, butted against her as she passed, as if inviting or daring or begging her to open them. A couple poked her ribs quite sharply. They probably don't get many visitors, she thought. It's like when you visit puppies at the shelter and they all jump up, desperate for attention. No, thank you. If she needed them, she'd send a request through proper channels. A relief to squeeze through the miniature door at the balcony's end, practically a cat flap, and back into a normal hallway. This was taking longer than expected, but it wasn't too late. The main course would be winding down, but dessert remained, and she thought there was cheese tonight, too. She could still make it if she hurried. This corridor was narrow, almost a crawl space. In fact, she was inside one of Brakebill's walls. On the other side was the dining hall. She could hear the warm murmur of conversation and the clatter of heavy silverware, and she could peer out through a couple of paintings. There were peepholes in the eyes, like in old haunted house movies. They were just serving the main course, a beautifully rare lamb studded with rosemary, and the sight made her stomach growl. She felt impossibly distant from everyone and everything familiar. A ghost herself, the skeleton at the feast, the world hidden within the walls. A wave of nostalgia washed over her, the kind that made alumni weepy, for just half an hour ago when she was sitting at the table with her bland crab cakes, certain of her place, and there was Wharton theatrically pouring his meager glasses of red wine, completely unapologetic. The sight hardened her resolve. This was why she was here. She was going to see this through for the League god, but how much longer would this go on? The next door led out onto the roof, the night air cut straight to the bone. She hadn't been up here since Professor Sunderland transformed the class into geese for that field trip to Brakebill's South in Antarctica. After the noise of the dining hall, the silence up here was profound. She was higher than almost all the trees, their bare branches clawing at the sky below her. The roof pitched so steeply she had to crawl, the rough shingles scraping her palms. In the distance, the Hudson River coiled like a dull, gray snake. Just the sight of it made her shiver, and for what it was worth, no moon. It was back where it belonged. Which way now? She was losing the plot entirely. After a long, frigid moment of thought that got her precisely nowhere, Plum simply picked the lock on the nearest dormer window and climbed inside. She found herself in a student's room. If she had to guess, she'd say it was Wharton's, though she'd never seen it before. "You have got to be kidding me," she said aloud. "The irony is just perfect. What were the chances?" These spaces weren't just disconnected, they were actively hostile. Someone at Breakbills, maybe the school itself, was messing with her. The room was an absolute disaster, which was weirdly charming given Wharton's reputation as a control freak. It even smelled nice, like old books and cedar. For a second she wondered if she'd accidentally challenged Wharton to a magical duel, but he could never pull off something this elaborate on his own unless he had help. Maybe he was part of some secret anti-league dedicated to thwarting her league at every turn. Honestly, that would be kind of awesome. This would have been a sensible time to quit, to slip back to the dining hall and call it a night. But that meant giving up, and Plum didn't do that. She moved forward, always forward, eye of the tiger and all that. She had a mission for the league, and she was, for better or worse, its CEO. She wasn't going to fight the dream logic. She was going to lean into it, like steering into a skid, and see where it led, onward and downward. She knew instinctively that leaving by the front door would break the spell, so instead she opened Wharton's closet door, somehow already sure of what she'd find. Yes, there was a small door set into the back wall. Before she ducked through, she couldn't help but notice, sitting right on his desk, a brand-new box of those special pencils. He'd already replaced them. Why had they ever thought those were the only ones? He probably had a whole warehouse full. She opened the little door, stooped, and stepped through. From that point on, her journey ran on pure dream rails. The door deposited her into another courtyard, but now it was daytime. The spaces were losing all sense of order, not just in location, but in time. In fact, it was earlier that same day because there she was, Plum herself, crossing the grass with its faint glitter of frost, passing Wharton, experiencing that weird sliding eye moment all over again. It was a bizarre sight, but her tolerance for bizarre had been skyrocketing for the last 30 minutes. She watched her own back as she left the courtyard. She wondered what would happen if she shouted and waved. Would her past self hear and turn around, permanently fracturing the timeline? Or was this more like a one-way mirror? Maybe she could give herself a useful tip, order the shrimp fra diavolo instead of the crab cakes at lunch. The causality of it all gave her a headache. One thing was clear, though. Those boots had seen better days and needed to go on the bright side, if that's what her backside looked like from behind. Well, not too shabby. She'd take it. The next door was even more unmoored in time, placing her in a completely different Breakbills. At first, the difference was subtle. This Breakbills was smaller, darker, and somehow heavier. The ceilings were lower, the hallways tighter, and the air carried the scent of wood smoke. The light came from flickering candles and fireplaces. She passed an open doorway and saw a group of young women clustered together on a massive four-poster bed, their faces illuminated by the warm, dancing glow. They were dressed in simple white nightgowns, their long, straight hair framing faces marked by the imperfect teeth of another time. Plum realized at once what she was witnessing. This was Breakbills as it existed centuries ago, during the Revolutionary era, a spectral glimpse into the school's distant past. The girls glanced up only briefly as she passed, their curiosity faint and fleeting, before returning to their hushed conversation. There was no mistaking their purpose. Another secret society, Plum murmured to herself. I always suspected there had been others. The quiet satisfaction of that discovery still warmed her when she pushed open the next door and stepped into an unfamiliar space. It took a moment for recognition to crash over her. She tried to retreat, but the door had already sealed shut behind her. This wasn't a room at all, but a crude, circular cavern with walls of rough-hewn stone. Inside, a group of strangers was enacting the brutal final scene of some convoluted Renaissance drama. Two young men lay face down on the ground, trembling as their blood soaked into the sand, turning it to a dark, viscous mud. "Oh no," Plum whispered, the words tumbling out in a frantic, breathless chain. "No, no, no, no." She pressed herself back against the cold rock, her stomach turning. She had never witnessed real violence before. 5 other students stood scattered around the cave in various states of shock, anguish, and fury. One girl clutched a pistol. The others were channeling every ounce of their magical power toward a man in a neat gray suit. Wild, harsh energies shot from their hands, crackling through the air to strike him, but they did little more than flutter his lapels. His face seemed distantly familiar. and there was something unsettling about his hands. In the shadowy corner lay a massive, woolly form, one thick, curling horn just visible. A cold dread settled in her chest. That had to be Ember, one of the twin gods of Fillory, and the man in the suit, she did know him, not personally, but she recognized the lineage in his round, pale features. He bore the unmistakable look of a Chatwin. This was some ancestor of hers, and she was standing in Fillory, and it was all horrifyingly real. But this wasn't the Fillory from the storybooks. This was a twisted, nightmarish version. The cavern flashed with dangerous light. Rocks hailed down upon the man. The air reeked of cordite and ozone. She couldn't stay here. She was losing her mind. Whatever force had consumed her ancestors and spat out their broken remains had found her. It was here, in this room. It was the room. "No," she gasped. "Please, no. Not this," frantically. She clawed at the door again, because it had to open. She could not be trapped here. And this time it did. It swung outward without resistance, almost gently, as if taking pity on her. She stumbled through the opening, half falling, and slammed it shut behind her. Silence enveloped her. She was back in a safe, familiar space, the small trapezoidal lounge where her own secret society met. A wave of dizzying relief washed over her. It was over. She was breathing in ragged gulps, and a single, dry sob escaped her. None of it was real, or it had been real, but it was finished. A hysterical laugh bubbled in her throat. She didn't care which, as long as she was safe now. Maybe she'd simply fallen asleep here after last night's meeting and dreamed the whole thing. Whatever the explanation, this terrifying magical journey was done. She wasn't going back, and she wasn't moving forward. She would stay right here in this bland, windowless room with its ugly carpet forever if she had to. She loved it. In this moment it was the most beautiful place she had ever seen. She had tottered on the very brink of the abyss, arms wheeling for balance, but she had not fallen. She had held her ground in the safe, sunlit world above, and she swore she would never venture from it again. How foolish she had been to ever consider it. That darkness had tried to claim her, but she had refused. Plum sank onto the couch, her legs feeling weak and unsteady. She made herself consider what it meant. Someone, or something, had discovered she was a Chatwin, and this was an attempt to terrify her. Or perhaps it was one of those magical traps that showed you your deepest fear. The sensation was unmistakable. Fillory had given a gentle, insistent pull on the invisible line connected to the hook embedded deep within her. A silent reminder echoed in her bones, "You are mine." She'd learned her lesson, at least one of them. Never again would she attempt to access the wine storage with anything but direct, ordinary methods. The couch was a sunken, defeated thing that nearly consumed her as she sat. Her thoughts stilled. She gazed into the long mirror, the one Darcy and Chelsea had fractured the night before, but her own reflection was absent. In its place hovered another form, shaped like a girl but utterly alien. Naked, glowing with a soft, eerie blue light that emanated from its skin, even from its teeth as it smiled. Its eyes matched that same unearthly hue. Suspended motionless a yard above the floor and slightly smaller than life-size, its edges wavered between blurry indistinction and sudden sharp clarity. Plum rose slowly to her feet, then became perfectly still, understanding that all motion had ceased to matter. She knew what this was. This was the Breakbill's ghost. It had always been the ghost. This was no friendly spirit, no playful poltergeist. This was a dead thing that harbored a pure hatred for the living. Once, as a child after a violent storm, Plum had witnessed a downed power line thrashing on the wet pavement like a furious, brilliant serpent, arcing with lethal energy. This blue girl was that raw, exposed current, the world's insulation stripped away. They stared at one another, the survivor and the one who had not. The ghost's smile widened as if they were sharing a polite tea. "No," Plum whispered, "it's not me. You don't want me." But she was lying. She understood perfectly. The ghost did want her. It had always wanted her. She was a Chatwin, and Chatwins lived on borrowed time. A grim curiosity flickered. Would it hurt? Bump. The sound came from the wall to her left, followed by a shower of falling plaster. A man's voice grunted. Oof! Plum glanced over. The ghost in the mirror did not. Boom! The wall exploded inward, hurling debris in every direction. Plum ducked as a man covered in white dust crashed through the opening. It was Professor Coldwater. He shook himself like a wet dog, though he still resembled someone hit with a bag of flour. From both his hands sprayed streams of brilliant white magic, bright as sparklers, leaving purple flares in her vision. When his eyes found the mirror, he froze. "Oh," he said, his voice hushed. "Oh, my God, it's you." Plum didn't think he was speaking to her. Did he recognize this entity? It seemed almost personal, which would be bizarre even for him. He took a sharp breath, visibly gathering himself. "Don't move until I tell you," he commanded. That was for her. She remained frozen, but she couldn't allow herself to believe he might actually save her. All she'd done was pull him into the catastrophe with an arm shielding his face. Professor Coldwater reared back one long leg and kicked the mirror. The first two kicks only starred and sagged the glass, but the third sent his foot crashing through. It got briefly stuck as he tried to pull it free. In her shock, Plum's first absurd thought was, "I'll have to tell Chelsea she won't have to pay for the mirror." The ghost wasn't dispelled, but it was certainly inconvenienced, now forced to peer around the jagged edge of the hole. Professor Coldwater turned his back on it. The ghost hurled something unseen, which he deflected with a casual backhand without even looking. Then he pressed his palms together. "Get down," he ordered. All the way flat on the floor, she got down. The atmosphere around her seemed to vibrate, a visible shimmer in the air, and her own hair stood on end, prickling with a static charge so intense it felt like needles against her scalp. Everything was washed in a blinding, pervasive light. Underneath it all came the deep, concussive thump of a door being violently blown from its hinges. "Get up. Run, Professor." Coldwater commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Go! I'm right behind you." Plum didn't hesitate. Staying to fight would have been the height of foolishness, layering one bad decision atop another. So she did the difficult, trusting thing. She vaulted over the sofa with an athlete's grace, just as a final, concussive spell detonated from the professor. The shock wave lifted her briefly from the floor, sending her stumbling, but she found her footing and pushed on. The return journey felt unnaturally swift. She was covering ground in huge, impossible bounds. At first, she credited adrenaline, but no, this was magic. One stride carried her through the nightmare room. Another plunged her into the colonial-era wing of Brakebills. She flashed past Horton's quarters, across a rooftop, through a cramped dining-room crawlspace, and into the library, taking a hard left at the courtyard with its unsettling pear tree. Behind her, a series of slamming doors echoed like a string of firecrackers. She didn't stop until she collapsed, gasping, in the familiar safety of the senior common room. True to his word, he was right behind her. He'd done it. The absolute certainty of dying in that room had been overwhelming, and now it was over. The horror that had lurked in the shadows of her life had finally surfaced, only to be forced back into its cage for the moment. Without a word, Professor Coldwater began resealing the passage. Plum watched, her breathing steadying, fascinated despite her dazed state by the technical display. His movements were a blur, arms weaving like a sped-up film as he assembled an intricately patterned brick wall in mere seconds. She wondered where he'd learned that. Certainly not here. Notably, he omitted the flashy signature angles this time. Give him credit, she thought. He learned from his errors. Once the wall was complete, he climbed out and shut the door. They were alone. It could have been a dream, save for the fine layer of plastered dust coating the shoulders of his blazer. "How did you know?" Plum finally asked. "How did you know where I was, where that thing was? Not a ghost, a niffin, which is very bad news. What did it want? She wanted something. She was human once. I don't know what she wanted. Did she speak to you?" "No. Can they talk? I don't know." A wisp of white fire still crackled around one of his fingers. He shook his hand, and it vanished. "Nobody knows much about them. I'm not even sure I did anything to her. I just provided a distraction so we could escape. But you looked shocked when you saw it. Her, you looked like you recognized her." "I know." Professor Coldwater's expression was more sorrowful than triumphant, which wasn't what she expected. "I know I did. I wish she'd said something. I wouldn't have cared if it started reciting the goddamn King James Bible," Plum muttered. Dean Fogg came around the corner of the L-shaped hallway at a brisk pace, his face a storm cloud. "Do you have any idea how many security alarms you two triggered, blundering through the subspaces like a pair of bulls in a china shop?" Professor Coldwater silently counted on his fingers. 11? Yes, 11. Fogg seemed almost annoyed that he'd guessed correctly. "What in hell were you doing back there, Purchase?" Plum felt her face grow hot. The prank, she'd forgotten all about it. Wharton's ridiculous pencil case was still a stupid weight in her pocket. The whole endeavor felt absurdly pointless. A bleak thought intruded. Maybe that was the lesson the apparition meant to teach her, that it's all meaningless, that fate comes regardless, so stop squirming, you only look more ridiculous, we're all just ghosts waiting to happen. But she rejected that outright. If that were true, what was the point of anything? She decided she'd keep squirming a while longer anyway. Let the world think she looked ridiculous. Who even cared? Plum straightened her posture, her chin held high. "I was trying to find a hidden way into the wine storage," she declared, her voice firm and unwavering, "so I could pull a joke on Wharton. A joke." Fogg was unmoved by her bold display of defiance. "I understand. Coldwater. Dean Fogg? You ignored every single one of the established intrusion procedures." "That's correct," Coldwater replied. "I didn't follow them. The circumstances were too pressing. It was an emergency. Did you even attempt to destroy the entity or send it away?" He stopped himself. "No. And why is that?" A tightness appeared along Professor Coldwater's jawline. "I wasn't capable of it." "Professor Coldwater saved me," Plum interjected. "Thank you, Purchase," Fogg said curtly, and in doing so he endangered every other person at this institution. "I took a risk on you, Quentin, and it was clearly an error in judgment. You're dismissed. Vacate your quarters by tomorrow evening. Professor Liu will handle the remainder of your classes." Coldwater showed no reaction, not even a flicker of emotion, but Plum winced inwardly, the way one does when witnessing someone else receive a brutal blow. "Very well, I understand. Do you?" Fogg was furious, his words sharp. "Do you truly? Well, you were always quick on the uptake. I would have expected you, of all people, to grasp the necessity of those rules a bit faster, considering you personally saw the catastrophe that made them essential. Purchase." "Yes, sir. You may complete the final 3 weeks of the term. After that, you are expelled." Fogg fixed each of them with a hard stare before turning and leaving the room. Plum desperately wished she could maintain her composure. She didn't think she would cry, but she had to sink onto one of the deep crimson leather sofas and lower her head between her knees for a moment as her sight blurred at the periphery. She truly adored Brakebills. She loved it deeply. She really had the cushion depressed as Professor Coldwater settled at the opposite end. He released a long, weary breath. "Well, then, I am so sorry, Professor Coldwater, so terribly sorry. I never intended to endanger you. I never meant for you to lose your position." And then the tears did come, one sob, then another and another. They were casting her out into a frightening, uncertain world. She wasn't prepared. It felt perilous. What would she do? How would she survive now? "I know, please don't dwell on it," he spoke softly. "I've been asked to leave more prestigious places than this, and you might as well call me Quentin. But what will you do? What will I do? You'll discover a path. The world is vast, likely more expansive than you currently imagine. But I'm a failure, an outcast. I was expelled from Brakebills for heaven's sake." The words felt hollow, almost meaningless. That would change, she knew, but for now just speaking them made her lips feel strangely numb, as if the syllables themselves were poisonous. She was expelled. The thought of telling her parents brought the gray haze back at the edges of her vision. "Something will present itself, I assure you. Many people have Brakebills diplomas, but how many can claim they were kicked out? It's a rather selective group." She wasn't so far gone that she didn't let out a derisive sniff at that. "But if you don't mind my asking," he continued, "what exactly were you doing back there? I sealed that hallway for a reason. Even I couldn't determine where it led. Oh, I told Fogg the truth. I really was planning to prank Wharton. But why? Well, he's been rather miserly with the wine recently. Plus, it just felt to me like there ought to be more mischief happening around here, more playful chaos. It sounds foolish now, but you understand, right? To lighten the atmosphere, because, frankly, any one of us could die at any moment. That is accurate, or get expelled. Quentin seemed to take her explanation at face value. Older people, you could never predict their reactions. Do you still want to know where the secret passage is? The one to the wine storage? Absolutely, Plum said, though her voice wavered slightly. She managed a small, bitter laugh. Why on earth not? But she meant it. To hell with it. They could strip break bills from her, as they evidently had, but at least the legendary spirit of the League would endure forever. She would always have that, Quentin pointed to the adjacent panel. Don't count the half panel right. She sketched the same rune word. The door swung inward, and she looked inside. Exactly as she'd guessed. Absurdly simple, not even a full 100 yards, maybe 75. After everything, the timing was almost comically precise. Plum had just sealed the hidden door to the wine closet. It was tucked behind a pivoting rack when Wharton came hurrying in through the main entrance, the distant murmur and glow of the cheese course fading at his back. Her hair was wildly disheveled, but that only added to the aesthetic. The whole scene was pure League. Wharton stopped dead, a freshly stoppered bottle in one hand, 2 upturned wine glasses hooked in the fingers of the other. Plum observed him coolly. Part of Wharton's appeal was his uneven features. A repaired hairlip had left behind only a faint, rugged scar like he'd once taken a punch and shrugged it off. He also sported a ridiculously dramatic widow's peak. Some people got all the good quirks. "You've been cheating the Finns on their pores," she stated. "Yes," he admitted. "You have my pencils, I do." "It's not the pencils I care about," Wharton said, "so much as the case and the knife. They're antique silver, smith and sharp. You can't replace those." She pulled the case from her pocket. She wouldn't back down, not after everything, especially not now. To hell with the ghost, to hell with break bills, and to the deepest, darkest hell with the Chatwins. Her world had fractured beneath her, and nothing would ever be normal again, but she would see her roll through completely to the absolute finish. That they couldn't steal. Why short pour the Finns? Because I need the extra wine. Seriously, was he actually an alcoholic at this point? Nothing should shock her, yet it did. He didn't fit the profile. Epifanio, maybe, but not Wharton, and Wharton wouldn't enable someone like that. But what for? Plum kept the case just beyond his reach. poured a proper serving this time, even a bit generous. The dark liquid looked almost black in the glass, and she fought the urge to gulp it down. Notes of fresh tobacco and black currants. My God, it was exquisite. She let it linger on her tongue before swallowing. If there was any enchantment in this world that wasn't literal magic, it was wine. She caught the scent of damp hay from a crumbling Tuscan field at dawn after the sky lightened, but before the sun burned away the dew. It also called to mind another place, somewhere green, untouched, and distant, that she knew intimately, despite never having been there, just as it knew her. She felt its familiar tug, but for now she let its name slip from her memory. They had only been at the Newark Airport Marriott for a week, and Quentin was already nearing his limit. This was not an environment meant for human habitation beyond a single night. It was neither a long-term nor even a medium-term residence. The walls were paper-thin, the food was dismal, and the decor was a special kind of soul-crushing. He saw little of the others except for Plum. Pushkar was occupied flying high-altitude patterns over the East Coast with Lionel and the bird, scanning relentlessly for any trace of the suitcase or the couple. Stoppard had retreated into his bedroom, emerging only sporadically while wearing a grease-smeared apron, utterly absorbed in assembling some intricate mechanical device from minuscule components. With Betsy dispatched on a supply run, the task of deciphering the legendary incorporate bond fell squarely to Quentin and Plum. It was a monstrous puzzle, tangled and dense as hardened tar. Quentin understood the principle. Imagine a flat, two-dimensional world. Three-dimensional being could reach down from above and pin an object to that plane. An incorporate bond performed that same anchoring operation in 3 dimensions, using a 4-dimensional tether to lock something permanently into the fabric of space-time. It was every bit as daunting as it sounded, not to mention prohibitively costly. 4-dimensional anchors weren't exactly lying around. This was the pinnacle of magical security, a spell that must have cost the couple enormously and rendered their case supposedly impervious to theft. Yet the bird insisted it wasn't. Magical creatures, in Quentin's experience, were often long on innate power and short on technical knowledge. They didn't cast spells, they simply were spells, so theory rarely concerned them. Many weren't intellectual giants either. But this bird, or whoever was advising it, had proposed a method that wasn't immediately laughable. The monumental chore of translating that theory into practice, however, was now Quentin and Plum's burden. Initially, it was exhilarating, a genuinely formidable challenge they tackled with fierce determination. The mystery of the suitcase's Chatwin origins faded into the background as they covered hotel notepads, then pilfered printer paper, and finally an entire roll of butcher paper with sprawling diagrams. Their spell work kept branching into secondary, tertiary, and quaternary subspells, forcing them to adopt a color-coding system that eventually required a full box of crayons. Their heated debates over color assignments, whether chartreuse truly suited a dimensional stabilizer or if cerulean was better, should have been their first clue that things were getting out of hand. After a solid week, they hit the immovable bedrock of the problem, fundamental questions that stubbornly refused to yield. Quentin might have walked away then if not for Alice. For 7 long years he had consigned her to memory, a ghost from a finished chapter of his life. She was absent, if not gone forever. That resignation shattered the night he saw her reflection at break bills, violently pulling her back into his present. He hadn't laid eyes on her since Ember's tomb, and their chaotic reunion left him utterly unmoored. Fogg was correct that he ignored protocol, but that protocol demanded the destruction of any intruder, and that was unthinkable. He just couldn't explain why. Suddenly Alice was there within reach, close enough for conversation, or just as easily to end him, or to end Plum, who until that evening was merely a familiar stranger in the halls. But she hadn't part of him wished he'd never laid eyes on Alice again, that he'd skipped dinner with the first years, avoided the senior common room entirely. Losing her once had taken 7 years to move past. Now she'd tracked him across worlds just to cost him the only home he had left. When he shattered that mirror, a piece of him truly meant it. He wanted to force her back, to bury whatever remained. He'd known break bills was finished for him even before Dean Fogg said the words. The moment he sensed her presence, he understood. She wasn't truly gone. Her body had burned, but the Alice he once loved was trapped inside that toxic blue flame, preserved and distorted like an insect in amber. He recognized her, the real Alice, twisted but still there, and he couldn't abandon her. If there was any way to free her, he would find it. That was his purpose. Now teaching could wait. Getting expelled from Fillory had, in a strange way, toughened him up. It grounded him in reality so thoroughly that getting kicked out of Brakebills barely shook him. He was essentially homeless, his reputation fraying by the day, yet he felt clearer than ever about who he was and what came next. He just needed a solid plan. He needed to pull himself together, secure some resources, find a place to stay. Most of all, he needed to learn everything possible about Niffens. That required money, and to get money they had to break this cursed bond. They couldn't do it alone. The only magician Quentin could think of who was brilliant enough to help was inconveniently far away on another continent, in fact, a place he and Alice once knew well. When Quentin first floated the idea of a field trip to Antarctica, Plum was less than thrilled. It was freezing, a hassle to reach, and Professor Mayakovsky was, in her words, kind of a jerk. But Plum was easily swept up by new enthusiasms, and it didn't take long for her to warm to the prospect. It could be an adventure. She could be a goose again. She'd loved that. Except, she added, her excitement mounting, "Why stick with geese? We've done that. We could pick something else, anything." "I was planning to go as a human," Quentin said dryly, on a plane. Plum was already at her laptop searching. "Okay, check this out. What's the fastest migratory bird on Earth? An airplane. You are literally the worst magician ever. Look, it's called the Great Snipe. Are you sure that's a real bird? It sounds made up. Some have been recorded flying nonstop for 48 hours over 4,200 miles, she read aloud. I'm quoting from Wikipedia. Still, he leaned over her shoulder. The great snipe looked like a plump, egg-shaped wader with a long bill and zigzag brown stripes, more like a bland seashell than a speed demon. Female great snipes are, on average, significantly larger than males, Plum continued. We'd need something to base the transformation on, like actual DNA. At least for the first try. I don't think a Wikipedia photo is going to cut it. Are you sure it's high-res? Even so. Plus, I'm worried about the cold. That bird doesn't look built for Antarctica, but it'll still be summer there, Plum countered, backward seasons and all. Even so, stop saying that. She frowned, then perked up again. Okay, forget birds. I don't know why I was stuck on birds. We could be fish, or whales, blue whales. We'd still have to cover the last stretch on land. Once we reached the continent, we'd swim under the ice. That's the North Pole. Antarctica is a landmass under the snow. It's solid rock. She huffed in annoyance, whatever, Nanook. But she had a point. Being a blue whale would be pretty incredible. The idea began to grow on him. There wasn't any special reason for it, except that it sounded a lot more fun, and honestly, that felt like reason enough. What was the point of having magic if you couldn't use it for something interesting? It was perfectly safe. They had legal protections, and aside from the occasional orca, blue whales didn't have much to fear. The real catch was speed, even for whales. They were decent swimmers, but compared to birds, especially something like a great snipe, they were agonizingly slow. A blue whale could maybe hit 20 miles per hour on a good day over a long stretch. At that pace, reaching Antarctica would take months. I don't think we can put the job on hold for that long, Quentin remarked. Plum sighed. True, it would have been amazing, though. Oh well, another brilliant idea bites the dust. They managed to salvage the plan, however. They took a commercial flight most of the way down, landing in Ushuaia, a surprisingly pleasant little port in Tierra del Fuego that proudly called itself the world's southernmost city. The town was wedged into a sliver of land between the Beagle Channel and the snowy Marshall Range behind it, looking as if it were leaning back against the mountains to avoid tumbling into the frigid sea. From there, they could cross the Drake Passage to Antarctica as blue whales. With no luggage to slow them down, they caught a taxi from the airport straight to the waterfront. Standing on a concrete wharf, the Beagle Channel looked intimidating, a flat, gray expanse of water, glaciers nudging its edges. But they couldn't do anything from dry land. The transformation required deep water. Chartering a boat would have been the logical move for tourists, fishermen, or smugglers. Quentin and Plum, being magicians, simply waited until midnight, enchanted their shoes, and walked out onto the channel. It was awkward at first until they passed through the mercifully gentle surf and found their balance on the rolling swells. Only their shoes were buoyant. If they fell, they'd get soaked like anyone else. A couple 100 yards from shore, beyond the glow of the beach lights, the world grew quiet, dark, and bitterly cold. "This feels vaguely blasphemous," Plum said. "Like, isn't this something only Jesus is supposed to do? I really doubt he'd care." "How do you know what Jesus would care about?" She went quiet for a moment, focusing on the strange sensation of walking on a cold, black, violently shifting, bouncy castle. "Did you enjoy Brakebill South?" "I'm not sure anyone enjoys it, but it was good for me. I learned a lot." "Yeah, I liked the part where we were animals. That was good. Did they turn you into foxes?" She shook her head. "Bears and seals, for some reason, they don't do foxes anymore." When they'd boarded the plane that morning, Brakebill South had felt like a distant memory. Now, with Antarctica just a splash away across the Drake Passage, it suddenly felt close again, the memories rushing back with startling clarity. He and Alice had been so painfully innocent then, even after everything that happened during their time as foxes. Their emotions had been huge, raw, and urgent, and they'd had no idea what to do with any of it. He wished he could do it all over. He'd try to be kinder, stronger, or maybe what he truly wished was that he could have Alice back right here in the present. "Did you do that final race to the pole?" Plum asked. "I bet you did. Guilty. You win." Plum seemed genuinely excited about returning. "I bet you got there first. That bet you lose. Ha!" Her laughter vanished into the sound of the waves. "I can't believe the great Professor Coldwater got beaten to the pole. Who beat you? A better magician than me. Did you win your year?" "You bet I did," she said, a note of pride in her voice. "By a mile." The moon rose unnaturally bright like a wafer of white phosphorus, but the black water seemed to swallow the light whole, offering no reflection. Even the smallest wave could send them stumbling, so they ended up taking long, dramatic strides. As they moved away from the shore, the water grew calmer, but the rolling swells increased in size. The handful of lit windows in Ushuaia, a town that went quiet after 10, appeared incredibly warm and inviting. Luckily, they were bundled up in parkas and thermal long underwear, clothes they hoped to leave behind for good if everything went as planned. They trudged out roughly half a mile into the bay, which Quentin's nautical charts had indicated was sufficient. There they stopped, bobbing awkwardly on the gentle swells, slightly out of rhythm with each other. They had prepped as much of the enchantment as possible in advance. Quentin drew a long breath and rolled his shoulders. It wasn't common for magicians to die by their own spells, but tales that ended that way often started just like this. "Ready?" Plum bit her lip and gave a nod. "Ready, ready, 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 ready." Quentin pried open a plastic container, holding a disgusting paste he'd concocted back in New York from whalebone. Dust scraped off some old scrimshaw bought at an antique shop. Each dipped 2 fingers in and smeared the mixture on their foreheads. "Maybe we should put more space between us," Plum suggested. "If this works, we're going to get enormous." "Good point." They backed away from each other like duelists taking their positions, then turned to face the same direction. Quentin steadied himself, remembering the unpleasantness of turning into a goose back at Brakebills. He expected this to be pretty awful. He inhaled deeply, raised his hands, and made a soft downward gesture as if cueing the start of a Mahler symphony. And then it began. To his surprise, it wasn't that bad. Shrinking, having his mass squeezed out like toothpaste, must have been the hard part of becoming a goose, because now the opposite was happening. Quentin was expanding, and it felt strangely pleasant. He inflated like a balloon, his head growing absolutely enormous. His parka strained, stretched, and finally burst apart in a puff of feathers. His neck and shoulders merged into his body as the Quentin balloon kept growing, his eyes drifting apart on either side of his massive head. His arms and hands grew more slowly, becoming proportionally smaller, then flattened and lost their joints, turning into flippers. It felt like wearing thick mittens, and they slid smoothly down toward his waist. His legs fused together, and something very odd was happening with his feet. Though he only noted it in passing, it didn't particularly worry him. The funniest part was his mouth, The corners raced back toward his ears until his head seemed nearly split by a 15-foot curving smile. His lower teeth vanished completely. His upper teeth lengthened and multiplied wildly into a bristly overbite, more like a mustache than teeth. The only real moment of panic came when he tipped forward into the water and went under. His human instincts screamed that he would freeze or drown, but he did neither. The water wasn't warm or cold. It felt like nothing. It was like air. He let out a few tremendous, booming whale sneezes before his blowhole-based breathing system kicked in. Even that was kind of fun, and then everything grew still. He hung suspended, neutrally buoyant, about 20 feet below the surface the Quentin blimp had launched. He was a blue whale. He was roughly as long as a basketball court, and he was in a fantastic mood. For a few minutes he and Plum floated side by side, eye to eye. Then, somehow coordinating without a word, they surfaced together, arched their backs, drew in gallons of air through the tops of their heads, and dove. Quentin couldn't recall ever feeling so peaceful alongside Plum. He kicked with his broad, powerful tail and began gliding through the water. It took almost no effort. Staying still would have been harder. He took a massive gulp of seawater, his jaws and throat stretching absurdly wide to swallow more and more, then forced it back out through his strange, comb-like teeth, his baleen, leaving behind a squirming, salty snack of krill. He'd half expected some kind of super-powered oceanic sight to come with his new whale senses, but his vision was actually worse. With eyes on opposite sides of his head, his depth perception was practically gone, and since he had no neck, the only way to look around was to swivel his enormous body or just roll his eyes. Strangest of all, he realized he no longer had eyelids. The constant, nagging urge to blink faded slowly but never fully disappeared. Once they passed Tierra del Fuego, Quentin's awareness exploded. His world became immense. If his sight was poor, his hearing was extraordinary. To a blue whale, the entire ocean was one giant, vibrating chamber. A liquid drumskin stretched over the planet, humming with fleeting pulses and echoes. By reading these vibrations, he could constantly sense the shape of everything around him, as if tracing the contours of the seabed and the coastlines with invisible sonic fingers. Had he possessed hands, he could have sketched the shores of southern Chile and Antarctica and mapped the ocean floor between them. And when the great blue silence grew too deep, he filled it with sound. His throat became a living instrument, like a deep foghorn or a didgeridoo blasting out low, resonant calls and moans. The ocean was a buzzing network of voices, a living switchboard, an echo chamber humming with coded messages in the form of calls and replies. The whales were always checking in, and Quentin joined them, speaking a language he somehow knew without ever learning it. But they weren't just chatting. Here was a stunning secret. Whales were spellcasters. My God, the whole sea was woven through with an underwater lattice of magic. Most spells required several whales to perform and were used to steer vast clouds of krill or occasionally to strengthen the great ice shelves. He wondered if he'd remember any of this when he was human again, though honestly he didn't much care. There was something else, too, something far down in the lightless trenches, something that wanted to rise. The whales were holding it back, an army of giant squid, some ancient leviathan. Quentin never learned what it was, and he hoped he never would. More than when he was a goose, a fox, or a polar bear, Quentin felt like himself as a whale. He had a big, capable brain that could run his personality at full speed. But he wasn't exactly the same Quentin whale. Quentin was serene, wise, and utterly content. He was planetary, colossal, gliding through the blue gloom unthreatened, needing nothing but air from his blowhole and krill through his mouth. The Drake Passage was about 500 miles wide. It would take them days to cross, but time was a concept he found harder and harder to care about. Time meant change, and very little changed for a blue whale. He noticed everything and was concerned with nothing. The Drake Passage had the planet's fiercest weather, but all that meant was that whenever he surfaced for air, every 15 minutes or so the waves crashed a little harder against his broad, slick back. He and Plum were like two great blue deities, flying wingtip to wingtip, and everything around them paid homage. Fish, jellyfish, shrimp, sharks. Once he spotted a great white cruising solo through the deep wearing that permanent, toothy smirk. It had so many teeth it looked like it was wearing braces. Nature's ultimate predator. Keep doing your thing. Honestly, it's adorable. Then the seabed started rising to greet them. He'd nearly lost track of their mission, letting it slip away as his consciousness dissolved into the vast blue whale-like expanse. But that wasn't right. They had a purpose. This part was always going to be the toughest. They needed to intentionally strand themselves, ideally on smooth, forgiving sand, but probably on jagged shale, or something even worse. All they could do was pray their hides were tough enough, and the ground smooth enough to keep their sensitive, ribbed bellies from being torn apart. They exchanged a few low, worried calls, as whales do, then pointed themselves toward the Antarctic shore. As they neared, frantic messages reached them from a far-off pod, pleading with them to stop, to retreat to the safety of the deep. Watch out, don't go through with it. It was shockingly difficult to tune them out. He felt like the captain of a crashing jumbo jet with every air traffic controller screaming at him to pull up. For heaven's sake, pull up! Yet they held their line tails thrashing, accelerating, their enormous forms plowing through the water. If they'd possessed teeth, they would have been clenched. Suddenly, Quentin was sprawled on his stomach over dark stones beneath a pale sky, completely naked, with the feeble, icy surf of the Southern Ocean burning over his legs, which were already losing sensation. It must be what birth feels like, he thought, ejected from the warm, embracing, life-giving sea into a blinding, frigid world. To put it simply, it was awful. Quentin did the only thing he was sure would bring relief. He closed his eyes for the first time in 72 hours and kept them shut for a solid minute. He had really missed having eyelids. Plum was beside him. Just moments before he wouldn't have needed to turn to see her, but now he twisted his small, pale human head in her direction. She gazed back, pallid and trembling. Last stretch, he mumbled thickly. Wow, lips and teeth, what an invention. He prodded at them awkwardly with his tongue. Last stretch, she echoed. Quentin heaved himself up from the shale and promptly toppled over. Gravity, my old nemesis. What a ridiculous way to get around. Trying to stand felt like balancing a utility pole on its tip. They were on a slender, crescent-shaped beach of black stones and ashen sand, quite possibly the least inviting shoreline on the planet. Both were nude, and there might have been a time when, as a human man, the sight of Plum unclothed would have at least theoretically captured his attention. But his mind was still more whale than man, and the clothed or unclothed state of any human, regardless of gender, was utterly irrelevant to him now. He could scarcely recall why they were even here. Luckily, they had rehearsed the next steps, hammering the plan into their brains, knowing full well their minds wouldn't be operating at peak efficiency. They both started scouring the rocks and tide lines, heads bowed. This needed to happen fast before the cold truly took hold. Quentin staggered like someone who'd had too much to drink, slicing his oddly tender yellowish-pink feet on the merciless stones, until there a feather, white speckled with gray. He pulled it free from a clump of slimy, foul-smelling ocean debris. No time to be choosy. Pretty much anything besides a penguin feather would work. It was all coming back to him now, the reason for this whole ordeal. He waited, shifting his weight, hands tucked under his arms for warmth, growing more and more aware of his nakedness, until Plum located her own feather. Then he gripped the feather between his rattling teeth, and they cast the spells simultaneously. This transformation was rough, and he vomited when it finished, though, to be fair, vomiting isn't such a big deal for a bird as it is for a person. He handled it tidily and efficiently, just part of the routine. After the fleeting connection with his human mind, his consciousness reverted to a primal state, now crammed into the thimble-sized space of a seabird's cranium. He managed to focus just in time to see Plum diminish into the form of a bird some 60 feet off, her figure blurring and condensing into— he honestly couldn't identify her species. For that matter, he had no idea what he was either. He was simply the type of bird that Feather had come from. Their eyes met for a second, her gaze a sharp circle of turmeric yellow, and then they were both airborne, climbing into the cold sky. No one Quentin knew had ever traveled to Brakebills South during the break between terms, and he wasn't entirely sure they could even gain entry. The complex might be locked up tight, Mayakovsky vanished, or in seclusion the entire place closed off. If that were the case, they'd need a new plan immediately, perhaps fleeing to one of the ordinary research bases along the coast, where their sudden appearance would be difficult to justify. They descended in wide circles, their wings sore, bracing for the impact of their webbed feet against some unseen magical barrier, but it never happened. Evidently, Mayakovsky believed that 500 miles of Antarctic wilderness was security enough. They landed on a tower's flat roof and shifted back into their human forms. Quentin thought it wiser to let the old magician discover them rather than surprise him. The last thing they needed was a panicked, deadly spell. So they clattered noisily down the stairwell. Their first destination was the laundry, where they grabbed some spare robes. The problem of nudeness was becoming pressing once more. The atmosphere felt forbidden, like trespassing in a labyrinth where a monster might lurk. Quentin dragged his fingers along a wall. The stone was cool and slightly tacky with dampness, a flaw in the heating enchantments that left a musty basement odor. It reminded him sharply of his previous time here, those endless days of study under Mayakovsky's enforced silence. One thing he didn't have to worry about at Brakebills South was sentimental longing. He was too ravenous to feel much of anything anyway. They ended up in the kitchen, devouring whatever they could find to erase the persistent, fishy taste of a bird's beak from their mouths. Quentin was acutely aware that Mayakovsky had no obligation to assist them, even if he were able. He'd always known his bargaining chips were few, an intriguing magical puzzle, some unabashed praise, and he supposed the strictly intellectual company of a clever and attractive young woman. But the whole proposal had seemed more persuasive back when they'd first embarked on this journey. Mayakovsky gave no warning of his approach. He simply materialized in the doorway, silent as a specter, looking grim, unshaven, and as if he hadn't slept or bathed in days. His stubble was more salt than pepper now, his paunch more pronounced, his fingernails a deeper yellow. But otherwise he seemed perfectly preserved, as if Antarctica had mummified him. At least he didn't attack them immediately. "Saw you coming," he grumbled, "miles off." He wore an unbelted robe over a dingy, off-white shirt and a pair of shockingly short, decidedly unacademic shorts. "Professor Mayakovsky." Quentin rose, forcing a cheerful tone. "I'm sorry to barge in like this, but we're tackling a fascinating problem and could really use your expertise." Mayakovsky responded by slicing the end from a stale loaf with a dirty knife, slathering on a thick layer of soft, unrefrigerated butter, and beginning to eat it standing right where he was, ignoring them completely. It was obvious the ball wasn't coming back, so Quentin pressed on. Laid out the situation with the incorporate bonds, their objective, and why Mayakovsky, uniquely among all masters of the unseen arts, was the only one who could provide the crucial help they needed. Mayakovsky chewed loudly and steadily, his watery eyes blinking rapidly as he stared at nothing in particular. Once Quentin finished, Mayakovsky swallowed, let out a sigh that made his rounded shoulders lift and drop beneath his robe, and walked out. He returned with a sheet of paper and a dull pencil, brushed some crumbs onto the floor, and set them before Quentin. "Write it down," he instructed. He pointed at Plum. "You make coffee." Plum scowled ferociously at his retreating back. Quentin shrugged helplessly. She then directed the same monstrous expression at him. "All right," he conceded. "You draw. I'll handle the coffee." As Plum sketched a rough version of their original schematic, Quentin prepared coffee, using a dented espresso maker from the Soviet era. Mayakovsky reappeared to collect both the drawing and the entire coffee pot. He didn't bother with cups, and departed again. It was just as well. Quentin was exhausted. He hadn't slept in 4 days, with no rest on the frantic flight from the coast, and the whales they'd traveled with didn't sleep at all. Guided by memory, he found the dormitory wing, lay down on a cot in an empty cell, and fell asleep bathed in the milky white Antarctic light. He had no idea how long he'd been out, but when he returned to the dining hall, things had moved forward. Mayakovsky was back, now wearing thick black-framed glasses, seated at a table and arguing animatedly with Plum, waving his arms. Their flowchart was spread out before them, looking as though it had been folded and refolded into tiny squares repeatedly. Nearly every blank space was now filled with annotations and calculations in Mayakovsky's cramped, blocky script, a chaotic mix of numbers, Roman and Cyrillic letters, and more obscure symbols. Quentin pulled up a chair. Mayakovsky's body odor was pungent, like strong cheese. "What you're doing, it is insane." Mayakovsky shook his head with a kind of Slavic gloom, as if their sheer ineptitude genuinely depressed him. A valid approach, yes, fine. But crude, this part here, completely unnecessary, totally, he tapped the paper emphatically. And here you have it transposed. It works against your secondary effects, here and here. The spell is fighting itself, you see. But the rest is not so awful. This was more than Quentin had dared hope for. Hearing Mayakovsky dissect their messy, improvised work with such clarity, he knew they'd been right to seek him out, regardless of the cost already paid or still to come. This, however, no. It was a round, resonant, definitive Russian "Enyet." He indicated a later stage of the spell with the back of his hand, as if touching it was beneath his dignity. "It is impossible, a waste of time. You require more power, far more. It is a simple matter of scale. You are. I don't know. You're trying to dig through a mountain with a toothpick." Professor Mayakovsky shook his head again. His mood was visibly darkening, heading toward pitch black. "You need more power, much more. See here and here." He pointed to two spots on their chart. Like many Russians, Mayakovsky had mastered complex higher mathematics, but not the English pronunciation of H. "Between here and here." "I said that," Plum exclaimed. "Remember, that's practically word for word what I said." "I remember," Quentin muttered, staring at the diagram. His confidence was wavering. Everything now seemed hopelessly inadequate. How much more power? Much orders of magnitude. "You wish to break the bond with these?" He seized Quentin's fingers in one paw-like hand and shook them in front of Quentin's face. "These little things, a waste of time? It would take 100 years, or 100 Quentins, or 100 Plums," Plum suggested. 50 Plums, Mayakovsky corrected gallantly, flashing a quick yellowed grin. "You are nowhere close, not even in the same ballpark. A complete waste of time." He crushed the diagram into a ball and hurled it across the room. Quentin watched it bounce and come to rest beneath a heavy wooden table. What he really wanted was a quiet moment to revisit the spell methodically, to search for any give in the calculations, places where the coefficients could be adjusted to bridge the staggering gap. But Mayakovsky steamrolled over that notion, forcibly marching him through the brutal arithmetic, multiplying huge numbers in his head with terrifying speed. Quentin could barely keep pace. The man seemed to know everything about incorporate bonds, as if he'd spent the last month preparing for their visit. He understood their own spell better than they did. Quentin found himself wondering what Mayakovsky's personal research looked like, if he even bothered with any. Isolated here for half of every year. What did a mind like that do with all that solitude? The potential was limitless, if he chose to apply it, but Quentin had no clue what Mayakovsky wanted from life. He closed his eyes, massaging his temples. The entire spell structure was clear in his mind, and he could just about follow Mayakovsky's logic, but a solution remained invisible. There had to be a path through. He refused to return with nothing. What if I stored the energy? Quentin suggested build it up over time, create a containment vessel, cast the spell 100 times, bank the power, and release it all at once. And how do you stabilize it? What is your storage matrix? I don't know. A gemstone, a special coin, something along those lines. Mayakovsky made a disgusted sound. Sloppy magic, reckless magic. Or, Quentin pressed, I could gather 100 magicians. We all cast it simultaneously. I do not think you will be telling 100 magicians about this little project of yours. A fair point. Probably not. It would be monumentally risky. True. I do not know why you wish to break an incorporate bond, but whatever the reason, it is not legal, I think. You should not have told even me. Mayakovsky was watching him intently across the table. Quentin met his gaze. The man's stony face was unreadable. Plum watched the exchange, tense and alert. If he's bluffing, call it. If he's not, what's your next move? "Maybe you should turn us in," Quentin said, testing the waters. "If it comes out that we were here, you could lose your position. Maybe I should." Mayakovsky stood abruptly, went to a cabinet, and rummaged inside. He pulled out an unlabeled bottle of clear liquid. "I want you out of my house," he stated flatly. "I will make a portal." But then, instead of expelling them, Mayakovsky sank into a gloomy silence. He slumped back into a chair at a corner table and began drinking. After several minutes, he wordlessly offered the bottle to Plum. "Drink." Plum sniffed it, took a cautious sip, coughed, wiped her mouth, and passed the bottle to Quentin. "Drink," she echoed hoarsely. It smelled like industrial solvent. "Good God," Quentin said. "What is this?" That earned a rare short laugh from Mayakovsky. "Antarctic moonshine." It was not a comforting answer. "What could possibly grow here that you could ferment?" Lichen, he hoped it was lichen. The alternatives were too grim to consider. Mayakovsky lapsed back into silence, seeming to forget they were there, though Quentin noted he made no move to leave them alone. He and Plum exchanged bewildered glances. Mayakovsky clearly had no interest in further Bond discussion. They attempted some polite chatter about life at the Breakbill's South Outpost, but he was utterly immune to small talk. "Are you related to the poet?" Plum asked him at one point. "No." Mayakovsky added a guttural remark in Russian, likely something disparaging about poets in general, so, left with no other option, Quentin and Plum compared notes on their experiences as blue whales, trading gossip about the various pods they remembered, while Mayakovsky stared blankly at the wall, drinking in a steady, mechanical rhythm, as if trying to drown the Antarctic silence itself. He produced a loaf of dark bread and a jar of pickles, but he didn't eat. Instead, he would lift the loaf every few minutes, inhale its scent, and set it back down. How long could this charade last? Quentin had no intention of helping him. He would wait it out, endure it to the very end. He wouldn't surrender unless Mayakovsky forced him outside. The Antarctic light was relentless, like the unwavering lamp of an interrogator. It felt as though they were the last three people alive. Despite his open contempt for them, Mayakovsky couldn't seem to bring himself to send them away. Perhaps his loneliness ran deeper than he admitted. Eventually, he retrieved a chess set, one pawn replaced by a cabinet knob. He demolished Quentin first, then defeated Plum twice, the first game with some struggle. The second, after 45 minutes, and by the slimmest of margins, Quentin suspected Plum was holding back. Maybe Mayakovsky suspected it too. Midway through their third game, he stood up suddenly. "Come!" He strode from the room with his rolling, determined walk. "Bring the bottle." Quentin glanced at Plum. "After you," she said. "Ladies first, age before beauty, P's before Q's." It was becoming absurd. They were like a pair of comic sidekicks, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern to Mayakovsky's brooding Hamlet. Glean what afflicts him. Quentin found some glasses. He was tired of sharing a bottle with Mayakovsky, though Antarctic moonshine probably had formidable sterilizing properties, and they followed. He led them through a door Quentin had never seen unlocked before into his private quarters. Quentin averted his eyes from the assortment of small, unwashed garments littering the floor. "Drink," Mayakovsky bellowed as they walked. "Thanks," Quentin said, "but I'm—" "Drink. This is your professor speaking, you Skraelings." "You know," Quentin remarked, "technically I'm a professor now too, or I was. I will show you something, Professor Skraeling, something you will see nowhere else." Apparently, reckless drinking was the price of admission to Mayakovsky's inner sanctum, but Quentin was willing to follow any lead, no matter how faint. He was still unsteady from the journey, but the moonshine had kindled a smoldering heat in his stomach, a sour, slow-burning peat fire. Mayakovsky himself didn't appear especially drunk, except that his mood had swung from depressive to manic. He led them down 2 flights of stairs, deep into the Antarctic rock itself. Maybe he was the anti-Santa of the South Pole, about to show them where the elves manufactured lumps of coal for anti-Christmas. Quentin prayed to every god he could recall, living and dead, that this wasn't some bizarre sexual ritual. It wasn't. Mayakovsky's laboratory, a suite of dark, square, windowless workrooms, each furnished with well-worn benches and tables and studded with silent, heavy machinery, a drill press, a bandsaw, a small forge, a lathe in stark contrast to everything else in Mayakovsky's domain. It was all immaculately clean and orderly. The tools and instruments were polished and arranged in straight rows on cloths, as if for display. The machinery gleamed with a dull, matte, blue-black finish. The room was still except for some quiet, regular motion in the shadows, a softly swinging pendulum, a spinning top that for some reason never slowed, a slowly turning armillary sphere. The three of them stood looking around in the half-light, the lichen vodka momentarily forgotten. The silence here was deeper than the usual ambient silence of Antarctica, an absolute sonic vacuum. "This is lovely," Plum said. "It was true. Beautiful. I know why you do this," Mayakovsky said. He wasn't so much answering them as continuing a monologue that had been playing in his head. "You," he looked at Plum. "You. I don't know. Maybe you're bored. Maybe you're in love with him." Plum waved that idea away frantically, a full-arm gesture. "No, abort, Quentin, I see you. You're like me. You have that hunger. You want to be a great wizard, a Gandalf, a Merlin, a Dumbledore." He spoke softly, almost gently for him, then took a drink. He cleared his throat and spat wetly into a handkerchief before stuffing it into his robe pocket. He'd been alone too long, do I? Quentin wondered. Want to be great? Maybe once. Now he just wanted to be a magician, full stop. He wanted to break an unbreakable bond. He wanted Alice back. Truth felt slippery now, a thing that dissolved in lichen vodka. "Sure," he said, "why not? But you will not be great. You are clever. You have a good head." He reached over and rapped his knuckles on Quentin's skull. "Don't do that." But Mayakovsky was rolling now, a drunken best man determined to give the most brutally honest toast. "A fine head, better than most, but for you, sadly, there are many heads like it. 100, maybe 1,000. I'm sure you're right. Denying it was pointless." Quentin leaned against the cool, oiled metal of a drill press. It felt solid and steady, an ally at his back. 500, Plum offered generously, boosting herself onto a work table. "Be fair? You will never be great. You know nothing of greatness. You want to see? I will show you greatness." He swept his arm out toward the shadowed workbenches, and all through the room metal and glass stirred, glowed, and woke up. Engines hummed, wheels turned, flames sparked to life. "This is my museum, the Museum of Mayakovsky," and he showed them what he'd built through the long Antarctic winters. His workshop wasn't just a marvel, it was an archive of marvels, a catalog of answered prayers, impossible dreams, and holy grails. Suddenly, Mayakovsky was a showman, grandly ushering them from table to table. Here, a perpetual motion machine, there, a pair of 7,000 league boots. He showed them a single drop of universal solvent, which no container could hold, and so hung magically suspended in midair. He produced magic beans, a pen that wrote only truth, a mouse aging backward, a goose that laid eggs of gold, silver, platinum, and iridium. He spun straw into gold and turned the gold to lead. It was the treasure from every fairy tale. All the prizes knights and princes died for, and clever princesses won by solving riddles. Mayakovsky was right. This was grand magic. This was what a lifetime of solitary toil bought you. Later, the details would blur, the moonshine bleaching them from his brain like industrial solvent. But Quentin remembered a player piano that improvised based on your mood, never repeating, growing more beautiful until it was the sound of everything you'd ever wanted to hear. After a few minutes it became unbearable. He had to ask Mayakovsky to stop it before he broke down sobbing. Later he couldn't have hummed a single bar to save his life. "This, Quentin, this is greatness. These are things you will never do, never understand." It was true even with the strength he'd found after his father's death. He'd never be in Mayakovsky's league. It cost him nothing to admit it. He just wished all that genius could actually help them. But Plum was frowning. "So why are you still here?" she said. "In Antarctica? If you're this great, why hide? Look at all this. You could be famous." "I could be," Mayakovsky said sourly. The showman had vanished. "But why? Why should I care if people know my name? People do not deserve Mayakovsky. So you like it here? Alone like this? I don't get it. Why shouldn't I like it?" He thrust out his lower lip. He wasn't interested in being psychoanalyzed. "Here I have everything. Outside there is nothing for me. This is where I can get things done." But she's right, it doesn't add up, Quentin finally spoke up. You've likely cracked puzzles that have stumped the best minds for decades. You need to return and share what you've learned. I need to do no such thing. Mayakovsky's voice dropped to a low growl. Enough. I am never going back. That chapter is closed. Even with his standard issue, reasonably sharp mind, Quentin was starting to piece it together. He recalled fragments of Mayakovsky's past, the scandalous relationship with a student named Emily Greenstreet that ended so badly it forced his exile to Breakbills South. Quentin understood about hiding from the world, too. He'd done his own version of it. After the tragedy with Alice, he was so shattered and numb that he retreated from magic entirely, vowing never to weave another spell. His logic was simple. If he never dared anything again, he could never lose anything again. He could never cause anyone else pain. But that isolation didn't hold. It couldn't. A life without risk is a life without meaning, without possession or purpose. Existence, he learned, is inherently a gamble. Elliot, Janet, and Julia had dragged him back from the brink, and he returned to Fillory despite everything. He took chances again, tasted victory and defeat, and it was agonizing, yet he harbored no regrets. You're mistaken, Quentin stated. Fine, you're a prodigy, but you're wrong about this. You could return. It wouldn't be the catastrophe you imagine. Do not presume to instruct me on my capabilities. Do not define me. When you can accomplish all this, little man, then you may critique me. I'm not critiquing you. I'm only suggesting you are not so enigmatic. Mayakovsky poked Quentin's chest with a finger like a desiccated sausage. You think I'm unaware of your story? They expelled you from that other realm you frequent. Yes, and you crawled back to Breakbills. But they would not have you there either, so out you go once more. Christ, he must know about Fillory, or at least the Netherlands. Mayakovsky stepped forward, and Quentin retreated a pace. Okay, yes, Quentin admitted, but you might notice I'm not sulking in an ice fortress about it. No, now you aspire to be a criminal, but even that ambition is too grand. You come whimpering to Daddy, pleading for assistance. My father is dead. Quentin stopped backing away. I may be a mediocre magician, he said, but at least I'm not a peculiar hermit who screams at visitors. I'm out in the world attempting to accomplish something, and I'll tell you something else. I believe you know how to sever and incorporate bond, in fact. Oh God, maybe he did have a flash of brilliance. In fact, I think you're bound by one yourself. That's what traps you here, isn't it? Mayakovsky had been unusually prepared for their arrival. Overly prepared even for him. It was a wild guess, but Mayakovsky faltered, and Quentin knew he was near the truth. Tell me how to break it. He pushed forward. You must have solved it even if you're too terrified to act on it yourself. Tell me how. Try helping someone else for once. He'd struck a nerve. Something icy flashed behind Mayakovsky's eyes, and he struck Quentin across the face. Quentin had forgotten his fondness for that. It burned fiercely, though less than it would have without the lichen vodka already numbing his senses. His ears buzzed, but his cheek was mostly asleep. Just intoxicated enough to do something he'd always fantasized about. He slapped Mayakovsky back. Hitting his grizzled hide was like slapping an alligator. Mayakovsky erupted into his foul, yellowish grin. There it is, he bellowed, again. Quentin slapped him once more, without any signal. Mayakovsky wrapped his thick arms around Quentin in a crushing, bear-like embrace. The emotional reversal was baffling, but Quentin went along with it. Why fight it? Over Mayakovsky's shoulder, he saw Plum watching them with wide eyes. She looked as if she were trying to vanish from the room through pure mental force. But what the hell? Why shouldn't two men hug in an Antarctic basement? He patted Mayakovsky's back with his free hand. This poor, miserable bastard. Quentin's father was gone. Who else did he have left to hold on to? This, he realized, must be what having a family felt like. This was how people embraced their parents.
Good old Mayakovsky.
Maybe they weren't so different after all. I am a dead man, Quentin. This place is my grave. I bury myself here. That's absurd, Quentin argued. It makes no sense. You can break the bond, you can leave whenever you want. Come with us. Mayakovsky stepped back, gripping Quentin's shoulders. You keep your broken world. Do you hear me? You hold on to it. I'm staying. I'm finished. He tapped Quentin's cheek gently. My story ends here. You are a pitiful mediocrity, yet you have more courage than I do. You will not end up like Mayakovsky. Your story isn't over." He offered the bottle again. Quentin had thought they'd finally emptied it, but there it was, nearly full once more, likely refilled by magic. The rest of the night blurred into fragments. Later, Quentin would recall hazy impressions of Mayakovsky singing, laughing, then weeping, all tangled with the lichen-flavored dreams that swallowed him after he passed out. He could never untangle memory from hallucination, in those dreams, at least. They sat on the workroom floor, passing the bottle, and Mayakovsky recounted his time in the Netherlands, when the great blue gods returned to reclaim their magic. He spoke of fighting beside dragons, of riding bareback on the great white dragon of Lake Vostok, of shattering the bell jar over the Netherlands with lightning summoned from his own hands. The next morning, Quentin woke in his own bed, not at Breakbill's South, but back in the Newark Airport Marriott. He had no memory of returning. Mayakovsky must have sent them through a portal after all, just as he'd once sent Quentin back to Breakbill's following the race to the South Pole, though, honestly, the thought of Mayakovsky weaving portal magic in the state they'd been in made him shudder. Alcohol and dimensional travel were a terrible mix. Sitting up, Quentin immediately wished he had perished in a teleportation disaster. Every hangover convinces you it's the worst one ever, but this one was truly legendary, a Hall of Famer. He felt as if every drop of moisture had been violently sucked from his body, like an apricot left in a dehydrator and replaced with venom from a furious snake. Slowly, carefully, he crawled to his hands and knees. He buried his face in the pillow, humbling himself before whatever vengeful deity had cursed him this way. Maybe some uncontaminated blood remained somewhere in his veins and would trickle down to soothe his throbbing brain. His fingers brushed something cool and round beneath the pillow, a gift from the tooth fairy, perhaps. He pulled it out. He was right. It was a gift. 3 coins, shiny and gold, each the size of a silver dollar but slightly thicker. He turned one over in his palm. It gleamed as if caught in sunlight, though the curtains were drawn. He knew instantly what they were. Quentin smiled, his chapped lips cracking. Mayakovsky had done it exactly what Quentin had suggested. He'd stored the power needed to break the bond inside these coins. Mayakovsky must have crafted them to free himself, then never used them. Bless that stubborn old man. Maybe Quentin's own father had possessed no magic, but Mayakovsky did, and more importantly, he'd found the courage to pass it on. He'd been wrong about himself. He was brave after all. Kneeling on the bed, his headache already receding, Quentin held 1 coin between 2 fingers and made it vanish. A simple one-handed sleight, pure stage magic, then brought it back. It felt like the gift he'd been waiting for his entire life. He wouldn't squander it. The plan would work. They would break the bond, steal the case, and then he could begin again. He could start his real work. For the first time since leaving Breakbill's, his life was finally beginning to make sense. The coin felt sharp and new in her hand, its edges crisp. One face bore the image of a goose in mid-flight, wings spread wide. The other side held a profile, the features of a young woman, Emily Greenstreet. Chapter 11. Seriously, Josh sighed, slumping in his chair. "I can't wrap my head around the whole world just stopping. Would you quit saying that?" Janet snapped. Elliot, for what felt like the 100th time that afternoon, murmured, "Order in the court." Poppy remained silent, her lips pressed into a thoughtful line. They were gathered in the high, square council chamber of Castle Whitespire, the room where the monarchs convened each day at 5. Behind her, the window facing west framed the spectacular dying embers of a sunset that looked like a city burning. "It can't actually all be ending," she said at last, "and yet here we are." "That's the spirit," Janet said dryly. "I feel like I just arrived. I practically did. Is there any proof besides Ember's word? The guy isn't exactly a reliable narrator. Honey, he's literally our god," Josh pointed out. "He's probably in the know. He's not perfect. How can you be sure?" Janet cut in, because if he were perfect, he wouldn't be such a colossal jerk half the time. She had a talent for arguing against herself without missing a beat. Josh shook his head. "You realize, of course, that it's probably blasphemy like that which is dooming us. Your charmingly crude sense of humor is the final nail in the coffin." "Poppy raises a valid concern," Elliot interjected, straightening his slightly askew crown. Remember, our first introduction to Ember was finding him imprisoned. Martin Chatwin had him locked away in his own tomb. So he's not all-powerful, Josh conceded, reluctant to let his point go. That doesn't mean he's wrong. Regardless, he never shares the full story, Elliot continued. Not until the last possible second. I wouldn't be shocked if that's exactly what's happening now. All he's told us is that if things continue as they are, the world ends. That doesn't automatically mean it's hopeless, not absolutely. He paused, expecting a rebuttal. None came. What I'm proposing is that perhaps we, as Fillory's rulers, could be the ones to save it? Terrific, Janet said, clapping her hands together once. Let's put on a musical. The old barn by the river is free. I am being completely serious. Yes, and I'm using sarcasm to highlight how utterly insane your serious idea sounds. Listen, Elliot pressed on, leaning forward. Ember is a god, but he's a god of Fillory alone. His knowledge has limits. He doesn't understand everything about the wider cosmos. I think we should do some investigating of our own, see if he overlooked something, test the true extent of our royal authority, try to get a glimpse of this supposed apocalypse before it arrives. Maybe we can intercept it. Another heavy silence settled over the room as each of them privately searched for a reason why Elliot's plan might not be pure fantasy. Right, obviously, Josh finally said, his voice gaining a bit of forced cheer. We're not going to just sit here and take it. We fight. Exactly. Poppy agreed with a firm, sharp nod. Janet eyed them. So what's the plan? We just wander back out into the woods, hoping for a convenient quest to fall into our laps. Essentially, yes, Elliot said. That's what we do. She considered this, a flicker of memory crossing her face, the long, dull months of administrative duty while the others were off on their last grand adventure. Fine, but I'm coming this time. Last round I was stuck playing nursemaid to the kingdom for a year and a half. When do we move? Immediately. And what if we fail? Poppy asked, her voice quieter now. What if we can't stop it? Janet gave a half-hearted shrug. Then I guess we retreat. Go back home. Our old home, I mean. That's what the Netherlands are for, Josh said. Everyone listen. Elliot sat up straighter, adopting his most solemn High King demeanor. In moments like these, he aimed for the wise, grave presence of a certain elf lord from a famous trilogy, and he felt he came reasonably close. He made deliberate eye contact with each of them. I know I don't speak for everyone here, not on this. But if Ember is correct, if Fillory is truly dying, then I will stay and witness its end. This is the place where I became myself, the person I was supposed to be. Who I am exists within Fillory. If Fillory perishes, then that version of me perishes with it. He looked down at his hands, at the rings that marked his sovereignty. I think I actually made that decision a long time ago. I don't need you to come with me, but I want you to understand. There's no turning back. Not for me anymore. The crescent moon had shown up early, a pale sliver hanging opposite the sunset, catching on the edge of the horizon. Elliot could imagine that edge clearly now, having stood there himself. The endless brick barrier, the strip of gray shore, the one door leading out from the tower. On a clear day like this, you could almost convince yourself you saw it. Josh tilted his head, squinting one eye as he studied Elliot's face. He pointed a finger, uncertain. "Screw you." Elliot's lopsided smile broke through, the tension dissolved. "Look, it's awful," he admitted. "I hate everything about it, but we'll push it as far as we can, then we walk, we'll go home, have a proper drink for once. See what Quentin's gotten himself into." "Oh, good Lord," Janet groaned. "Death sounds more appealing." Everyone laughed except Poppy, who was lost in thought. "I just keep thinking." She stopped, took a shaky breath to steady herself. It helped a little. Under the table, Josh squeezed her hand. "What is it, honey? If it all ends now, the baby will never get to see Fillory. I know it sounds foolish, but I wanted our child born here. I wanted them to see all of this. I wanted us to have our own little prince or princess." "They still will be, sweetheart," Josh said gently. "No matter what happens, we'll be royalty in exile. That still means something." "No," Janet cut in, her tone flat. "It really doesn't?" In the end, only Janet and Elliot went. Josh still couldn't manage a horse, even a chatty one offering pointers, and Poppy wasn't feeling well. Josh refused to leave her side. so it was just the two of them. The mood was nothing like setting off to battle the Lorians or even those early hunting trips in better days. This was quieter, heavier. They rode out just after dawn through a small stone arch at the back of the castle, emerging onto a thin trail that clung to the cliffs above the bay. No ceremony, no cheering crowds. They went alone. Which way? Janet asked. Elliot pointed north. No real reason. It just felt right to pick a direction and stick to it. The grass was damp with dew. The new sun, soft and pink, hung low over White Spire Bay. For the first time in a long while, Elliot felt very small, and Fillory felt vast and untamed around him. This was a real quest, maybe the final one? What happened next actually mattered. Life before Fillory had been a struggle. Too much drinking, too many clever, cutting remarks, emotions that were either ironic or chemically induced. Fillory had changed him. The idea of going back to that person, of becoming that version of himself again, scared him more than he wanted to admit. He wouldn't die with Fillory. He'd meant that when he said it, but if Fillory died, he knew a part of him, something small but vital, wouldn't make it either. He wouldn't miss this endless summer, though. It had a brutal, blazing grandeur, but honestly he was desperate for the heat to break. A hot wind rushed through the trees, thick and relentless, rifling through leaves that were still green but fading at the edges from the drought. The trees must know what's coming, he thought. If Julia were here, she could have asked them. White Spire, the town, not the castle or the bay, wasn't large, and they soon reached its outskirts. Encircled by a wall of mismatched height and material, a jumble of brick, stone, timber, and packed earth that had been knocked down and rebuilt and propped up over centuries as the town grew and shrank and stubbornly refused to fall apart. Beyond the walls stretched fields of golden grain, where workers moved like figures from a Bruegel painting, bent beneath the weight of their baskets. As Elliot and Janet rode by, the harvesters grew quiet, many kneeling and bowing their heads. The two rulers acknowledged them with a nod. Elite had learned long ago that accepting such gestures was simpler than false humility. In a king, modesty only bred confusion. Within half an hour they had crossed the cultivated land and approached the Queenswood north of the city, reining in just before the tree line. The border was unnaturally clean without any underbrush, as though the forest itself maintained a polite distance. Elliot felt a sudden formal sensation, as if arriving at a grand ball. "Good evening, old friend," he thought. "Shall we dance?" "After you," Janet offered. "Oh, get lost," Elliot replied, when riding with a queen. Protocol demanded she enter the Queenswood first. The massive, dark-barked oaks, gnarled and knotted, their surfaces almost forming faces that never quite resolved, slid apart like theater curtains. Janet nudged her horse forward. "Do you actually know where we're headed?" "We talked about this. That isn't how a quest works. We're not planning it out. We're just traveling. I can't turn my brain off." "Then try not to overanalyze." "Easy for you to say," Janet shot back. "Fine, you handle the not thinking for both of us." Leaving the bright morning behind, they passed into the forest's perpetual twilight. The steady clop of hooves on cobblestones softened to a muffled thumping on ancient packed earth. "What if absolutely nothing happens?" Janet asked. "Nothing will happen. Not at first. Patience is part of the journey." "Just so we're clear, I'm giving this 1 week," Janet stated. 7 days, that's it. I'm aware of how long a week lasts. "Look, I see this like we're taking Fillory's pulse," she continued. "It's a diagnostic quest. We're asking, are you still alive, you marvelous, magical place? Will you give us an adventure that shows us what's wrong and how to fix it? If yes, fantastic. But if a week goes by and we're still bored out of our minds, I'm calling it time of death. Fillory will have flatlined." "A week isn't very long," Elliot observed, "to decide the fate of an entire world." "Elliot, I love you like the brother I never had and never wanted," Janet said. "But honestly, a week is an eternity. By then, you and I will be thoroughly sick of each other, their path twisted and turned through the Queenswood, seemingly charted by the forest's own collective will." They could have tried to steer, but this time they surrendered to the autopilot, accepting whatever road emerged. An eerie silence enveloped them. The Queenswood had a habit of eliminating unwanted fauna through falling branches or creeping roots, leaving only a few deer and ornamental birds behind. The forest floor was carpeted with vast swaths of ferns, striped here and there with slender beams of light that slipped through gaps in the canopy above. There were no fallen logs. The queenswood buried its dead. The trees continued to part before them, a motion Elliot found vaguely sensual, like an endless series of legs shifting apart, ushering them deeper into increasingly private spaces. They pressed onward, burrowing into the heart of the wood. Whenever the path forked, Elliot chose a direction without hesitation for no reason at all. Then, as if a magician were drawing a dove from a hidden sleeve, the forest opened abruptly into a circular meadow. At its center stood the giant clock tree, the place where they had once encountered the seeing hare and where Jollibee had met his end. The tree bore a deep sunken scar where its clock had been, like a blinded cyclops, but at least it was still now, finally at peace. The sapling from which Elliot had taken the watch, later given to Quentin, had withered and died. He felt a pang of regret, but it wasn't enough to make him wish he'd acted differently. Knowing that Quentin, wherever he was, had that object with him made the whole thing worthwhile. They agreed to camp there for the night. If past adventures were any indication, this was exactly the sort of spot where something magical and significant might occur. Janet dismounted smoothly. "I'll handle dinner?" "We already had the dinner, the castle packed," Elliot reminded her. "I finished it at lunch." With practiced efficiency, Janet drew one of the two short staves crossed on her back and jogged toward the tree line. Elliot hadn't known she could use a staff, but she carried it with a confident grip. "Interesting," he murmured. Being alone here was unsettling, especially without his queen. Wildflowers speckled the grass. He'd always intended to learn the names of Fillory's native blooms, but he'd never found the time, and now it seemed he never would. The moment had passed. A rustling, snapping noise from the surrounding woods startled him until he realized the trees at the meadow's edge were considerately shedding dry branches for their fire. They must have approved of his presence, he thought. Finding the gesture oddly moving from a saddlebag, Elliot pulled out their tent, a compact canvas bundle, and tossed it onto the soft grass. It unfurled and pitched itself in the gathering dusk, its canvas snapping taut like a ship's sail catching a strong wind. By morning, a delicate mist veiled the meadow, hanging in the air like the silent white gun smoke after a heavy barrage of cannon fire. They rode the entire day without trouble. That's 2 days down, 5 to go, Janet noted, and by sunset they had left the vibrant greenery of the Queenswood behind, entering the neighboring labyrinth of gray fir trees known as the Wormwood. On the 3rd day they crossed the burnt river, an ordeal that was never pleasant, though seldom truly dangerous. Its dark waters were perpetually clogged with ash for reasons no one understood, and the nymph who dwelled within was a glossy, beetle-black creature with silvery eyes, known to travel the river at night while shrieking. Elliot suggested attempting to communicate with her, but Janet shuddered. "That's a last resort kind of move," she said. "That's for like day 6 territory. Relax. It's not the end of the world." "FYI, you only get to use that joke once per quest, so I hope you enjoyed it." Elliot would have rather turned west from there, heading toward the lakes known as Umber's Tears, or perhaps to Berrien, a relaxed, walled hill town famous for distilling an exceptional clear liquor from a local grain. He kept a cozy royal townhouse there. He rarely had the chance to visit, but Janet was set on riding north. "That would be perfectly fine," Elliot said, "if not for the minor issue of the horrific northern marsh. It's north of here, hence the brilliantly obvious name." "That's precisely why I want to go north. I'm feeling drawn to the marsh. I have a hunch." "Well, I'm not feeling it. I despise that place." "Wow! And here I thought you were supposed to be the adventurous one. Fine. I'll meet you in Berrien, but I don't want to go to Berrien alone," Elliot protested. "Your whining is profoundly unattractive. Come with me to the marsh, and then we'll both go to Berrien. What if I die in the northern marsh? It happens, you know." "Then I'll go to Berrien by myself. I enjoy solo travel. If you die, can I have your townhouse?" Elliot stayed silent. Deep down, and very much against his own preferences, he recognized that Janet was following a genuine hunch about the marsh. On a quest, you didn't ignore those feelings. "Fine," he conceded, a sly grin touching his lips. "I was merely testing your resolve. You have passed gloriously. To the marsh we go." The northern marsh wasn't actually located as far north as its name implied. By late afternoon, the ground had grown soft and spongy, and they made camp on its fringes that same evening. The next day dawned under a brisk gray sky, and they carefully picked a path through cattails, coarse grass, and chilly puddles until the horses flatly refused to take another step. Janet's horse was a talking horse, and it courteously clarified that it spoke for itself, and its silent partner when it insisted this was not terrain suited for hooves, especially when those hooves were attached to legs as fragile as a horse's. Elliot took their withdrawal in stride. They proceeded on foot. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of heated mud and decay. They skirted wide, weed-choked pools of stagnant water and sometimes slogged straight through when no other path presented itself. The great northern marsh felt isolated and hushed. One might expect it to teem with frogs, insects, and water birds, yet it appeared devoid of life. Only vegetation and odorous microorganisms thrived there. Pushing farther in, the terrain transitioned to mudflats and open water, broken here and there by tenacious, hummocky clumps of grass. Their boots were becoming irredeemably caked, and Elliot sensed the balance between firm ground and water tilting steadily, inevitably toward the latter. Just as the route was nearing impossibility, they discovered a slender boardwalk Janet had been secretly hoping to find. It was merely two thin, weathered gray planks laid across the grasping muck, elevated in sections a few feet by stilts, pilings, and the occasional opportunistic tree stump. Elliot paused to scrape the worst of the mire from his boots, fully aware the effort was likely futile before they moved on. With no railings, they had to balance their way along like some ridiculous high-wire act. He found himself pondering whether quicksand was a genuine hazard or just a tall tale. "Where are all the birds?" he asked, mostly to distract himself. "I've spotted maybe 2. This place ought to be crawling with them." "Kind of makes you miss Julia, doesn't it?" Janet remarked. "She had a way with birds. Do you miss her?" "I mean, naturally. I always had a soft spot for Julia. You didn't exactly wear it on your sleeve," Elliot noted. Janet replied, "If you truly understood Julia, you'd know she wasn't fond of people who were overly effusive with their feelings." This prompted Elliot to mentally revisit a slew of past interactions between Janet and Julia, viewing them in a new light. Their footsteps echoed dully on the planks in the marshy stillness. "It's a miracle this rickety thing is still here," Janet continued. "I can't fathom who maintains it. How do you even know about this spot? I explored out here once while you all were off on your nautical adventures. Figured someone ought to map it. It looked strange and intriguing. I encountered some frightening things and decided to retreat, but not before running into some equally strange and intriguing people." She added, almost as an afterthought, met a hermit living in a shack on stilts who claimed the marsh sang to him at night. He offered me tea made from boiled lichen. I declined. Elliot wondered, not for the first time, what Janet had really been up to while the others were sailing the ocean blue. He'd heard the official account, of course, that she'd been governing the kingdom and doing a stellar job. But every so often she'd drop a comment that made him question if that was the entire story. "Do you ever wish you'd gone with her, with Julia, to that other side situation, whatever it was called?" "I've thought about it occasionally," Elliot admitted, "but no. I couldn't have gone. Being king here is fundamental to who I am. I meant what I said about that earlier." He teetered momentarily on an unsteady board. "I do wish I knew what it was like over there, though. Probably less swampy, for starters." "Want to hear the ironic part?" "Go on." "I get how Poppy feels," Janet said, "about the baby. I want that little one to experience Fillory. I want him to rule it after we're gone." Elliot wasn't certain if someone born in Fillory could even rule it, but his immediate focus was more on his own potential demise via this dreadful swamp and whatever lurked within it. He supposed if he sank into its depths, his body might be preserved for future discovery, like those ancient figures pulled from Irish peat bogs that would possess a certain dramatic flair. More likely, though, he'd be consumed long before preservation set in, and then, of course, the world would end anyway. So that's what becomes of the birds, by the way. Janet gestured casually toward the distance, her balance effortless, not even glancing at her feet as she moved. Far out over the cattails, something pale and translucent pink drifted about 30 feet up. It resembled a jellyfish, with long, floral-looking tendrils hanging beneath it, an eerily sinister sight like some alien parasite floating in the air. A dying sparrow fluttered weakly, caught in one of those sticky strands, trapped like a fly on old flypaper. "Whoa," he murmured. "Don't even think about touching one," Janet warned. "The venom's nasty, stops your heart cold." "Wasn't planning on it." "How do they even stay up there, helium? Some kind of gas?" "Nope, just magic. They seem to be nearing the heart of the swamp." The ponds had grown wider, deeper, darker, and unnervingly still, beginning to merge until the wetland was almost one solid lake. A steamy mist thickened around them. Here and there a lotus flower rose above the surface, a soft rosy-white bloom the size of a softball on a sturdy green stem. Strange how something so pure and lovely could sprout from all that muck, like one clean, perfect thing distilled from the filth. Elliot couldn't help recalling the vast, shadowy form he'd glimpsed the last time he flew over the northern marsh. He really hoped it preferred deeper water, which unfortunately seemed to be exactly where they were heading. The boardwalk now rose high above the marsh on spindly pilings, more like a narrow jetty, carrying them straight out over the open lake. The banks faded into the fog. Elliot felt utterly disoriented, almost abandoned. If this adventure were going as it should, he thought, they would have learned something by now, seen or felt something meaningful. Instead, they were nowhere, with nothing ahead and nothing behind, suspended on dead wood over a black mirror of still water. How much farther? Right about here. The walkway ended without warning. If Janet hadn't placed a hand on his shoulder, he might have stepped straight off. A rickety ladder led down, as though inviting a very ill-advised swim. "Got a question for an old friend," Janet announced. Then she called out, "Hey!" Her shout vanished over the water without an echo. She glanced around. "Should have brought a rock to toss. Hey!" They waited. Something broke the stillness, a frog or a fish leaping, but Elliot turned too slowly to see it. When he looked back, the water's surface was no longer calm. First came a broad, smooth bow wave that rushed silently toward them, soaking the stilts halfway up. Elliot rose on his toes instinctively as it passed. Then an enormous, ridged, olive-colored shell broke the surface 50 feet across, like a submarine breaching. It was a turtle, a snapping turtle, judging by its hooked, falcon-like beak. Good grief. The thing was a leviathan. No wonder almost nothing lived here. Jellyfish took birds from the air, and this creature must scour the water clean of anything more complex than pond scum. Huge methane bubbles surfaced around it, released from the mud where it must have been buried. The smell was, well, actually, it wasn't indescribable. It smelled like crap. Who calls the prince of the mud? The snapping turtle's voice was a rasp, like a long-time chain smoker's. Its head was blunt, blocky, and almost comical, like a talking thumb. Small, deep-set eyes peered from nests of tough, horny skin, giving it a permanently angry look. Elliot decided to assume it was angry until proven otherwise. "Oh," the turtle said, slowly. "You! Yeah, me? Phew, you reek! It is the smell of life. It's the smell of farts. I've got a question for you. What else do you bring? I cannot eat questions. The hunting has been poor. Its massive face was all leathery hide and sharp beak, its neck as thick as its head. "Oh, I don't know," Janet replied, sounding almost bored. Sometimes Elliot wondered if she might be a little sociopathic. How else could anyone sound so casual in a moment like this? Elliot understood she had emotions, but she stored them away differently than others. "We have 2 horses," she stated. "Answer me and we can discuss it." He kept his expression neutral. This had to be a trick. There was no chance Janet was actually offering the horses. "I am High King Elliot," he declared. "He owns this wretched place," Janet added. "I'm the prince of the mud," she interrupted, "which Elliot owns. We're aware. You're a giant turtle. Your realm may be broad, but it is shallow. Mine holds depth." The creature turned its head slowly, examining them first with one dull eye, then the other. A passing jellyfish let its tentacles drag across the turtle's brow, but the leviathan took no notice. "Ember claims Fillory is dying," Elliot said. "What's your view? Is it true?" Death, death, life. A fish perishes. A billion creatures feast and thrive. In the swamp, the distinction blurs. The fish would disagree, Janet retorted. You're a terrible philosopher, so don't bother. Is Fillory dying? If a turtle could shrug, it would have, Very well, Fillory is dying. Give me the horses? Wait, you're serious? Janet's anger flared. She seemed to truly believe it only now. It's actually ending. Can we prevent it? You cannot. We can't, Eliot echoed. But perhaps someone else could. I may not say, ask the Queen. I'm the Queen, Janet insisted, or I am a queen. I'm the primary queen. I'm asking you, Queen of the Dwarves in the Barrens. Enough. Give me the horses or leave me be. The turtle began to sink, withdrawing its head beneath its shell until its chin rested on the dark water's surface. I don't know any dwarf queens, Janet said, turning to Eliot. Do you know any dwarf queens? Absolutely not. Because female dwarves don't exist. They're not real. She isn't real, Janet told the turtle. Try another answer, listen more carefully. The snapping turtle snapped. Its head shot forward with shocking speed. Eliot wouldn't have thought something so massive could move so fast. It was like a freight train barreling toward them. As it struck, it twisted its head to take them both in one bite. Eliot reacted instinctively, dropping into a crouch and shielding his face with his arms. From this defensive huddle, he felt the air turn sharply colder and heard a crackling sound he first mistook for the pier shattering. But the attack never landed. You dare? Janet's voice boomed, so powerful it made the wooden planks hum underfoot. He looked up. She was floating 2 feet above the pier, her clothes edged with frost. She radiated an intense cold. Mist poured off her skin like vapor from dry ice. Her arms were spread wide, and she held an axe in each hand, her twin staves, now crowned with blades of clear ice. The turtle was frozen in mid-lunge. She had stopped it cold. The swamp around it was solid ice. With a sarcastic smirk, Janet had summoned winter on a whim, and the waters of the northern marsh were locked in frozen, cracked waves as far as he could see. The turtle was trapped, struggling futilely, its head thumping against its icy prison. Wow, Eliot said, rising from his crouch. Impressive, you dare, Janet repeated, her tone dripping with imperious power. Be grateful you still draw breath, Prince of Filth. The turtle didn't look surprised, only enraged. I will have you, it hissed, surging against its bonds. The ice groaned and began to fracture. Janet leaned into her magic, freezing the swamp even harder and tighter. I will freeze your eyes, she vowed, and shatter them. I will crack your shell and pluck out the meat. Where did she come up with these lines? The turtle strained once more and then fell still, like a great vessel locked in Arctic ice. It glared at them, eyes burning with pure hatred. Janet gently floated back down to the wooden planks. Forget it, Janet said. You know you're beaten? Next time, you're dead, she spat, and the globule froze solid before it could hit the ground, skittering away across the ice like a misplaced marble. Without another word, she turned and left. Iliali tripped over his own feet, scrambling off the boardwalk to give her a wide berth. Those axes of hers gave him the chills, a deep, instinctual aversion that made his skin crawl. He felt he ought to get the last word in, so he did. Jerk. Insect, the turtle croaked in reply, its breath forming a frosty plume in the abruptly frigid air. You'll understand soon enough it's a stack of turtles from top to bottom. Right, of course, Eliot muttered. Heard that one. He hurried to catch up with Janet, following the trail of frost-rimmed footprints she left in her wake. Chapter 12. It was a good 2 hours later, after they'd remounted and were finally heading southwest toward blessedly firm, dry land, and eventually the distant promise of Berrien and its clear, alcoholic comforts, that Janet finally broke the silence. So she began, clearing her throat with theatrical casualness. I'm guessing you're dying to know how I spontaneously transformed into a spectacular ice queen wielding enchanted axes back there. Eliot absolutely was, but he was determined to see how long he could play it cool. They both knew his curiosity was eating him alive. This was a familiar dance between them. He would fold eventually, and they both knew it. Transformed into what now, he asked, aiming for nonchalance. Oh, that, sure, I suppose, the thought crossed my mind. I call the right acts grief, she announced. Want to know what I call the left one? Joy, grief. I honestly can't tell which is which. I see. They rode on in silence for another 5 minutes. Both experts at this particular standoff, Elliot kept glancing over his shoulder, haunted by the paranoid vision of one of those pink, gelatinous creatures floating up from behind to smother him with its tentacles. It would stop his heart, then slowly draw him up into its translucent body for a very public, very visible digestion, a grim thought. But then, if the world was truly ending, did any of it matter? Yet it did matter. He knew that with sudden, painful clarity. Everything mattered now more than ever. He decided to surrender. All right, fine. How did you suddenly become, etc., etc.? I'm thrilled, you ask. Remember that stretch when you all sailed off on your nautical adventure and left me ruling Fillory for, about a year and a half, and incidentally rescued all of magic and thereby the entire world, vaguely? Well, it was a blast at first, running the show, making decrees, pushing through some badly needed reforms. But after a month, things got a bit routine. I needed a project. So, that vast desert south of Fillory, past the Copper Mountains. I'm aware of its existence. I annexed it. Hold on. Elliot tugged his horse to a stop, forcing Janet to halt as well. You invaded the desert? I annexed it. I got to thinking about how in all the old stories, other kingdoms are always threatening Fillory. I figured, why not flip the script? Let's be the expansionists for a change. Get ahead of the game. We have all the magic and monstrous allies anyone could want. The giants alone are basically a nuclear deterrent. Plus, we have an actual functioning god on our side. It felt almost like a moral obligation, our manifest destiny. Elliot nudged his horse back into a walk. He adored Janet, but her audacity was truly breathtaking. He allowed a weighty pause to settle between them. Don't mistake my silence for approval, the High King said finally. I am, in fact, stricken with profound shock and regret. That's precisely why I'm not speaking. Well, if you didn't want me invading deserts, you shouldn't have gallivanted off to save the world, Janet retorted. It was wildly popular domestically. The people adored it. Our army was just sitting around, and the minor nobles were itching for a way to earn some glory and new titles. You have to use that kind of energy, or it curdles. Look what happened with the Fenwicks. Elliot let out a derisive snort. This is exactly why you don't grasp politics, Janet said. Politics doesn't grasp me, he shot back. Besides, think of the mineral resources out there. Our native raw materials are frankly subpar. Kindly refrain from insulting the High King's minerals. They're subpar. I gathered a brigade and a company of talking elephants along with that ninja, Arl, the one Bingle defeated in the tournament, though let's not even open that can of worms about the judging, and we made our way across the Copper Mountains. Have you ever laid eyes on them? It's breathtaking. They truly are almost entirely copper, weathered to this magnificent greenish-blue hue. There's a specific term for it, aeruginous. Arl taught me that. She's shockingly good at word games, it turns out. Copper is a mineral, by the way, and we refer to them as brigades, not regiments. Honestly, I was never completely certain if we actually held claim to the Copper Mountains. The maps are frustratingly vague. Well, now we do, because I annexed them on my journey toward the desert. The whole affair only took a few days. We lost an elephant to a copper cliff, a devastating sight. Elephants and steep drops are a tragic combination. But then something incredible happened. The other elephants halted, descended, and formed a solemn circle around their fallen companion. I couldn't make out the details, but after a full day, the elephant was whole again, back on its feet. They brought it back. I've never witnessed anything like it. Elephants possess profound knowledge. Sometimes I wonder why we're in charge of them, and not the other way around. That borders on treason, though it feels true. What was the desert like? The desert was the most stunning sight I've ever encountered. Elliot, accustomed to Janet's abrupt pivots from sharp wit to raw sincerity, listened. You have to see it in winter. The wandering desert is an ocean of sand. Yes, it's a tired comparison, but it's the literal truth. The dunes shift like massive, slow-moving ocean swells. We spent an entire day just watching them roll in and crash silently against the foothills, like gigantic, soundless waves, and then Elliot interjected. Realizing you were about to invade a beautiful, harmless desert, you reconsidered your tactical and moral position and turned back. But I didn't. That was the moment I understood my purpose. I sent the elephants back. What was I thinking, dragging elephants over mountains? A misguided Hannibal complex, perhaps. They were gracious, but it was no environment for them. I directed them to graze in the southern orchards, which seemed a fair compromise. I sent the brigade back, too. They were brave and disappointed, hoping for a conflict where none existed. Once they were gone, I walked into the desert alone. "Why on earth would you do that?" Elliot asked. As their horses carried them from soggy bogs back onto firm meadowland, Janet was mentally elsewhere. I don't think I can properly explain it. It was purity itself. Suddenly, all the life and greenery everywhere else felt overly complicated, damp, and chaotic. The desert was honest, just dry sand sculpting smooth lines under a vast, empty sky. It was as if I'd been struggling in muck my whole life and had finally found solid ground. I was risking my life, technically, but it felt like the opposite. I felt secure there more than ever before. I didn't have to perform or pretend. I could simply exist. She sighed, frustrated. "I'm not articulating this well. I'm not a spiritual person, but out there I could finally just breathe." "No, I understand," Elliot said. "Keep going." Elliot had long suspected that Janet viewed everyone through the same critical lens she used on herself. If that were true, her world must be a terrifying place. No wonder she preferred solitude. "That night, something incredible happened," she continued. "The stars descended from the heavens. Unfamiliar with humans, they showed no fear. They were like docile birds, softball-sized, spiky, faintly warm, and they emitted little chirps. You could actually hold them." She let out a sigh. "I know how bizarre that sounds, even for Fillory. Sometimes I question if it was a dream." For 3 days I walked until my provisions were gone, yet turning back never occurred to me. Not once. I kept expecting my courage to fail, but it held. I journeyed south, out in the deep desert. The dunes swelled to the size of small mountains. From the crests, the view stretched for miles, but I never glimpsed an end. Perhaps it goes on forever. Well, you can probably guess what happened next. I collapsed from hunger and exhaustion and awoke on a stranger's sand boat skimming across the desert. "Really?" Elliot said. "I was going to guess you had a near-death epiphany and turned back, or maybe that elephant, the one that fell off the cliff and came back, showed up, galloping majestically through the dunes to rescue you, with Arl riding it, perhaps." "I thought you were setting up a surprise twist." "Not even close," Janet replied. "I woke up on this man's vessel. Hardly a boat, more like a plank with a mast and a sail tied to it. Essentially a windsurfer. He sat cross-legged, one hand on the tiller, the other on the sheet, his forearms thick as bowling pins, as the whole contraption flew over the sand. He didn't speak, but he was strikingly handsome, tall, lean, with a prominent nose and brown skin. He took me to his home, a massive rock formation rising from the dunes. At its summit was a vast crater filled with dark, fertile soil where crops grew. An entire tribe lived in small chambers carved into the surrounding stone. "Where did they get water?" Elliot asked. "I wondered the same thing," Janet said. "I found out later. I'll get to that. They were a tough group. The man who saved me was their leader, called the Foremost. I tried to explain that we were invading, or that I was, and that this desert was now part of Fillory. I considered dropping it since he'd saved my life, but let's be honest, an invasion is an invasion, or an annexation. Anyway, I thought it was best to be up front, to inform them they were now free to enjoy the benefits of being a semi-autonomous territory within the broader Fillorian Empire. But the Foremost would have none of it. He was adamant, claimed he'd never even heard of Fillory. Can you believe it? It irritated me, but I was also weirdly impressed, so I stayed. I grew to like it there, for a people with no obvious foes. They had an impressive fighting style. Each carried a personal weapon forged from a sinister black metal, light, strong, and it emitted blue sparks upon impact. Very mysterious. I couldn't trace its origin. The foremost had a full spear made of the stuff. He gave this grand speech about its prowess forged in the desert, slew a god, all that dramatic talk. He claimed it could focus magic, amplify your discipline, though I never saw him use it that way. I decided to win them over, a charm offensive. I started pitching in, trying to sync with the tribe's rhythms. You'd never believe it, a queen of Fillory on her hands and knees, pulling parsnips from the earth, eating these disgusting grubs they sifted from the sand. I tried to think of them as tiny lobsters, but they were just grubs, and you know what? I didn't even mind. It didn't make me angry. I can't recall ever feeling less angry than I did out in that desert. I slept with the foremost. I didn't love him, but I genuinely liked him, and I was completely in love with his world. I wanted to belong there, and let's be honest, the man was gorgeous. Being with him was incredible. It was like lying down with the desert itself after roughly 3 months. "Hold on," Elliot interrupted. "You'd been in Rockville for 3 months by then. What was happening back in Fillory?" "In Fillory, everything was proceeding exactly as planned. What did you expect? You establish a kingdom correctly. It manages itself. I had those people convinced I could read their minds, for heaven's sake. They were terrified to step out of line. There was no chance they were going to attempt anything. Anyway, after about 3 months, the foremost informed me that if I intended to stay any longer, I had to complete their initiation rites. A huge deal every year. A few people didn't survive it, but I didn't care. I wasn't ready to leave, and if you succeeded, you earned one of those black metal weapons. Never let it be said I do anything halfway." "I would never say that," Elliot promised solemnly. "Janet, this is pretty intense. I know, and you haven't even heard the intense part yet, so I'm breaking a sacred oath by telling you this, but whatever, here's how it went. The foremost led me out of the city back into the open desert. Then he knelt down with me, took a handful of sand, and told me that what I was searching for was right there in my hand. I mean, what was I supposed to think? So I stared at the damn sand after a while. I started to notice little sparkling pieces mixed in. Not many, but every so often you'd spot a black grain with a shiny glint to it. I began to understand that was the black metal the weapons were forged from. All around us right there in the sand. 1 grain in 1,000, the foremost said. He handed me a canvas sack and told me I had to sit alone in the desert until I'd filled the entire sack with just those metal grains, one by one. I asked, filled, like overflowing, or just, a decent amount? He said, I'd know because when I was finished, when the sack was full, something called the smelter would appear. It would transform the ore I'd gathered into pure metal and craft a weapon for me. "Seriously?" Elliot said. "How incredibly convenient of it. I know, right? Pretty handy. You'd think I would have been suspicious, but I had to have one of those weapons. I absolutely had to. So I stayed out there. I would take a handful of sand, make a little mound in my palm, pick out the black specks, and carefully brush them from my palm into the sack. No magic, just me and my sack and my bare hands. After a few hours, my eyes were red, streaming, and practically crossed. By sunrise the next day, I was hallucinating. The bag was getting heavier. You could feel the weight in your hand, but it was becoming a race to see whether I'd finish or lose my mind first. It was awful. All the usual ordeal stuff happened. I wet myself. I nearly went blind. I threw up at one point. It was genuinely, deeply unpleasant. But at the same time, I could feel the ordeal reshaping me, Like the desert itself was smelting me, burning away weaknesses and impurities and drawing out what was solid and real. I thought a lot of that kind of poetic nonsense while I was collecting my grains. Janet Elliott was at a loss for words. He'd never heard her speak this openly about her feelings before. Whatever happened out there, something about her truly had changed. He hadn't recognized it until now. "Janet, how could you put yourself through that?" "I don't know. I just knew I had to." I picked and I picked and I picked. My hands were shaking uncontrollably. The sun was setting on the 3rd day when I started to feel like I might be getting close. It wasn't a huge sack, more of a bag, really, but it was looking reasonably full. If someone asked you for a sack of ore, you wouldn't feel ashamed to hand it over. I was convinced that even a single speck of ordinary sand would keep the smelter away. I wasn't sure I bought that, but I kept shaking my bag and sifting through it anyway, just in case. That black metal was something special, cool to the touch. With an oily sheen and an incredible weight, it had its own distinct scent. I was genuinely proud of it. The anticipation of what weapon it might become was almost too much. I knew deep down that whatever emerged would be a flawless, indestructible reflection of my truest self. It felt like the thing I'd been searching for my entire life. Maybe my guard was down because out there memories I'd worked hard to avoid came flooding back. I pictured Alice arriving at Brakebills for the first time, pushing through the underbrush, unsure if they'd even accept her. I remembered how poorly I treated her before she was gone. I thought of Julia alone in her room, waiting endlessly for a call from Brakebills that never came. I thought about you, Elliot. I remembered how I used to feel about you and how much that ache used to hurt. I also thought about how far you've come. You really pulled yourself together when you got here. I respect that. I don't think I ever told you. Everyone sees it. Thank you, he said. She hadn't told him, and hearing it meant something. Then I remembered this one time at boarding school, she continued. I never dwell on my childhood, but that night it all just surfaced. My parents sent me away when I was 8. Looking back, it was too young, but then I just thought it was normal. I doubt that school even accepts kids that age anymore. It was a terrible year for my family. My baby brother died of SIDS, and I think in their grief, they sort of forgot about me for a while. They assumed I'd manage on my own, which I suppose I did, but it was a pretty awful year. Why haven't you ever mentioned this? Elliot asked. I don't know. I never really let myself feel how much it stung, but that 4th night, waiting for the smelter, I relived the whole thing. I practically became that 8-year-old girl again. When June came, the school year ended, time to go home. But on the last day, there was a mix-up. My dad thought he'd sent a car, but his assistant forgot, or the driver never showed. Either way, no one came. I sat on my suitcase in the lobby all day, watching other kids get picked up one by one. I kicked my legs and read the same big floppy Peanuts comic book over and over. Nobody came. This was before cell phones, so the staff couldn't reach my parents. They whispered behind my back. I could tell they felt sorry for me, but they also really wanted me gone so they could leave. I can still see the lobby perfectly, the row of palm trees through the glass doors, the sunset painting wavy lines on the linoleum floor, the smell of varnish on the wooden benches. I'd watch the shadows and think, surely he'll be here by the time that shadow touches the corner of the bench. But he wasn't, and I'd pick a new spot. It was the first time I understood how small I was in my parents' world. They were my entire universe, but I wasn't theirs. The staff let me have dinner with them, which students never got to do. They ordered Popeyes. I remember feeling oddly thrilled and special, a bright spot in a long, confusing day. Elliot wished he could travel back and find that little version of her, just scoop her up and take her somewhere safe. But he couldn't. After dinner, my dad finally rushed in. He shoved the door open without slowing down, his tie undone, walking too quickly. He was probably furious with himself over the mistake, but it came off like he was mad at me, like I'd somehow caused the whole problem. He was a real jerk about the whole situation. You can probably imagine how it went. I was completely drained by then. The dizziness was overwhelming. I kept nodding off every few minutes. I opened my eyes at sunrise on the 5th day, and I understood the smelter wasn't coming, and I surrendered. It was finished. A tougher person might have stayed out there until the end. Julia possibly would have. Alice, perhaps. I suppose if someone is determined enough to shatter me, it turns out I can be shattered. There you have it. I didn't know that before. Now I do. I trudged back to the rock. I still had my bag of metal. I couldn't bring myself to discard it. Maybe they could find some other use for it. Who knows? I was in rough shape, I can assure you. I was so parched I couldn't even produce tears. It was practically a scene of madness, like something out of a Shakespearean tragedy, only considerably less damp. Then I was back in the settlement, and they were looking after me, guiding me to a table laden with food and drink. They were having a celebration. The entire community was present. Everyone was beaming. The smelter hadn't arrived, yet somehow everything was acceptable. I had fallen short, but that was simply how things were. The desert was timeless, and I had challenged it and given my all and been defeated, and that was all anyone could ask. Everyone sat there smiling at me, and after a time I found myself smiling as well. The foremost requested I approach him at the head of the table in front of everyone. He instructed me to kneel, and he took the sack of metal from me and raised it high. "You are an outsider," he declared, "but you came to us and you humbled yourself before the desert, and you sifted through its sands with your own hands. You believed the desert would bestow its riches upon you, the riches of our people. You thought it would surrender our secrets, our metal, our power. You imagined you would take our desert from us and reign over us. Here is what the desert has granted you, a bag of useless grit." And he emptied my sack onto the ground. "You will never locate our metal. The desert protects its mysteries. It shares them only with its true children. You may carry this sand back to your so-called High King of Fillory and inform him that I permitted you to survive. Tell him he may dispatch more courtesans if he wishes." This one was sufficient. Janet rode quietly for a moment. Her back was turned to Elliot. He wasn't sure if she was steadying herself after the recollection or simply absorbed in her thoughts. He noticed her touch her cheek once. "That was all, Janet," he said. "The foremost got a real kick out of that last line, trust me." Her tone was flat. He knew how to play to the crowd. All that dark sand was there before me on the floor in a small heap. It had seemed so much more substantial out in the wastes. I still couldn't accept it wasn't metal. I nearly died for it. But I didn't finish the earlier story about my boarding school days. You know what I did that day when my father came for me? I spat right in his face. I told him I would never return home. I ripped his costly shirt. He struck me and hauled me out to the car while I fought and screamed. But I'm not a child anymore. I'm not that little girl, and the foremost wasn't half the man my father was. I murmured something to him. He had to bend down to catch it. I whispered, "I don't require your secrets, foremost, but I'll take your weapons, and I'll take your desert as well." Then I flung a fistful of that fine black sand directly into his eyes, and I rose from my knees, and I stopped whispering. "And you can tell your deity when you meet him that I didn't permit you to live, but I suppose that will be fairly evident. You see, he'd made a critical error. He assumed that by sending me out there he was going to break me, but he was mistaken. He forged me into something harder. The desert forced me to confront my own hidden truths, the ones I kept from myself, and I faced them. When I returned, I didn't possess a weapon. I had become the weapon. I can cast woven strength quite rapidly when necessary. I was exhausted from the trial, believe me, but nothing was going to hinder me before he realized what was happening. I drove the foremost straight into the damn wall. My hands were practically like granite. It felt incredible. For a moment, everyone else simply stood by and watched. I suppose they were thinking it was a fair fight, wanting to see if the foremost could handle it on his own. They probably didn't want to insult him by jumping in. By the time they reconsidered, it was already too late for him and for them. Honestly, I was furious. I don't usually go in for unnecessary violence, but this was war, and he was a complete jerk. I really let him have it. I hurled him through several doors, and he ended up bawling like a child. You know what they used to inscribe on cannons, the last argument of kings? Well, I guess you could say magic is the last argument of queens. Eliot stayed silent despite all the years he'd spent with Janet. He realized he'd never truly known her, not at her core. Sometimes he'd look at her and wonder what lay beneath all that rage and that polished, tough exterior. Maybe there was just a hurt little girl inside who wanted to come out to be loved and find some happiness. But now he questioned whether that girl had ever really existed or if she'd vanished long ago. What was under all that armor and anger? Just more anger and more armor. It was layers of fury and defense all the way down. Janet's face was pale, but her voice remained steady. After the foremost finished crying, I made him show me everything, all their secrets. By that point, I didn't even care about the secrets anymore. I just wanted him to understand how thoroughly he'd been defeated. That rock formation extended deep beneath the desert. They'd carved shafts down through it, and underground it opened into a network of ice caves. That's where their water supply came from, but there was no metal. Can you believe it? Those weapons were all they had, probably forged from meteorite fragments ages ago like some kind of star metal. They were just heirlooms passed down through generations. I locked the foremost in one of the ice caves and left him there. I figured his people would find him eventually. Whether he lived or died wasn't my concern. What am I, a doctor? Elliot nudged his horse forward until he was right beside Janet's. As carefully as he could manage, he leaned over, put an arm around her, and kissed her cheek. He felt the faint curve of a smile on her lips. Before I left, I took his spear. I still had that surge of power, so I snapped it in two with my bare hands, right in front of him. Then I shaped an axe head from ice on each broken end. Not too shabby, right? I almost said something clever like, "Consider yourself annexed?" But sometimes a dramatic exit line just feels overdone, you know? "Yeah," Elliot said softly. "I know, I really do." "So, anyway," Janet said, "that's how I ended up with my new axes." She spurred her horse down the trail toward Berrien.